these songs for y'all for 30 years. I'm just trying to relax in the blessing, you know what I'm saying? I don't take this for granted, man. I am very thankful for the gift God has given me, man. And for y'all to fight for me all these years, keeping my shit alive, man. Fuck that! Stupid ass shit!
They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man. We have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. Over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man. I just came out of Florida and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the silliest program I've ever heard of. You know them women that had men if they got a bunch of children. They need fathers. They need protection. We hear about the drug problem that we have in our projects across the country. It's one of the major places that we have a drug problem. We talk about the great strength that we have as black women. Well, the welfare department don't rent government apartments to single black men. Those apartments belong to black women. They did not tell us that all of that being my own person and I'm independent would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation.
Hey everybody, hey Thelma, hey Bree, hey Shannon. I hope y'all having a good holiday.
Judge handing it to you, and then you're going to bill the taxpayers a bunch of shitload of money. You suck. You suck then, you suck now. You will forever suck. So the reason you can't get work outside of your connections is because you suck. You're not smart. You never were. You got gifts as a prosecutor because the system is rigged in your favor. So all those years that you won because 90% of the time there was a judge who was already predisposed to rule against the defendant and in your favor. And in the process, you came to believe that you were good, that you were smart, that you knew what you were doing. Then you get out into the mean, bad world of the capital marketplace. And there, you can't get a fucking client without some judge handing it to you. And then you're going to bill the taxpayers a bunch of shitload of money. You suck. You suck then, you suck now. You will forever suck.
You're saying everything they said in that documentary about you is not true.
They are lying on me.
You are supporting a pedophile.
Nothing good about me. I'm just a child molester. The devil. Come on, guys. As long as my breath is going in and out, I try to, even when I get ready to complain, I think about that and I say, you know what? I ain't gonna even say nothing. I just breathe, baby. I breathe on these niggas, you heard me? 20-some women trapped in my house in the basement. And first of all, my house in Atlanta doesn't even have a fucking basement. This is my story. The only thing I could do is say what's real and say what's on my heart and give it to y'all like y'all want it. You want the truth. an education. You didn't even graduate from high school. You don't even really read, and all of this old shit they told me. And I started believing that shit, man. But just something in me kept calling and shit. My heart was pumping this shit. It was pumping this shit. Hey fans, how y'all doing? It's your boy Kels. I love y'all. Thanks for supporting me for the last 30 years of my career. I'm very appreciative of that, and just you guys have kept me humble, kept me grounded, and kept me putting out this music for you guys. You guys inspired me to do it, so I'm gonna do it until you say don't do it no more. Don't say that though. If I met your daughter and I took your daughter out and she was of age, what the fuck am I gonna do?
Everybody, put your hands to the sky.
You ain't got no money? Shit. Sue Rkelly.
Mute Rkelly!
You are controlling, that you are abusive, that you tell women when to eat, when to go to the bathroom, when they can sleep, where they can dress.
I know y'all know that shit is ridiculous, but the crazy shit is stupid motherfuckers want to believe this shit.
This shouldn't be happening.
Every level, there's another devil. Whoever you are right now looking at me in my eyes, look in my fucking eyes, okay? I don't give a fuck about this fame shit. I'm a real motherfucker. My main goal is to unconfuse the world about R. Kelly. Say what I feel, keep it real, say what I feel. You don't know me. You ain't never been in my house. You ain't never been in my bedroom. So you cannot judge me.
Hey, can y'all hear? Wait a minute, what happened? What happened? Why y'all saying, sorry to hear that, Shannon? What happened, Shannon? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my goodness. I'll keep y'all in my duas. I'm so sorry to hear that. Shannon, you know I hate hearing stuff like that. You know my old sensitive self. I'm so sorry to hear that. Mm, mm. I'm so sorry. I will keep y'all in my duas. Right now, you just stick by her side, bro. She gonna need you. 'Cause that's hard. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. And that's back to back. And I don't know what I tell a lot of people I never will understand and give my full sympathy for people who lose their children. Mm, 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 mm. Can y'all hear me with these headphones on? Cause I'm up here trying to let me see. And my daughter them downstairs, so I can't even. I don't know. Is it headset or Bluetooth headset? How do? Just tell me if y'all can hear me, cause I'm trying to cook this food, go back and forth. So I don't want to. I have to use the other thing. I'd rather use these headphones. Yeah, bro, you just gotta I know it's easier said than done, but you just gotta, pray. Um and definitely she's gonna need you by any means necessary right now. My sister's father is dying right now, and we just transferred him the day before yesterday to her house because he don't wanna he has cancer and lung cancer, and it all spread all over his body on Thursday. And he don't want to do no treatment. He just want to die, and it's like really sad because when my dad died, my sister was there for me and everything, and it's like I don't know how to approach the situation because I'm trying to be there for her. Um, and a lot of y'all that watch me, if y'all been here for a long time, I don't know if y'all heard of the stories. I always talked about my sister, and my brother and them dad, because my mom left him when they were little, and my dad raised them, along with myself and stuff. But he was real abusive, and my mom, the first time that he abused my mom, she left from the rip. Ain't no like waited 2 years, waited no. As soon as he went to work, my mom called a U-Haul truck, packed all her kids' stuff up, left, never turned back since that day. Never, ever, ever. So it's like she ain't have to call the cops and none of that. She just left the first time he beat my mom up. But when my father died, he came around. And my sister and them always said they didn't want nothing to do with him, but that's their dad. So eventually I knew that they were gonna um, eventually start talking back to him. What he did to my mom, him at 30, 40 some years ago, that was a long time. They got married coming out of high school. They were young. But now him and my mom hasn't had a relationship since my father died. I think that he still felt the type of way because of what he did to my mom, and as a man, I don't think men ever get over the fact when a woman leaves them, like just up and leaves, never turn back. I think he just never got over that, or the fact that he abused my mom. But now he's dying, and it's an awkward situation because I'm trying to be there for my sister, and I don't know if she might hear this live. She know I'm very transparent with my subscribers, but I just be putting stuff out there sometimes to get advice because I don't know what else to do. Like I'm trying to be there, and it's like a little bit to me. It's like she's pushing me away a little bit, if I can be honest. Um, and he doesn't want nothing. Like he don't want no chemo. He don't want. He just want to die. And I think it's very hard when you got kids that's trying to, get you airlifted, that's trying to go above and beyond to get some type of chemo or whatever, and they said that they think he will be here for at least 3 months, 4 months at the latest. But we talked to a couple specialists that told us don't believe that because once it goes all over your body, your organs can shut down really fast. So when they called Friday and said because he wanted to go home, he didn't want to stay at the hospital, they automatically put him in the program hospice where you can do like at home. So a lot of people keep telling me like, girl, don't think no 3 months. That's gonna be fast. So I don't know, but it just feel like she pushing us away, and I feel really bad for her because I went through it with my dad, and she was there. Well, I gotta be honest. She was there at the beginning, but I think that because of her father and stuff, she didn't show up to my dad's funeral and stuff, and it really hurted me. But I got over it, because my dad raised them. Um, So it's a lot of stuff going on with a lot of different people. And like I said, Shannon, I'm gonna keep you and your family in my prayers because I'm going through a big situation with my sister and her father. And when you got somebody that's still living and it could be a try to get a chance or try to even get them to live longer and they just say like, no, I don't want nothing, like I just want to die is just it's crazy. And then trying to be there for my mom. But then my mom fell away too because she still My mom don't hold that grudge against him for what he did to her, but he he like holds the grudge. Like I guess as a man, he just can't accept what he did or that my mom left. I don't know, but yeah, that's what's going on with me. But I'm just trying to push forward and be there for my sister. But it's like she pushing me away. And like I said, I don't know if I just don't know what it really is. I really don't know. And I think it's hard for her that she can't do nothing and her dad is like, oh, I don't want the chemo, I just wanna die, I just wanna go. Um and that's just that. But all you can do is, pray and like I told my sister yesterday because my niece and my nephews, they really are attached to their grandpa. And I think that they shouldn't be right there waiting for his last breath because I think it might mess them up. With my dad, I didn't let my kids see like the ending results. And luckily, when my dad did die at my mom's house, and my mom called us and stuff, my kids wasn't there, and I was happy about that because I couldn't even go in the room and see my dad dead on the bathroom floor. I had to get my husband and my sister to go in there when they put him on the thing in the bag and all that. I couldn't even see all that stuff. But I just know if you got parents, love them. If you got issues with them or something like that, or family, try to work it out because you never know, y'all. You never know. Seriously. And the way this world is now, I don't think that apologies is for the other person. I think it's for yourself and for you to be able to move on and to get that weight off of you. And I just think that he's going into his death without apologizing to my mom. So I don't know if this is God doing this to him or what the case may be, but it's like, dang, this was decades and decades ago. Like you still don't want to talk to him. Like my sister literally told my mom, write him a letter. Like what? Like why would you not want them to see each other face to face? Like it's just a lot. But um Shannon, I'm definitely gonna keep y'all in my prayers. Hey Larry. And then that's another thing. When my uncle that died 2 years ago, when he beat prostate cancer and then he had got it again and beat it again and he died at 87. He was either 86 or 87. But all of a sudden he had got brain cancer. And it was like literally days. He went to the doctors on a Tuesday and it was like, we found brain cancer, I guess spots over his brain, and they was like it was spreading all over. And when they told us it was like on a Tuesday, literally they put him in hospice from that day. My uncle was talking, he understood what they was telling him, he was well aware. And literally that Saturday at my cousin house, he was gone. Like they gave him, I guess, like morphine and stuff to relax him. And I don't know if that makes them go faster or something like that or make them comfortable. But he beat cancer twice. And all of a sudden when the brain cancer came, it came like in a day. And then days later he was gone. So I can't even like give y'all more details of this lung cancer thing with my sister dad because I don't understand it how he just got it and all of a sudden it spread it all over. It's like I thought that when you go into the doctors and the way the technology is now, can't they like monitor like when it's like if a spot come and it's cancerous and then they notice if it starts spreading or your levels get higher. And I can't even talk to her about all this stuff because it's like she's she's numb and I gotta respect it. But it is what it is. It's just wearing on me because I'm more worried about my mom too. Because like I said, with this whole domestic violence thing and this Diddy stuff and everything, that's why I said I know people who went through stuff like this. I know women who went through domestic violence. And one thing and two things for sure, the people I know never stayed. Like soon as my mom ex-husband beat her, my mom was out. That what days later, he was coming home from work and my mom had a whole U-Haul, packed all her kids' stuff. My mom was gone, never turned back. And the only reason they communicated years down the road was due to his children and him providing for his kids. And then my mom met my father and married my father, but my dad never put his hands on my mom, not once, not ever, not nada. But my mom never stayed for years. My mom never um enabled his behavior. Now I know some people go through stuff and might have a fight or two and they work it out and they still be together. That's cool. But with this Cassie thing, I really feel like, and I know some people gonna feel like different or feel like, I just feel like she's not a victim. And I feel like she's using this situation to probably later on start start a nonprofit and that whole support from people um, you know, claiming that she's a victim and um probably be a spokesperson for domestic violence. But they worked it out when that incident happened. So much so that they went to a movie premiere days later. That's when she was in that movie. And I can't find that interview she did with that guy when he was talking about the movie and she was saying that Diddy had talked to Terrence behind the scenes or whatever, because Terrence felt uncomfortable at first with the movie because he knew that that was Diddy girl or whatever. But she was with him days later out in the public. Why you didn't go out there and scream, hey, he just beat me up or whatever, whatever, and then stayed 2 years, y'all. 2 whole years. If somebody is abusing you that bad, where your life is in danger, it's a lot of women in the chat right now, and some of y'all probably in the bushes. You mean to tell me if somebody's hurting you, meaning anything can happen. Somebody can hit you to the point where they can hit you on your temple or something, and it can be over, done. Or y'all could be fighting and somebody hit the. I got them tables, like them tables, they got them sharp corners at the end of it. Because when my grandkids come over, I'll be putting them smudge things on there to cover it because the point is so like pointy. You hit your head on one of them, you can literally be knock yourself out of here, right? So little stuff like that, you could be fighting and somebody get the edge of a table, somebody could fall in a step and break their neck and die. There's so many different things that can happen within a fight amongst two individuals, right? So if you know it's that to the point where somebody can lose their life. My mom best friend, I talked about this a lot of times, Miss Crystal, she used to always do my hair and she was our neighbor. And her husband had killed her and killed himself. Her kids used to go to my mom's my mom was teaching dancing school. And when we came home one day, we all was outside playing regularly. And he told the kids to go outside to play with us and the rest of the kids. And they was in there arguing. They had an age difference group. I think Mr. Dave was like 55 at the time, and Miss Crystal was like 30, 33 or 34. But she was been telling my mom she was about to leave him, and he had a bad heart. He had a heart pacer. So he started like getting mean. I knew this man was crazy because he used to drink like 5, 6 cups of coffee at 10, 11 o'clock at night. But the point I'm making is she was very beautiful, a pretty black woman, and loved her children, but she was like going to leave him. And he literally told the kids to go outside and play, and he killed her and killed himself. And the really sad part is their kids had to go to a funeral with their mom and dad. She had all this blood underneath her fingernails, which they were saying because I guess her scratching him and trying to, I guess, fight her way out of it. And he just got to the point like, if I ain't gonna have you, nobody gonna have you, and took his own life because he had a bad heart. He was getting sick, and I guess he couldn't get over the fact that she was going to leave him, but not thinking that your kids is not going to have a mother or a father. So it got that deep that she didn't think, I don't think she ever thought he was going to take her life, but she was in the mix of right about to move on, but they had kids. They still live with each other. So what I'm saying is if it gets to that point where you know that a person can take your life or it could get to the point where it could be an accident and your life get taken, why would you stay? That doesn't make the way the technology is. Like I said, you can text 911 now. You ain't even got to call them. So when you stay for 2 years and then you come back in 2023 and request for a civil suit because it's too late for the statute of limitations, and you put in a lawsuit that this man was making you have sex with sex workers, he was drugging you, he was doing all this, he was doing all that. But again, you stayed 2 years after this video was happened. We just seen the video, so I know it's like making a lot of people look at it like in a bad light. But y'all, they been took care of this. So much so that when it happened, she stayed. So how is we gonna get more upset about the video than she did? That's my issue too with people. She didn't even get that upset. She's only making it a situation now because it got leaked and everybody's just seeing it now, so it makes it look really bad. But they dealt with this behind the scenes. And again, he paid her $30 million, even after she stayed after the incident. She was out in public with him, doing movies. She ain't tell nobody. She was even on interviews talking about her man and the movie and everything. Nothing about that incident. And then she puts in her statement, like, this gonna mess with her for the rest of her life. And girl, you got $30 million. I'm not saying the money can patch up um, uh, trauma and emotional distress and all that, but it wasn't that bad when you stayed for 2 years. And I don't want to hear, oh, he's so powerful. That's why she couldn't. Well, what made her tell that then? He's still powerful. He ain't in jail. He's still out here. Everybody say, oh, Diddy can get you touched. He ain't got to touch you. He can still do the same thing. So what is the difference from not telling then to now? It doesn't make sense to me. And I think it's an excuse. And when it comes to Rkelly accusers, everybody was so, hey DB Wow, hey Perspective, everybody was so um everybody was so hyped to go at Rkelly, but y'all ain't found a video yet of him abusing no women. Because let me tell you something. Like I've been saying from day one, ain't no woman going to extort no man, still take from him and tell him, oh yeah, I know who got it, but you got to pay for it. Go back and forth by themselves for this money, steal items out his house, Rolexes, clothes, money, Azriel stealing money. No woman is doing that for a man that they are afraid of, that's abusive, or that got so much power they can do something to them. You're not going to go stealing from that man. And you damn sure ain't going to get up on no stand and put lies out on him and everything else if he was so powerful and dangerous. You're not going to do that. Do you know how many cases with the mobs and um, big time gangsters and stuff where prosecutors have to literally hide witnesses and witness protection, and sometimes they still find them. And this is why a lot of them don't never get prosecuted, because they get rid of the witnesses. This before these witnesses can even come and talk. They just find out that they cooperated and they get them out of here. So what makes you think that women can steal from a man and extort him and all this stuff, and they were so scared about what he going to do to them? That's why they did all that stuff to Robert, because he wasn't going to do nothing to him. That's why they continued to steal, because he wasn't going to do nothing. That's why he continued to let Lisa Van Allen come back and forth, because he had a soft spot, and they walked and jumped all over it, and they knew he wasn't going to do nothing. That's why they all participated in Surviving Rkelly, to say outrageous things, salacious stuff about him in front of the world, because they knew he's not going to do nothing. Period. A man that's an abuser, that's a threat, you ain't about to tell him, oh yeah, I stole the tape from you. I know who got it, but you got to pay for it. What? A gangster, that would have been the last word she said. Probably wouldn't have heard about her again. Let's be real. And this is not me wishing nothing on nobody. This is not me encouraging nothing like that. But we just being I'm just being honest. And so now with this video coming out about Diddy, it's funny to me how Rkelly got blamed for being abusive and abusing women without no receipts of bruises, black eyes, not even busted lips, no medical records of nobody going to the emergency because he beat him up. None of this. But Diddy got a video out of one side story because we don't know what happened prior to the incident in the hallway. We don't know what took place. And apparently she wasn't that scared because she stayed for 2 years. And to me, the way she balled up on that floor and all of that, you mean to tell me her reflexes, she ain't swing back? Her reflexes didn't holler, stop, or nothing? She just was muted? Come on. Come on. Come on. Something's up. Oh, perspective. It's the lawsuit with Faith Rogers. So I think, to tell y'all the truth, well, I'm gonna play the video of the attorney who the lawsuit was with at first. Because remember, it was the lawyer who got arrested um for obstruction of justice. Then it was I always forget his name. The guy attorney. Then she went to Gloria Allred because the guy attorney, that's the one that told Robert if he give him 3 million that they'll shut down. He don't gotta hear from them no more, and they'll keep him moving. Robert wasn't having that. Brian Nix was the attorney behind the scenes as well for that case. Um uh um what's the other attorney? Stephen Greenberg, Michael Leonard, Tom. He was also working on that case. And the little short attorney, and his brothers that withdraw from the case with the Heather Williams lawsuit. So they all was working on that lawsuit with Faith Rogers when she was requesting for Robert's medical records and all of that stuff. And when they was saying that Don Russell was alleging that he was going to bring 10 men forward to speak on Faith Rogers' sex life and all that. And that's how we found out that the ex-boyfriend ran her over with the car and stuff. This was way before Canning brought it up at court. So the lady attorney who was working with that guy, I'm gonna play the video so y'all can get a remember why they had went to New York and opened up that lawsuit in New York for Faith. And it started out with the lady who got arrested for obstruction, then the guy and the girl, then Gloria Allred. But the reason why I think that Gloria Allred didn't touch that lawsuit is because of the one that they have against Don Russell and Robert, which I think that once Jennifer and them get on that one, because like Robert said, he knew nothing about it, and he wasn't out here when Don Russell got charged or when he supposed to be alleged to bomb gun threat. So they know that Don Russell was never his manager. But they yet and still added Robert to that lawsuit. That's why I think they didn't touch the other one. Because the lawsuit with Don Russell and Robert is for, I think it's over $150 million or something like that. Let me see if I can pull this up real fast. Um, yeah, but I agree. Like y'all know I don't deal with the cops. I ain't in that. I got too many males in my family, so if it go down to that, and let me be honest too, as a woman, I know women who also got tempers, and we can fight back, and sometimes we get froggy and leave. I'm not gonna sit up here and say all women is innocent either, because some women might mess around and just go smack her man or throw something at him. I know I've been that woman, so I'm not gonna sit up here and say, "Oh no, I'm not that woman that ain't never swing or no." I have been that, especially when I was mad. Yeah, if someone's around me, I do it. Yeah. And so I know that it's probably not, I'm not saying every woman is like that, but I know that it's some out here. Y'all didn't see that video that I showed where that girl threw the apples at that guy on that show? And he got up and he gripped her up by her neck. He didn't choke her out. He just grabbed her. But she threw them 2 apples at his face. You know how hard an apple is? Especially if you hit somebody close range. And that doctor sat up there and told him he was wrong for gripping her up like that. But he never acknowledged the fact that she threw them 2 apples right in the middle of his face. So stuff like that is crazy to me. Like, why would you throw 2 hard apples? Doing. I mean, you can hear it clock him in his head. And I guess he sat there and thought about it, and it got him so mad he just got up and gripped her up. But the doctor kept saying, "Oh, you're never supposed to hit a woman. I don't care, this, that." Wait a minute. Why you didn't say nothing about her? So you basically just said it's okay for her to hit him in his face with them apples, but he's wrong for jumping up and gripping her up. He didn't smack her. He didn't punch her. None of that. There's always one side when it comes to men, and it's sad.
Show you guys so that I don't have to have that. So, again, let us know what do you practice in law now? What is the sector?
Oh yeah. So now what I do is accidents, injuries, so like auto accidents, injuries.
So this is the attorney that was working with Fake Rogers,
basically if you've been hit
attorney
by, like, an
for this case
or even
that Robert just won.
Like, oh, I'm so happy. Look, these little
Well, the case that they didn't show up.
killed my client's kindergartner. Okay, you try to blame it on baby girl. Publicly traded company. Jerry Jones invested in them. I bankrupted that whole motherfucker myself in 2016. That whole one. I hate them. I hate the owner. I wish he'll go to jail. And if he don't, I'm pretty sure he's gonna go to hell, and he'll see Rkelly right with him. They can sit next to each other in hell. Anybody who makes products that kill kids, fuck you. Go to hell.
You can't swear on it, you know.
I can't say that on YouTube. Yes, you do.
You can't swear on it.
I'm sorry. Go to the place below.
You can say hell. You can say hell.
And I'll say X. Yeah. Sorry. You should have told me. I'm sorry. I don't want to mess up your monetization and stuff.
Don't worry. You're good.
Hope you might listen to this, guys.
Fine. They'll see your face.
I'm very
fine.
passionate.
That's all right. But you mentioned something here about the Rkelly case as well. Were you involved in that as well?
Yeah, so I was co-counsel with Lee Merritt. We represented a young lady named Faith Rogers. She was featured in various Rkelly documentaries. But I'm also licensed. I'm licensed in Texas, New York, and New Jersey. And effectively, on her behalf, we sued Rkelly for giving her herpes. She was a teenager at the time. At that point, this little nasty mofo knew for over a decade that he had herpes. And he was just willy-nilly passing it out like, people pass out pamphlets, like Jehovah's Witnesses pass out those little watchtowers. He was just out here passing out herpes and other venereal diseases. Well, not today. Not on our watch. So, Lee Merritt was lead counsel. I was co-counsel with him, and we filed suit on her behalf.
That's his name, Lee Merritt.
In part because of the federal and criminal charges. But that was a case I was particularly proud of because we filed it under New York law, which is effectively, it has certain protections for women that I'd love for women to know about, is that it is a gender-based crime, right? So if this is a man he's going out and doing certain things to women. It could be stalking, it could be revenge porn, it could be a plethora of things. Then if that's the case, and you win, they must pay your lawyer's fees, and you're entitled up to 3 times your actual damages, and you can get punitive damages. So as a result, it makes it a lot easier for women victims in the state of New York to be able to find good, qualified attorneys to represent them and obtain justice for them.
How did you find yourself on that case?
I'm a bad chick and my friend's bad too. No, I'm just like, I'm really brilliant. Like, I know I look like a dingbat, but no, what happened was I had already known attorney Lee Merritt, who's a civil rights attorney. We were office mates. We shared an office together. And he knew that I was licensed in New York, and he just knows that, like, I'm brilliant. And so sometimes he'll just, like, come and kind of shoot strategy off of me for particular cases. And so he just asked me, like, is this something you'd be interested in? And I said, sure. And then once I did some research, initially we were actually going to file in a different state. We were going to file in Texas or Chicago, where Rkelly was from. And I did some research, and I was like, no, here's what we should do. Here's how. He was like, that's why I wanted to work with you. So that's my ex bukum, which in New Orleans Creole means like you're a very good friend. Like I had mad respect for him.
So as y'all can see, that was her. I couldn't think of the lawyer name, but it was Lee Merritt. That's the one that was working with them on that case that Robert just won, that Jennifer Bongine spoke about the other day, that was tossed out. Now, when you read the documents, it states that no attorneys didn't appear. I think 4 times or 3. Now, like I said, because Lee Merritt withdrew from her, we never found out the reason. Now, I know when he withdrew from Faith, he was running for governor in Texas. I don't know what happened with this chick, because she was also the attorney on that case. But as you heard her say, the reason that they filed in New York is because of all the advantages that they get, especially when you claiming domestic violence or the herpes thing. And this is why the feds twist and turn that herpes law and made it out to be something bigger. And that's why the health department felt the type of way about that, because it's like they were comparing herpes like a deadly disease. And the health department was like, you got people walking around with herpes now. That's not, a deadly disease. And they were trying to say that Robert knowingly had it, knew he had it, and was knowingly giving it to people without telling them. So they used that with no proof that he gave her herpes. They used that, and when the feds used the Rico to be able to charge him throughout the United States and bypass the statute of limitations, they were able to do this lawsuit without no proof. Even when she dropped that audio with TMZ and said that was her receipt showing that Robert gave her herpes, no, it wasn't. They were on the audio talking about her acting crazy in a parking lot, which I'm going to let y'all hear. But when it first came out, they said, oh, this is Faith Rogers showing that Rkelly gave her herpes, but she never said nothing about Robert giving her herpes on a phone call. And I guess she gave TMZ the audio. And if you listen or believe Tim Savage when he said that her mother told her, go back and get some more stuff, I think that was a part of her recording him on that phone call. But again, that phone call specifically stated that she was acting crazy in the parking lot. And he was saying, like, you acting all crazy and this, that, and the third. And your parents, I know they don't like me, but they got to agree something wrong with you. I don't know what's going on in your head. Ain't one talking about no herpes. She ain't say, no, I'm calling you to tell you that, you gave me herpes. No. And then when Don Russell came in, they started saying Don Russell was leaking her naked photos, Don Russell was threatening her family, and which I played y'all the audio of Cash Jones being a part of that because she told Faith Rogers' mom that Don Russell was leaking the photos because she was working with her. Wait a minute, let me see if I can pull this up. This audio. Let me see, because I know. I think it was in 2018. Hey, Ready Red. Hey, Love Unconditional. Let me see. This is it. Can y'all hear me? Because it sounds like my headphones is off. Oh, let me see. I don't like these headphones. Oh, yeah, here it goes. Let me see. Let me see if I can turn it up for y'all so y'all can hear it louder. So this is the audio that she had dropped to TMZ and said that this was proof Robert gave her herpes. But you're not going to hear them talking about herpes. You're going to hear Robert talking about her acting crazy in some parking lot. And he was asking her, did you get your mind right yet? And she was like, I know I would, whatever. I just think that I was upset or whatever. Here you go.
Are you back?
Can y'all hear it?
Am I back? Yeah, yeah. You know you have to prove that, right?
Okay.
Are you back? Am I back? Yeah, from when you were in your head. Yeah. You know you have to prove that, right? I don't know, but you gotta say, yeah, I know I gotta prove that. Because I know what I was thinking the rest of the day. Yeah. Are you by yourself? I'm by myself in my room. I'm in Chicago. Okay. Are you back? If you're worried about what people think, I understood it, you got probably the pastor or whatever. But just think about the things you do in that parking lot shit. You just gotta get to me. That's why I told you my schedule. I'm here for 5 days. And we gotta talk. It's not a problem. And even if you're probably living on like your guts, they know that that's real. And I just mention to you all the time and teach you certain things and try to make you a person or as far as an adult, a young adult or whatever. But I can't do nothing to take what's real. You gotta be able to admit that you never told me nothing. Do you think like this is all my thoughts? What am I supposed to do? I mean, I don't feel like I acted crazy. I feel like I just had a moment like with you, and you just me.
She said, I don't feel like I acted crazy. I just feel like I had a moment, and you just called me out. This don't say nothing about you gave me herpes. He's saying, are you back? Meaning, is your mind back? Is your brain good? Because you was acting crazy in that parking lot. And he's saying you up here listening to everything everybody's saying. And he said, I'll be in Chicago. You got to show me that you back. Meaning, I guess that she was back sane. Like she wasn't tripping no more. But you don't hear her say nothing about, no, you gave me herpes. I'm going to just take it back one more time.
Are you back? Am I back? Yeah, from where you were in your head. Yeah.
He said, are you back? She said, am I back? He said, from where you were in your head.
You have to prove that, right? I don't know, but you gotta say, yeah, I know I gotta prove that. Because I know what I was thinking the rest of the day. Yeah. Are you by yourself? I'm by myself in my room. I'm in Chicago. Okay. Are you back? If you're worried about what people think, you understood it, you got probably the process or whatever. You know, but just think about the things you do.
He said you need to think about the things that you do.
That parking lot shit.
That parking lot shit.
You just got to get to me. That's why I told you my schedule. I'm going to be here for 5 days. We got to talk. You know, it's not a problem. And even if your problem mother don't like me, they know that that's real. And I just mentioned you all the time and teach you certain things which I.
He say your father and mother don't like me. They know that that's real, and I just lectured you all the time to teach you certain things and try to make you a better person, a young adult or whatever. But I can't do nothing but take what's real. Meaning her acting the freak crazy in the parking lot. I don't know if it was about another female or whatever, because he said, you done listening to what people say or worrying about what people say?
If it's a person or an adult, a young adult or whatever. But I can't do nothing to take what's real. You gotta be able to admit that you never told me nothing.
Do you think like this is all my fault?
What am I supposed to do?
I mean, I don't feel like I acted crazy. I feel like I just had a moment.
Right.
She said, you think this is all my fault? I don't feel like I acted crazy. I feel like I just had a moment. That don't sound nothing about no herpes. That sound like he said she was acting crazy in a parking lot. And even though her mother and father don't like him, they know what's real, meaning that she got some type of mental issue.
And you just shutting me out.
See, I guess it's not what I was looking for. I was looking for you to be humble and say, hey, I'm not done. I was thinking.
He said, that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for you to be humble and say, I messed up. I was thinking wrong. I was thinking crazy. I don't blame you for acting like that. This is who you are, he's saying. So do that sound like herpes to y'all? That sound like she was tripping out. He said specifically, I was looking for you to be humble and say, I messed up. I was thinking wrong. I was thinking crazy. I don't blame you for acting like that, but this is who you are. So for him to say, I was looking for you to be humble and say I messed up, that don't sound like he's admitting to herpes. That don't sound like she told him he gave her herpes. And for him to say, and for you to admit you was wrong and that you was thinking crazy, that sounds like what he said, are you done listening to what people say?
I was thinking crazy, and I did crazy. Like, I don't blame you for acting like that. You know who you are. I'm not talking about this no more because I don't, like I say, when you want to talk to me, come and talk to me. I don't talk on the phones about fault is this or that. I'm not getting into that.
So that don't sound like he was admitting to herpes or she recorded him from a herpes thing, but that's what she claimed. So the lawsuit was thrown out, and like I said, I think, in my opinion, the reason why Gloria Allred didn't fight it because they got their lawsuit with Don Russell. So why would they go after that if that was with a whole nother attorney? And I'm gonna show y'all exactly the other attorney in a minute.
Federal and criminal charges.
You've nearly got her.
Hey, who's this?
But after half an hour of waiting, the Savage's cousin has sad news.
You know what? The police are talking. I don't know.
So long because I definitely wanted me and trying to tear me.
People are saying lately.
He was always controlled.
What?
Yes.
But ever since I've been covering this story, the allegations about Rkelly's liking for young girls have refused to go away.
And those who've had encounters with him recently, like Faith Rogers, found his behaviour disturbing.
I'm looking up to him and he's rubbing my face and he's like, how old are you? And I tell him, I'm 19. And he says, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. You want to see my ID? And he's like, no.
Controversial news.
He's like, you know, if you're like 16, you can tell daddy, right? And I'm like, why do you think I'm 16? And he's like, you look about 14, 15, or 16.
Do you think he wanted you to be 14 or 15 or 16?
Yes. Because he asked me, you know, after we had already did what we did.
But for Rkelly, his relationship with Faith could be the thing that brings him down. The reason? Her claim that he knowingly infected her with herpes. As with all her allegations, he categorically denies it.
Nice to meet you. I'm Ben. Right. What is the chance she will be successful in her criminal complaint and Rkelly will go to jail?
Her criminal complaint is very strong. I don't think Mr. Kelly has seen a case that will have so much pressure. This is not a young lady who's come forward after 5, 10 years. She was with him a few months ago.
What do you need now for your case to be successful?
We need only proof that he infected her with an STD. That STD, which is incurable, will cause a serious bodily injury. Our client will need treatment for the rest of her life.
Even if you are successful, he would only go to jail for a year. And the level of accusations that have came out, people feel that is not long enough at all.
There is rumors at this point that the behavior is more sinister and more criminal than we even realize. And I believe that we're beginning to scratch the surface of what he's done.
As lawyers looking at this case, does it shock you that a man as well known as Rkelly, as in the public eye as Rkelly, has been able to operate in such a way, if these accusations are true, and to get away with it?
Unfortunately, no, it doesn't shock me. One of the first instances that the industry was fully aware of was with Allred. In that instance, she was 15 years old. He committed the textbook example of statutory rape.
The processes that he uses to break these young women down is the exact same process that is in place in the pimp culture. You find someone who is somewhat vulnerable, typically by age, but sometimes by need or necessity. You go after them emotionally and you say, you know, you can call me daddy, which is exactly what most pimps tell their girls to call them. And you can rely on me and I will be a friend to you. And before you know it, you're being pimped out. Rkelly is a pimp and his only client is himself.
We asked Rkelly about the issues.
Daddy, that 14-year-old pussy, and she
with him. That's a big deal. That's something you just don't skip over. And he's like, tell Dad. My phone, it was 6 in the morning, and he was like, I'm coming upstairs. And he comes and he's like pounding on the door as hard as he can. And he just comes in and he orders me to take off my clothes. He turns on the TV and he starts getting undressed from, you know, bottoms down. And he's like, I said, take off your clothes. So at that point, you know, I'm just really looking at him crazy. And he's like, I want you to come rub on Daddy. And I'm thinking, you know, he wants me to massage his shoulders. So I go over and I start rubbing his shoulders, and he takes my wrist and he slaps it on his penis. And he's like, no, here. I wasted no time. I was like, let me just get it off my chest right now. And I tell him, you know, I'm not really ready for sex. Sex is not something, you know, I just do with somebody I'm engaging with for the first time. And he takes his hand and he boots me over the bed, and he begins to stick his finger inside of me, and immediately, you know, it hurts. So I jerk back and I tell him it hurts. Mind you, he doesn't say anything. And I just turn back around, you know, I'm just hoping, you know, this is gonna be done with soon. When he penetrates me again, this time I jerk even harder because it hurts. And he just kept going. And he's, you know, saying really nasty things. You know, he's saying, oh my God, young type, P-U-S-S-Y, I love it. And he's calling me his little doll. Just, you know, talking really sexual. It just made me, you know, feel gross, feel really uncomfortable. He starts slapping my butt and he's like, tell daddy you like it. And I respond then, and that's when he finally stops.
Faith Rogers is 20 years old. Last year, she began a relationship with Rkelly, but it was only after it ended that she learned he'd given her an STD.
When I found out I had herpes, I was devastated. I was embarrassed. It's scary to think about when you have a STD that's not curable and you think about things, you know, like dating and how people will perceive you, and there's a stigma with it, you know, and sorry.
It's okay.
I try to ignore it sometimes, but that's just the reality of it, and it sucks, you know, but you try to be strong about it, but it does get hard sometimes.
I think you're being pretty strong about it.
I think I'm being as strong as I can about it.
Why have you decided to go public?
This man is going around and transmitting STDs to people. Nobody's telling that story, and if I knew that, I probably wouldn't even got involved with him. That's a big deal. That's something you just don't skip over. And so I definitely feel like, if not me, then who?
My daughter is being held against her will.
It was Tim and Jonjolyn Savage, who've been at the centre of the campaign against Rkelly, who warned Faith about getting a blood test.
I had been in contact with the Savages, and Mr. Savage, he was like, I just want to let you know Rkelly has an STD. So I went back and I got a blood test, and it came back positive.
The Savages believe their daughter Joycelyn is being held against her will by Rkelly.
Please help me welcome Joycelyn's parents, Tim and Jonjolyn Savage. Welcome to you both.
For the last year, they've been spearheading the campaign against him, claiming he's running a sex cult.
Your daughter is still with him. Why are you concerned?
Joycelyn is in a point of a situation of her life where she's being controlled.
What we're going through now is more severely than what I would have ever imagined.
People need to know that this man is a predator.
I've come to Atlanta to see the Savages. With media scrutiny so intense, they've asked me to meet them at a friend's house in the suburbs.
If she wants to see us to see her.
So that's why it tells me that with Tim Savage and him capping Faith Rogers up, oh, you need to go get tested because Robert has this, that, and the third, he lied. Because again, if Joycelyn had an STD or chlamydia, he said, herpes, he said, Tim Savage would have dropped those results. Tim Savage would have put that out here. Just like he went and told the radio station that he had an audio of Joycelyn and Robert having phone sex. He went and told Angelo. He told Cat. He let Cash listen to the audio. Then lied and said Joycelyn's roommate in college was majoring nursing, and she was the one nursing Joycelyn for the herpes. And then when Joycelyn was talking to her vocal coach, and Tasha K lied and said, oh, I have an exclusive of Joycelyn saying R. Kelly gave her herpes. No, she never says that. She says she hopes she doesn't have anything. And that her dad told her, don't tell R. Kelly because if it come back, he was going to sue him. So if Joycelyn really had these STDs, don't y'all think that Tim Savage would have put that out there? Don't y'all think Tim Savage would have been the first one suing? And that's why when he fell out with Faith Rogers and he said that her mom told her to go back and get some more stuff, when he told her about Robert having an STD, the reason why Tim Savage, in my opinion, was mad was because Faith Rogers blew up when she ran with the narrative that Robert gave her herpes. Well, nobody talking about the Savages no more. The Savages wanted that spotlight. Joycelyn wasn't coming out saying Robert did nothing to her. So now Faith is running with this narrative that Tim told her. She's getting all the shine. Now she's getting on platforms. Now she's being a part of the case. Now her attorneys is suing Silverly. So I think Tim was mad because he gave her the idea. She ran with it, and they're not getting the shine no more. Because if Joycelyn had any STD, that man would have quickly put that out here, and he never did. That man would have quickly went and sued, and he never did. So who's lying? Hey, Cookie.
check your daughter. I got 4 hours of motherfucking audio tape, videotape.
Explain. I'm going to explain all of that to you after all of this. And then please listen closely, and you will actually hear Timothy Savage have proof that she used to be Timothy and that she's working under Savage and Cash Jones. And also at the end of the recording, please listen closely, and you will actually hear Timothy Savage flirting with this woman, Cash Jones. Okay, let's get into this recording.
They stupid in the motherfucker. You going off hearsay, but I got your number. I got your number. Your shit, your ass is gonna be done. I don't fuck around when it comes to somebody calling doing death threats. No. They need to get her ass checked. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna check her motherfucking ass.
Okay.
I pulled her mama to the side. We was in that goddamn room. And I told her mom, I said, you need to check your daughter. I got 4 hours of motherfucking audio tape, videotape. You need to check that bitch and put her where she belongs. Cause her ass is like a loose cannon right now. Now people get up in box when they motherfucking ass like a loose cannon.
Okay, wait, calm down. I was waiting on the perfect time to interrupt because I can tell you upset. No, it's okay. Well, I'm trying to get an understanding. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so Faith is just upset with Jayla. Like, I don't understand. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. I'm like, what the fuck is she upset with Jalen? Jalen don't even say nothing to nobody. Jalen don't even want to be a part of this R. shit. To be honest with you, Jalen got some other shit going on. She don't even want to be a part of this shit. She could have been messing with Summer when Summer was saying all this shit about Offset. She could have easily done an interview with that shit. I told Jalen, leave that shit alone. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm trying to understand is, what is Summer to Faith? Because Kelly kept calling her sister.
Yeah, they've been growing up together since day one, from childbirth.
Also, this is just the type of shit they do. They just set celebrity. Well, I don't know. Because the Summer thing.
Yeah, you're right. You're saying the right thing. You're saying it right. They do this type of shit. All the mug shots and shit are fake. Oh, yeah. I said, this bitch, she don't know the fuck she fuck with. I don't fuck with people unless they fuck with me. If you fuck with me, then we got a problem. I don't fuck with people like that.
Oh, God. I don't know what to say. I didn't expect this.
No, she missed it in a motherfucker.
I can tell. I can tell.
I don't go off for hearsay. If you call and threaten my daughter and I overhear the conversation, that's not hearsay. That's a motherfucking threat. And my daughter don't give a damn about what's going on with Faith and whatever. I could have been exposed that bitch, but I didn't.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't know.
Anything you got on that bitch, let me know. I'm gonna get that bitch. She done fucked with the wrong one. And I hope her motherfucking brothers and daddy come for me. I'm gonna blow their ass off too. I want them to do something. I'm gonna fuck them up just well. Come on, bring the noise, motherfucker.
Oh, God. Okay.
I tried to not get upset. But the motherfucker don't know who they're fucking with.
I get it. It's just that, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, she all over the place. The mama can't control that little.
Well, maybe she all over the place because she. Now, if you heard what he said, she's all over the place. The mama can't control her, right? When I just let y'all hear that audio of Robert saying how she went off in that parking lot, and he was like, "Did you get your mind right yet?" And he was like, "I was expecting you to be humbled and say, you know, you was wrong, and that you you was acting crazy." And she was like, "Well, I don't think I was acting crazy. I just think I had a moment." So it's proof. It corroborates that she was out of pocket and that her parents couldn't control her, and she was out here doing some crazy stuff. Even though Tim Savage and them got cool at the end, but if you corroborate what Robert was saying in that phone call that she tried to say it was about her exposing that he gave her herpes, and listening to what Tim Savage said, it had to be some stuff behind the scenes that her parents couldn't control her. But she lied to TMZ and said that the phone call was about her exposing that Robert gave her herpes. But Robert clearly says when you did whatever you did in that parking lot? Did you get your mind right yet? And that's why her mom brags about them buying her breasts and all that stuff.
When it comes down to faith, I'm skeptical about faith. I don't know.
That bitch lying. I can let you listen to 4 hours of motherfucking tape. That bitch mama told her to go back and get some more motherfucking proof. I got this shit on motherfucking video and audio. I just trying to hold that shit because my daughter's in a situation. I got this bitch saying that on goddamn tape, video and audio. You can see her goddamn face saying that shit.
That's crazy as hell.
But I'm not messy like that. I just want my daughter out this shit. I don't want to get involved in that old dumb shit. That's between her and my kid. But when you start threatening my daughter, we got a whole nother motherfucking ball game. I'm not that nigga to be fucked with. And no, we can go to a professional level or we can go to the hood level. Whatever way you want to take it, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I am. It's just like Trio Brother. He always get blah, blah, blah. Nigga, this nigga didn't do shit.
Yeah, he was killing me.
And I told y'all when they was at the premiere that Jim Pratt was trying to fight Tim Savage and Drea up there trying to take up with Geronda on that interview she did recently and trying to make it seem like she there for victims, but you was down there trying to fight Jonjolin, Lisa Van Allen, and she was trying to run up on Cash Jones and was trying to get Jim Pratt to beat up Tim Savage. So how was y'all all supporting each other and supporting victims? That was a lie. And it's crazy how Lifetime got all this other footage, but they ain't let them leak one piece of footage of all of them trying to fight down at that hotel.
I'm like, nigga, what? Get the fuck, step the fuck back, nigga. It's about my daughter. All these niggas be about that ya shit, don't do shit. This ain't about that life, man. I ain't gonna never bag up from a nigga. I ain't never ran from a nigga, period.
Oh, shit. Oh, it's too early. Okay. Well, I'll see what I can find.
Anything you can find that bitch, I'm gonna fucking destroy that bitch.
I'll see what I can find. But let me take a shower because we got to get ready to check out soon, and then I gotta head to the airport. So I'm gonna call you back when I get out the shower.
Shower?
Yeah, I gotta take a shower.
Maybe I need to stay on the phone.
I'm gonna call you as soon as I get out the shower. All right, so.
Y'all heard him. Oh, you taking a shower? But maybe I need to stay on the phone. But he got a whole wife. But he was just using Cash to get information about his daughter. How? Cash didn't even know Rkelly. Cash didn't even know Joycelyn. So how was you using Cash and flirting with her to get information? No, that sounds dumb. But back to Faith Rogers. So the lawsuit that was dropped regarding Rkelly is the lawsuit from the beginning that the first attorney that got arrested, and then Jim Pratt, and I don't even know this girl name, this lady attorney, but her and Jim Pratt took over the case, and that's the lawsuit. And like I said, I believe Gloria Allred didn't pursue it because of the lawsuit that they won default for the Lifetime, of them claiming, they was emotionally distressed because of Don Russell, whatever. So wait a minute, I think I got this. Now this is the audio I want y'all to hear. Some of y'all might have heard it, but I think it's important to this whole factor because Faith Mom was a part of the case. Faith Mom came to New York, testified about Cash Jones' brother, cousin, whatever, having a gun, threatening them. But then cops on social media and say, oh, well, maybe it wasn't a gun. She cops on social media and say her daughter doesn't have herpes. She hops on social media and says that Cash is the one that told her that Don Russell was leaking those photos. And that's how Faith mom went and contacted the feds because Robert was exposing the text messages of Faith. Hey, daddy, I love you, daddy. Oh, this is what I'm wearing today, daddy. Oh, what you doing today, daddy? When I say that Robert was not even responding and she kept sending messages after messages. So when it was time for Robert to show his side, all of a sudden it was witness intimidation. All of a sudden it was Don Russell was attacking victims. Now, Robert don't have nothing to do with Don Russell put out on that page. I never seen that page. Now I seen the interview with Don Russell and uh 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 what's her name? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Her channel. And Faith Rogers body parts were never shown on there. And if they were, they would have been took that video down from her channel. Now they played that video when we was in the trial. And I guess that was just to show that Don Russell was on that platform. But again, her private areas was not shown on that video. All of that was a part of that civil lawsuit because remember, Robert wasn't charged yet with anything. They added Faith inside of the Rico because when Faith went to New York to see Robert, when he had that concert, when she went with her sister, that's when they claimed that she had sex with Robert in the back of the stage or the VIP or whatever. But that was his so-called girlfriend at that time. But of course they want to claim that he flew her out or she flew out there for the purposes of sex only. Then when she's talking about this hotel that Robert came and banging on the door at 6 a.m. First of all, if you didn't want to deal with him or nothing, how did he know what hotel you was at? How did he know what room door to knock on? You had to give him that information. If you didn't want to deal with him, why would you tell him where you at? Why would you tell him what hotel room you are in? So from the beginning, Faith and her mom and her dad been playing games from the rip. From the rip. And that's why Comedic exposed her on that stand. And he exposed that she's supposed to have herpes since 2013 and that the ex-boyfriend ran her over with a car. And that's why Texas never prosecuted Robert because they said it was not enough evidence for her claims. This is why it was so easy for her to get in the case in New York because the feds purposely used the Rico to bypass all of the stuff that you would regularly look at in a case, but the Rico covers them from having to being able to go to statute of limitations, jurisdiction. They get venue because of the Rico. And this is why Gloria Allred is now claiming, which I'm going to play, of, oh, no, Diddy isn't charged yet. But just like Rkelly's case, Diddy house was raided for an investigation of sex trafficking, etc. And it could be a Rico. So Gloria Allred is already pushing out there, like I've been saying, because everybody want to say, oh, that Cassie video, he can't be charged for that. If they get him on a Rico, yes, he can. Because they can bypass the statute of limitations. And all they need is for Cassie to get on the stand and admit to everything that she said in the lawsuit. She ain't got to say no more. She ain't got to say no less. Everything that she said in the lawsuit, she already put out there. So that's all they would need her to say on the stand. Same thing with Little Rod and the rest of these people that got these lawsuits. And if they do it by a Rico and try to prove that Diddy was a criminal organization and add his sons, because now his sons have lawsuits of women saying that they R-worded them and drugged them, that's how I think that they're going to try to get him. And the reason they put the video out, because they're alleging that the feds, the authorities put the video out, is because they wanted to sway the jurors, the potential jurors. You ain't gonna tell me, no matter what juries they get, if he has to go to trial, that they ain't see that video. That was to sway any potential jurors by seeing that video, in my opinion. So wait a minute, let me turn this audio on.
Well, you know what?
And
Tia's got
to
questions.
answer
Go
to
ahead,
wait,
Tia.
and I think I talked to you that day when he first approached me with that. He was saying he had like 20 something recordings. I'm like, that's not possible because I ain't even talked to this man all of them times. And I only spoke to him, I believe, one time about him. And that was it. Wanted to, first of all,
No, she's not Tammy Washington from Scandal Media. That's somebody else. To you, Tim.
Savage, is it Jonjolin?
No, I'm
That's
no.
right.
LA. Remember when Don
video, and he instantly responded. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, this and this and that. What's the
what I'm asking?
He was trying to work with me directly on some music stuff.
The AMI recording.
Because Tim was mad. I wasn't.
And when you a repayment plan
Playing with me, you think I don't know? And I was like, what? Come out, they got a video. And he instantly responded. You know what I'm saying? Like,
LA. Remember when Don was talking about on Surviving Rkelly that he was out there making moves and meeting people? The guy from Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles was one of the guys that he met. So he
and see, he
doesn't. His
told me that
family,
was his uncle or something like that.
yeah, it's not his uncle. I talked to his sister, and his sister said that he met this guy out there, and he came back to Chicago, and he fucking ran off on the plug with a motherfucker that wanted some weed from out of LA. He ran off on a big drug dealer, and he went out to LA to start his life with that $30,000. And in his process of going out networking, he met the guy that owned Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, and he just befriended him. And he told everybody, you know, like the fake R. Kelly sisters, that's what he did to the guy from Chicken and Waffles. So the sister told me that guy is no kin to him, no kind of way.
That makes sense. So, I ended up talking to Don by default because he called him, and then, you know, once Don got on the phone, he's like, well, who are you? What's your role? How do you know him? And, you know, now Don's curious and Don asking all these questions. So I'm like, oh, I said, so you didn't tell him? I was like, oh, well, I guess I got to start from the beginning, whatever my beginning was going to be, because I wasn't sure at this point. But he said, well, hold on. Let me get my charger. My phone's dying. That's what Don said. Julius instantly hangs up the phone. And he tells me, hell no, I don't want you talking to him. I should have listened to Julius, but whatever. So he tells me, hell no, like, hell no, I don't want you talking to him. So he was trying to call back or something like that, but I guess he must have just, he told Don whatever he told him, I guess that I got off the phone or whatever. So we didn't actually connect that night.
So this man went from the janitor all the way. Okay.
No, I'm going to answer your question. So we ended up having another conversation. Some kind of way, I don't remember what happened. He puts Don on the phone. And Don busts out and said, because I think Don knew Julius didn't want him to talk to me. So he talked real fast. It was like he wanted to get my number, get through the conversation just so he could connect with me. Because he was like, you know, I heard that you was a publicist. This man really needs a publicist. Like, you know, I could sit you down with him, this, and that. So in my mind, I'm thinking, jackpot. We finally got like a link.
Right.
to
Okay.
him because Julius wasn't moving on shit. So I'm like, okay, let's go with him. So all I know is Julius was acting scared. And he just was like, no. He was like, because I think I told him, well, I'm gonna be in Chicago next week, actually. And he was like, oh, perfect, whatever. And then Julius said, you know what, I'll come back. Because he was in California at the time. He was like, I'll come back and I'll connect the dots. I'll do it. Like, he was like, you sure? He was like, yeah, I'll do it. Don't worry about it. And I could tell, like, he really didn't want this to happen. You know what I'm saying?
So what I'm getting from Dunn, and this is just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Dunn wanted to be R. Kelly's managers, but the situation with Mute R. Kelly and the girls was getting in the way. So at this very moment, when he said,
Okay, so I can speed it up a little bit. I found the exact link so we can kind of move on. Now, you also going to hear in this audio that Larry admits that the reason that Cash Jones never went to jail is because of him. And he's going to say that. I meant, Cash Jones. Have you been arrested? You was in 2 federal indictments. And did you ever get charged? Have you ever got arrested? And she said no. He said, I would like to believe that I had a lot to do with that. And she was like, yes, you do. So that's why he was asking her for some type of paperwork or audio regarding Don's mom or something like that. But what you're going to hear is Faith mom and Cash going back and forth. But the reason I want y'all to hear this is because a lot of stuff is going to be said regarding the civil cases, Don Russell, and her admitting her daughter didn't have herpes, and that Robert tried to give her daughter herpes, and admitting that it wasn't no gun, but she got on the stand and said it was. That Robert sent Cash Jones and her cousin to intimidate her daughter and pulled out an envelope and said, oh, if you keep saying this about Robert, we're going to put this out and that. None of that happened. These people was eating dinner together and busting it up and all cool with each other at that premiere. But the way Faith Rogers' mom said on the stand was like Robert sent these people to intimidate and threaten her daughter. Never happened. But Cash is the reason why the mom found out that Don Russell was leaking whatever them photos that was on that page. I never seen them. So I can't really tell y'all that.
Everybody was
guys and stuff, right?
right. But see, the fact
Okay, here we go.
game, she was explaining to me why it was such a huge commotion at the hotel because I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't understand why everybody wanted to talk to me. I had no clue, period. So she let me know, you know what I'm saying? Listen, this is what's going on. They said that you was the mole, which was crazy to me because I had been dealing with the Savages. I had been to Chicago for the Savages, and it's a lot of stuff that people just don't know. They eventually will know, but it's a lot of stuff that people just don't know.
I mean, that's why I say, this is why a lot of narratives are being spun the way they're being spun, because you do have people out here speaking on the situation, but nobody is telling the full truth.
No, actually, Tears, I didn't come in with Angelo, but I actually knew the Savages before.
No, she said, and don't forget that Cash came in with the Savages as their publicist. But ain't it funny how when Michael Williams got arrested, that the news and the headliners were saying that R. Kelly's publicist Cash Jones sent her cousin to to set a fire at the Clary's house, and the Savages brought her in as a publicist. Isn't it funny how later on the news and the headliner gets put out that she was R. Kelly's publicist? R. Kelly never knew this girl. I told y'all I found out myself that Cash was staying in a hotel literally 10 minutes from Robert's studio, stalking this man. I'm not trying to hear she was undercover publicist or media. Well, why her media platform never did no big stories on R. Kelly, but she put out a book that wasn't supposed to be about R. Kelly, but the chapters in her book is all of his titles to his albums. Chocolate Factory, the R album, TP2. Why would you put the titles of the chapters in your book, the titles of this man's albums, if it's not about him? And then you're saying it's about this famous singer that you was in a relationship with, that beat on you, made you have sex with all these different women and threesomes and everything else, and how he would be on the award shows and all this on TV, but you ain't talking about R. Kelly? So Cash got a lot to do with too, this Faith Rogers stuff as well.
With the Savages.
No. I didn't come
Right?
in with the Savages. I was in months before I met the Savages. But the first
Right, you
person that
already-
I dealt with was
Was the
Angela's daughter. Nope, it was
Oh,
Angela.
okay. Okay. So when you first came into this whole sector in this camp of R. Kelly, your first approach initially was what towards R. Kelly? Did you approach R. Kelly and say, "Hey, I'm Cash Jones. I want to write a book on you," and
Oh
you
no,
know?
of course not. Of course not. I didn't tell him.
Ah.
Of course not.
So
No,
how
no.
did that? How did he get to know you?
How did he? Well, okay.
Right,
I'm
like
sorry.
how did
I'm
Kelly
looking
get
at
to
the
know
chat.
you? Like, don't get distracted with the chat, Mama. Don't get distracted with the chat. Look, how did he get to know you? Like you went up to him and said, "Listen, I have a deal, and I want to, know about your life." And
No,
Okay.
not
But
that
you're a
at all.
journalist, so that's why I'm asking. How
That's
did
what a
you
real journalist would have
approach the camp?
I was a journalist, but they weren't supposed to know I was a journalist.
How?
The problem started when they found out I was a journalist. That's where the problem started.
Okay, so you were under.
If you're a journalist, what are you hiding for? That's mind blowing to me. If you were a journalist and you wanted to get both sides and be unbiased, why were you going in like you was an undercover agent? Because that's what the Clarice asked her to do. See, when she first came out, she was working with Azriel's sister. Until Azriel's sister stopped giving her information and told her, "Oh, we gonna fight our fight through the streets." Or whatever. That's how we fight. So she stopped getting information from Azriel's older sister. Then she went through the Savages and became their publicist. They took her to Lifetime premiere, and all of a sudden, Tim Savage told the whole Lifetime staff that she was a mole for R. Kelly. And I don't think that was a coincidence. I think that was all a part of their plan, because the whole bomb and gun threat. I went to Don Russell's trial. The guy that testified who received the phone call said that the person that called and made the threat, I will keep saying this, that they had a New York accent. Why didn't they bring the audio of Don Russell making the threat? Don Russell admitted, yeah, he did call the police. But the guy who testified that got the phone call, he also said that he was threatened and that he was getting calls of threats and stuff. So Don Russell claimed he told him, "Man, we'll call the cops, call the emergency." Why didn't they bring in the audio of Don Russell calling, making a bomb or gun threat? Yeah, y'all had the evidence of the Star 67 that he called from his mom's house, but where is the audio of him saying a bomb threat or a gun threat? They never had that. They never provided it in the trial. And again, the guy said the person had a New York accent. Now, isn't it crazy how they get evacuated out the building? Tim Savage and them invite Cash Jones down there as their publicist. But when she gets there, she comes late. They already evaluated out the building. And John Gillen says to her, "I hope you didn't have nothing to do with this." Then Tim Savage flips on her and tell everybody she's a mole. And that her and her cousin works for R. Kelly. All of a sudden, a bomb and gun threat happens the same day when they knew she was coming. And they say that Faith Rogers' mom turns around and say that she came and threatened her and her daughter, and the cousin had a gun on her. Make it make sense. Why did they not have the audio of Don Russell? And I know a lot of people not a fan of Don Russell. I have admitted the things that I don't like that he did, but I'm going to stand on what's right and what's wrong. Why did they not provide the audio of Don Russell making a threat? Why not? If he made a gun or bomb threat, it's so easy to call 911 and get the dispatch recording. And it's funny how the Savages invites her, and this bomb and gun threat happens. She don't get arrested. She's in Don Russell's indictment. She's in Michael Williams' indictment. She's in the mix of all this stuff. R. Kelly don't know her. She placed herself in this man's life. But she's supposed to be an undercover agent. She working with Angelo. She working with the Savages. She's giving Tasha K stuff. Then when they all fall out, she's talking about the Savages. She's talking about the Rogers. Then she was giving the Rogers information at the premiere. This is how the Rogers went and told the prosecutors that Don Russell was attacking them. When Robert tried to put out his side to show that him and Faith didn't have no relationship or no abuse or none of that. And she said he locked her in a closet or in a room for hours and hours and lied on what is her name? Diane Copeland, and said like she was a part of it when that lady wasn't even around when Faith was around. So when did Faith get locked in a room for hours and hours? Then remember Faith said when she was at the studio with him, some way he had a gun or a gun holster and like made her stay there. But then Koenig say, but then a week later, you having sex with him in Texas? Oh, that was a different story. It was good, and we were okay, and the sex, it was different. We were happy or whatever. But you just said a week before he threatened your life with a gun and had the gun holster at the studio, like threatened you like you couldn't leave. But a week later, you was laying down with this man. Oh, that was different. What was different about it? You said the man threatened your life. And then when they played the video in court, when we was at the trial of Robert playing the piano inside the studio, it wasn't no threat. It was her watching him sing and play the damn piano. But that was supposed to be proof, I guess, of this threat with the gun and the gun holster in the studio. But you don't see him cussing her out. You don't see her looking scared. You see her sitting in the studio while he's playing the damn piano. But don't forget, she said that Robert locked her in a room for, I think, 24 hours.
Como se dice? Under disguise, in other words.
Listen, it was supposed to be that.
Okay. So now you went in and now you wrote this book. Now I read your book. I read it online. I did the thing. They took out my chapters 12 through 16 because it was so explicit.
Yeah.
They sure did. They deleted my video. So I got to do it all over again. I will be reading 12 through 16 again. Maybe you could be there for that. It'll be happening soon. When
you know, I know you have a lot of questions, but I think the best way for me to explain this would be in order because it's a lot of moving parts.
Okay.
And it might not make sense.
Okay. So go ahead. You got the timeline. Go ahead.
Okay, so I entered this situation with Angelo's daughter. This is the person who actually made the suggestion about going undercover after R. Kelly's assistant, publicist, all of these people quit.
Okay.
So that's where this started.
Okay. So in other words, Azriel came to you with the offer like, hey, look, there's a position that could be open.
Okay, wait a minute. You know what? Wait a minute. Because Tears, I wish she could get up here. I really do. Tears, let me explain something to you, Mama. You think you know what's going on because I can tell like you are speaking with such conviction, but you just have inaccurate information. Yeah, trust me. I saw the Rogers Lifetime interview. I was contacted by Lifetime. I was actually supposed to be on the second part of Lifetime. I still have that contract. They had to let me know what was being said. I also have an entire recording, and I guess people think I really don't have this recording because it hasn't been released yet, but I actually have an entire recording of the dinner with the Rogers and Summer Bunny, who was present, and my colleague from the magazine, who was also present, because it wasn't just me, Kelly, Faith, and my cousin. There were also other individuals who were present. And in that conversation, the conversation is an hour and 30 minutes long. You will hear no threats. You will hear laughter. You will hear food being ordered. I paid for Kelly's dinner, not because she didn't have the money, but I just paid for it because, you know, we met up quickly. So she left her wallet at the hotel.
Okay.
And another thing about that night that people have confused, because I saw a lot of this with Dawn, I never made it to the screening. So let's be clear. Was I talking to Dawn, you know, days leading up to the screening and stuff like that? Yes. Was I trying to get in good on that side? Yes. But the first night with the dinner and all of that, did they actually have a dinner Lifetime? Yes, they did. Jonjolyn wanted me to be there, but I was still in Miami. So while Dawn is thinking that I'm in New York and, oh my God, I was supposed to be at this dinner, but they won't let us in. And he's like, okay, well, stay away if you're not supposed to be in. I wasn't even in New York. I was in Miami. The feds know that. I was not there. The next day, I'm giving him a play-by-play of stuff I'm not even present for. I'm literally like getting off the plane like, oh yeah, you know, we're doing interviews right now. Da da da. If you hear me calling you Rick, then you know.
Right, because they had conversations, text messages between you guys and stuff. Right.
Right. But see, the feds know I was never there. So there is no way that I could have really been in it with him because I wasn't there. Like when we got.
Well, how wasn't you there? But in the indictment, they got text messages with you and Don right before the gun/bomb threat. And she admits that Don called her right after the ambulance and the police showed up. And she was getting in the truck with her cousin and her coworker, and Don was laughing. And she said, oh no, you out of pocket. And he said, oh, what they doing? What everybody doing? They scared or whatever. And that was her way of saying she knew that he had did it. Okay? So what do you mean you was in Miami and you were lying to Don? But you were talking to him right before the gun/bomb threat because the text messages was in the indictment. When he asked you, did the ambulance show up? Is the cops out there? And you were relaying everything back and forth to him.
So in other words, just saying that Don used you to kind of cover up his tracks.
Well, I would really say that Don got played because he thought he had a partner in me, I guess you would say, but I'm a journalist. First,
how did Don get played when you talking to his mom? They got text messages of you and Don's mom for months and months. His mom was even sending Cash articles about Michael Williams when Michael Williams got indicted. I showed y'all mad receipts of Cash saying that it was a lie that her cousin was being accused of the fire and that we were dumb and that we were going to be salty when it came out in court that the government was setting all this up and that her or her cousin would never put their life in jeopardy to go and start a fire at Angelo's house. And I thought Angelo said that Rkelly sent somebody to do it. Now he's saying my cousin and me did it. But then when he got indicted and got arrested, all of a sudden you ain't hear nothing from her. But when he first got indicted, before he got arrested, she was still saying that Michael Williams didn't do nothing. And when I went to his sentencing, how I knew that she played him too, because she didn't show up to that man's sentencing. She didn't write a letter for the judge. That's how I found out that he had a wife and a stepdaughter and all that, because they all showed up for him. Cash wasn't there for none of that. But she told everybody that was her cousin. Then all of a sudden, he R-worded you. The same cousin that you was taken up for when he got indicted. So when did he R-word you? after he got arrested, then you came out and said it to try to separate yourself from Michael Williams? Because you were taking up for him even when he got indicted. Don's mom sent her an article about Michael Williams. So when did he R-word her? She played a lot of role in the back of the scene with the Rogers and the Savages. But somebody that don't even know R. Kelly.
Well,
Right, you have an oath.
Any
That's another thing. You have an oath that you took, right, as a journalist. And you have to go by code and ethics. Am I correct?
Yeah, but I didn't.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's why a lot of people that do know what your profession is are confused as to what happened. Why is it that you were able to be the face of R. Kelly and people are throwing you in the mix of the thing because allegedly you had to deal with some type of form of intimidation towards witnesses?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. But Kelly, I understand that you have to keep up your act because you went as far as telling the feds this story. It was already messed up when you went on Lifetime. And I'm saying this respectfully. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but it was already messed up enough when you went on Lifetime and you told this story. The only reason they didn't use my name is because I threatened to sue them. I still have the conversations and
The only reason they didn't use her name because she threatened to sue them. But on the last Surviving R. Kelly, when they came down to the trial and was outside recording, when Faith Rogers' mom, while her daughter was testifying, the day that she wasn't in court, she's standing outside across on the bench while we out at lunch. And she's on a FaceTime with Lanita Carter. While Lifetime, one of their executive producers, is standing right next to her recording. She's pointing over at Glenda. Oh, Jonjolyn told me that that's Joycelyn's handler. And that's why y'all didn't see me on them videos of Lifetime because I knew who they were when I was down there at the trial. They didn't have them big old cameras and equipment. They had regular little iPhones and made it look like they were regular people just asking questions. But I knew that they were Lifetime. When I seen them with Javante, with Faith Rogers' mom, walking back and forth with the Savages, because the Savages only came one day. So, Faith Rogers' mom, they needed the Lifetime needed footage for that last Surviving R. Kelly.
Call.
They didn't have
Incoming call.
They didn't have no storyline.
Incoming call.
So for her to say that they didn't post her because she had threatened to sue is a lie. They put out her name, her picture, her mugshot, everything, and they attached her to Don Russell and Michael Williams.
Incoming
talking to producers, and they knew that the story was not real because I had to let them know
Hey,
that there
Unique.
was no gun. I had to let them know that the story was not real. That was the reason why my name was not used.
No, her name was
The night
used.
that it aired, on Lifetime, I contacted the producers. I still have those messages when I was like, y'all are total scum because you know the truth, yet you still let them go on national TV and tell this lie. Their explanation, oh, Cash, we tried to get you to come on and tell your side. And I'm like, why would I have to come on and tell my side to something that's not true and you know it's not true? But they wanted the juice. They wanted those stories, period.
So that's, oh boy.
And I'm not snitching on myself because I didn't do anything. So there's nothing to snitch on.
Right, right. Mama Rogers.
And when I interviewed with Larry, I don't know if y'all remember that, he took it down because Larry tried to cut me off before I got to that point. And this was years ago, before that drop. I'm pretty sure y'all remember when I got upset and I said, you lied to Lifetime on me. And she was in the chat and said, how would you know what I said to Lifetime in my interview?
Mm.
And it's okay because the recording is going to come out publicly. So everybody is going to hear on a large platform what took place.
Do you still have your podcast, Trapped in the Saga?
None of that stuff was ever real. See, this is why I'm saying when the story comes out, you'll see what was what, but none of that stuff was ever going to be a real podcast. Certain things were done because of certain people I was dealing with behind the scenes and what they thought.
And what about the other book that you have that was supposed to be out? I forgot the title of it.
I am coming out with a book, but you know, those books, they were all dummies. It was all stuff just to throw people off. Or when you're dealing with people behind the scenes and people think that you're a part of something with them, certain things have to be done, or certain things may have to be said to convince them. So, I mean, it'll all come together when it comes together. But people are still going to have...
And I guess that's why Angelo, when he split up from her, he said that her and Tim Savage was trying to launch a movie. So I guess we probably going to be hearing that soon, too.
Well, people in this sector are still going to have their opinions until they hear or see something that they just can't deny.
Right. That's exactly like what I was saying before. There's people out here who are involved, who are speaking their truths, but they're only saying half truths because somehow, some way, they have to protect something.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing. For me, like, I'm admitting my faults. Like, when you do see what does come out, I'm going to be 100% transparent about every mistake I made, what I did do versus what I didn't do.
Right.
And you can keep saying I covered my ass so that I didn't get arrested, but you can't cover anything from the federal government. This is not the state police. This is not the county police. These are the feds.
Well, why did you say to us, because I got the receipts, that they were lying? You said the government was lying and that your cousin and you had nothing to do with the fire. And that Angelo said it came from Robert's team. But as soon as your cousin got arrested, you went quiet. But you said we was going to be looking dumb when it come out in court. So when she was taking up for Michael Williams, I'm confused of, what did he tell you he didn't do it? Like, I'm confused.
So I would be arrested had I done the things that have been said.
So have you ever apologized to the Rogers as far as your involvement?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought about apologizing to the Savages.
Okay.
But when it came down to the Rogers, like I said, I had respect for them. But once the situation happened where there were things that weren't true that were said about me, it made me feel away, as it would make anybody feel away. It would make anybody feel away. I had the utmost respect for Kelly and Faith. And when I sat at that table, she cannot say that I did not say to Faith, like, you're young, you're beautiful, you're this. Right. Faith was upset. Faith was going through the motions. Hell, a gun threat had just been called in. So Faith didn't even stay at the table as long as me and Kelly and, the others did or whatnot.
Right.
But,
So,
well,
Mama Rogers just said that you have her number and that you're free to call her. If you guys, want to like hash that shit out behind the scenes. I mean, I just feel one adult to another that this whole thing with R. Kelly has ruined a lot of lives. Yes, exactly what you said there. It's got out of hand. And people's lives are ruined behind sticking up for this man who people really don't know.
Oh, and
but
I'm
they
not
idolize him.
Wait a minute. I'm not ignoring the car. It's just a lot to unpack. But when it comes down to the car, no, I didn't send anybody. Like, did he go? Yeah, he went, and whatever happened.
Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second, Mama. One of my girls has a question for you, Cash. She just called in. It's keep R. Kelly down. Go ahead, keep.
Why did you call R. Kelly and said that they are planning to rip him apart on Gayle King interview? What was the purpose of giving him that information? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, did you hear her, Cash? Oh, I think Cash might be having an issue.
I'll get off.
Hold on. No, wait, Mama. She do you hear us, Cash?
I can hear you now.
Okay, she can hear us now. Go ahead, keep.
Yeah, what was the purpose of calling R. Kelly and saying that they are planning to rip you apart? What was the purpose of that phone call to give them that information?
Okay, when that took place, when that happened, I was in the middle of all of these people. So it's a lot of different things that I witnessed. So at this point, honestly, I saw things that were not necessarily good. And I'm not going to say coming from the Savages, I'm not going to say coming from the Rogers, because after, like a little bit after the screening night or whatnot, I wasn't speaking to them. But, then I started dealing with Angelo. So there were things that I saw that was going on that weren't right. And at this point, you have to understand whether Tim is saying that he told me people were lying just because he was trying to get information or not, you still have to understand the impression that I'm under. Because I went in 1000% believing what Tim was telling me. So at that point, when you got Tim telling me, oh, wait a minute, well, this person is not being honest and this is going on. Now, he says now that he was just saying that because he was trying to get information from me. But at that time, if that's the impression I'm under and y'all telling me people are being dishonest and you telling me is different stuff going on. So now I'm gonna look at it with like, hell, well, did the dude do all the stuff you saying he's doing?
Well,
So when you got so many people that's trying to play a role, because to me that's what it seemed like it is. It was a lot of infiltration. It was a lot. My cousin does not wear a gun on his hip. My cousin was already a felon. He could not even have a gun, Tears. He couldn't travel with a gun. He couldn't be in New York with a gun. We couldn't get through an airport with a gun.
He wasn't there, so was he there or was he not there? Because
wait, was who there?
Stories.
Say that again, say it again, Mama.
This is a problem because there's reports saying that the cousin wasn't there, and then now it's reports that he was there.
Wait, he was where? He was where?
He was there at the restaurant?
Yeah, okay, let's be clear about this. We never made it to the screening. We never made it to the screening. I was already running late. So by the time that we were about to hit the corner to park, Jonjolin was already calling me and saying, it's over, it's over. Somebody called in. I don't know if it was a gun or a bomb, but somebody called in a threat. So she's like, just come to the hotel. Everybody's going to the hotel. So that's how I ended up with them. I never actually made it to the screening.
Okay. So
none of us did.
Let's talk about this screen because the court documents also have your name, Cavante Jones, and those text messages with Don Russell.
Right.
Right. Maybe she wasn't on when I said this earlier. When I was texting Don, I
was here.
I was not where I said I was. And the feds know that. So when I was telling Don, oh yeah, I'm here, I was still in Miami. When I eventually got to the hotel and stuff, we're at the hotel. We're not at the screening. And Jonjolin knows that we never made it to the screening.
I'm talking to you about your name being mentioned that you exchanged text messages.
Right. I'm not denying the text, love. What I'm telling you is Don was being played. He thought I was at the screening. I was never at the screening.
Yeah, but how was that him being played when he texted you saying, is the cops out there? Is the ambulance out there? And you responded. And you said that Don was on the phone laughing. So how was Don being played? That was correct. They had communication of you and Don right after the gun/bomb threat. And you basically insinuated that it was Don. You're saying you wasn't arrested because you didn't do nothing. No. Larry says on his audio that you weren't arrested because of him. And yo, Faye Rogers' mom about to come on.
She was
places.
She played him. She made him think that she was there, but she really wasn't.
Right. The places he thought I was, I wasn't. He thought I was in New York a whole day before I ever even made it to New York.
What does that matter? We're talking about when the bomb gun threat happened. That's what we're talking about. We don't care if you capped him up the day before and you came later than you told him you did. You were talking to him after the incident took place. You were talking to him right before it took place. Right before Jonjolin, you talked to Jonjolin and she told you that they were being evaluated. You just was talking to Don. Because he called you and asked you, did you see ambulance? Did you see cops? And you responded. So it don't matter if you play him the day before. You were still associating with him and his mom. You, Michael Williams, and Don's mom. You were associating with Angelo. That's how Angelo met Michael Williams that night at the premiere. You were associating with the Savages. You put your nose in stuff that had nothing to do with you and then went and made a profit off of this man and put out a book. But Robert's such a threat. Robert's so abusive. But she admitted that when she told Robert what she did, guess what he told her? That he forgave her. He forgave her for putting out that salacious behind book that all them accusers ran with the same lines in the book. And then put out a part 2 right before his trial in New York. She dropped it in June. The trial started at the end of August. You was that hard up on money? You work with the media, but you ain't have no other stories to tell? Why you ain't tell a story about you and Angelo relationship? How Don was trying to get with you. Every man that she approached, even she had what's his name? The one that DJ. What is his name? The one that Angelo hacked her phone and found out she was talking to Block Bender. Talking about she got in a new relationship. She was seeing somebody else, and Angelo hacked their phones and called and threatened him to stop talking to her. No, she put that man in that. She wanted to see Angelo and him going back and forth, and Angelo attacking that man. And she probably the one that gave Block Bender the picture of Azriel sitting on Robert's lap, because Angelo said he only gave it to her and Larry. And when the picture came out of Azriel, where they tried to say she was so young and had on a school uniform, sitting on Robert's lap, taking the picture, looking in his eyes and all of that, Block Bender had put it out. And then Angelo started attacking Block Bender. How did Angelo dox Block Bender and had that man information and was able to hack into her phone to get their text messages? She went from man to man to man to man to man. Use what she got to get what she want, and convinced us that Michael Williams was her cousin, but then he R-worded her. That wasn't her real damn cousin. She probably was been sleeping with that damn man. And that's why in his indictment, they said that he knew about Rkelly's case because he was at the grand jury standing in the hallway while she was testifying to the grand jury.
See, what's excuse me. So what would be the purpose of doing all of that? You want to play him, say that you're in Miami. I mean, you're not in New York, you're in Miami. Like,
well, because the point was we were trying to get close to the camp. Right. So they're not going to just
You see this narrative? We trying to get close to the camp. Kept trying to make it seem like it's this like this gang, this criminal organization. Ain't no damn camp. Robert, his employees and friends and guys that he calls his brothers that he knew for decades. Ain't no damn camp. This is why the whole narrative started. It was a criminal organization. Everybody want to talk about the camp, the circle, like it was like this gang. Oh, they're not just gonna let you get in the camp. Girl, this ain't no damn secret society club. This was a man who had employees who was promoting the R. Kelly brand, R. Kelly music, and R. Kelly. This wasn't no damn secret society criminal club or something. Oh, they ain't just gonna let you sneak in the camp. That's why she was staying at the damn hotel for weeks, stalking Robert, trying to go over to the studio. She really put her life in danger. That she literally flew to Chicago, stayed in a hotel near the studio, just so she could stalk this man. Don't know nothing about Chicago. Don't know nothing about what she get herself into. Just to get a story? But you work for a media platform? Stop it.
You in the camp, period. Now, was it messy? Yes, it was messy. But the point is, if somebody, feels like you're helpful, or they feel like you're doing this or you're doing that, then it's like, okay, I could fuck with this person because she helping me out, she doing whatever. So yeah, I think she's that's what it was.
I can't. This is sad. This is actually sad.
It could be sad, but it's the reality of what happened.
Crazy.
It's no different than an undercover agent. Like, they're going to say and do.
Investigative journalists sometimes they go.
Can y'all believe she called herself an undercover agent? Where is her credentials to this? Because I'm thinking if she worked for this media platform, what is it, hip hop, what was it, hip hop news, I think, or hip hop media? Why she ain't get a damn Emmy award for her and her investigative work? Because Shabazz said that he invited her to come to some event he was doing for George Floyd, and because I guess because she claims she in media, and not only did she show up late, she didn't come on time, she wasn't prepared. So what type of media are you doing? Now writing up like bloggers on YouTube, articles of different things that's going on with celebrities and all that. That's the only thing I've seen of her work. But for you to be so connected to this R. Kelly thing, why wasn't that a main big headline and for your company that you work for? You should have got an Emmy award for all of the work you did. Like, you was involved in these people's lives. You start getting a relationship with Angelo. You told us that Michael Williams was your cousin. I think allegedly you were sleeping with the man the whole time. But to separate yourself from him, you told the world he R-worded you. When did he do it? Because when he got indicted, you were still out here going to bat for him. So when did he R-word you? He got arrested after that. So did he R-word you prior and you just kept it in and didn't say anything? But then you was willing to deal with Angelo knowing he was a married man. You was willing to let Tim Savage flirt with you knowing he was a married man. You didn't check Tim Savage and say, oh no, don't do that. You know, I'm cool with your wife. No, that ain't cool, Tim. No, don't do that. And then as soon as you start beefing with them, you went and gave the audio to that blogger. But you claim you didn't. You gave it to Don. And I guess Don gave it to her. But you was running around recording people and everything. Tasha K brought up your name and said you were one of the people that also was giving her information. You put yourself in this situation. And if I was Robert, I would have sued the living hell out of you. But what did he tell you? He accept your apology.
Go really deep undercover to really get their story. And you know what? Cash Jones went too deep and found herself in shit that she can't stand in. Am I right?
You don't need to be an investigative journalist because there's a lot of reputable investigative journalists that got themselves in deep shit and knew how to come out.
Yeah, but what you have to understand is this was my first time ever being involved in anything like this. Did I get in over my head? Most definitely. Most definitely.
Right.
But like I said, y'all are going to believe what you want to believe. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But I'm giving you the explanation as to why I'm not arrested.
Right. Right.
Now you have to know that. You have to know that if I really did the things that are being said, I would have been arrested.
Why, if Larry says on this audio that he was the reason that you weren't arrested? If you turn on Don and say Don did all this, Don did that, why would you be arrested? And if Larry has some type of connection with the feds to get you out of something, why would you be arrested? If you throw everything on Michael Williams, why would you be arrested? Because the jury in Don's case couldn't understand why you weren't in court when your name is all throughout the indictment. 2 indictments. Got you on several text messages, several communications back with Don Mom, Michael Williams. I'm confused. And then they said you testified to the grand jury. And that Michael Williams was there standing in the hallway. You introduced Angelo to Michael Williams. They start hanging with each other outside of you. And he lived in Florida as well. Why did your cousin go and do what he did? And you came out your mouth and said, like I said, that Michael Williams wasn't the only one in that car. That he went down there with somebody else. Somebody else was in that car with him when they went and did that. Why did he do what he did to Angelo? Because when I went to his sentencing, he told Judge Donnelly that he was high off cocaine. And that he did not know that those other people was in the house, as if he was only targeting Angelo. She would not let him finish his sentence. She kept telling him, let your attorney talk. Let your attorney talk. He kept saying, listen, I already took a plea. I might as well say my side of the story. They would never let him speak. And I know that man got to be getting out by now, or he's already out, because he took a 5-year plea. Good behavior, he would have been out before 5 years. I'm surprised having nobody reached out to him, wrote to him in jail, because he should be able to tell his side of the story. Why did he go to do that to Angelo? What took place? As Riel said on the stand, that her dad was trying to sell her for bricks. The lady from Team Truth said that Angelo told her he was getting back into the game in the streets. Was he dealing with Michael Williams on some drug activity? What was it? Why did Azriel bring up bricks? What was him and Michael Williams' relationship outside of camp? What were they doing? Why was Michael Williams saying he high off cocaine? So apparently he's around that, or that's his recreational drug. I don't know. But Azriel said bricks. I don't know what you're talking about, bricks of marijuana. I don't know what you're talking about, bricks of cocaine. But she said bricks pertaining to drugs. Why the hell would this man come and start a fire and all of that? Did Angelo owe them money? Did Angelo run off with the bricks? What took place? You told Angelo he R-worded you. I don't believe that he came and started a fire because him and Angelo was arguing about him R-wording you or nothing. Nah, I don't believe that. It had to be something way more than that.
Well, there's a lot of people that should have been arrested in this R. Kelly case, and they're not, honey. Because in reality, they want the shark. They don't want the little fish.
Yeah, but that's because most of them testified in grand jury. That's why. Because if he was an innocent, he should have more than 5 defense witnesses.
This is a fact.
The only reason he had 5 defense witnesses is because the I always be forgetting his name. That account, the account that I'm always telling y'all about, that account that the lawyers, that the money that was in that the IOTA account. If it's not enough funds in there to cover the person for witnesses, for their transportation, hotel, it's nothing they can do. They can only go off the budget that's in the IOTA account. The same thing that Doug Anton claimed, that the defense fund that he had was being seen over by the government. Bullcrap. Because Doug Anton never had an IOTA account. But Robert's attorneys in New York, they had an IOTA account. That's the IOTA account that the PI used to fund the witnesses who came. And then you had to be careful on what witnesses you did bring, because the prosecutors was going to eat them up. Like they did the guy Larry. They start bringing up his background about when he was arrested. To me, the only 2 good witnesses was the AR Julius, and I forget the other guy name that was working with Robert, the light skinned one that I talked to that day he testified. I think his name is, it start with a D. And him. But everybody else, they was ramshacking them. Pulling up their record, pulling up this, that, and the third. And the guy Larry that was retired police officer that was working for Robert, they was running all through his background and everything else. And he was supposed to be around when Javante, Aaliyah, and Tiffany claimed they was around. So that's why they couldn't bring certain people on the stand either, because some people was complicit. And then you have to remember, they're going to bring up your if you have a criminal record and stuff. And then you got Comedic just coming on in June. Nicole and Tom, they were supposed to also have witnesses and all that prepared. But the PI could only work on what he could work with. That's why he had 5 witnesses. And people forget It's the government's job to prove the case, to prove your guilt. A defense don't really got to say nothing. They ain't even got to bring no witnesses if they don't want to. That's not what they have to do. So people act like the defense is supposed to bring thousands of witnesses. It's the government's job. They have the burden of proof. The defense don't have to say anything.
No one cannot, anybody with logical common sense can see just from that alone, there was no way this dude getting out of it, and he ain't coming out of the Illinois case, he ain't gonna win the appeal.
Right.
So it's like sit back and watch and enjoy the show.
Tears.
What's mind blowing to me is that
person who was actually present with my cousin when this took place. And I found that out, of course, through the lawyers and everything when he was going through what he was going through. And I had the opportunity to speak with that person. Actually, Angelo shot at my cousin and this person, and then they lied to the police and told the police they were shot at. So, you know.
Y'all heard that, right? When I told y'all that Angelo was shooting 2 years ago, everybody kept telling me, no, the other side said that the person shot at Angelo and them. If you pay attention to the police call, when the mom first said, when they asked her, well, what do the person look like? She said it was a woman. Then she said, oh, my son just said a man. And that they were chasing them. So how the hell was the person they chasing shooting at them? But she said she learned through the lawyers that it was not only her cousin, but it was somebody else with him too.
How to get.
But that person didn't get arrested. Just her cousin did.
What you have to understand is this was my first time ever being involved in anything like this. Did I get in over my head? Most definitely. found out that there was another person who was actually present with my cousin when this took place. I found that, of course, through the lawyers and everything when he was going through what he was going through. And I had the opportunity to speak with that person. Actually, Angelo shot at my cousin and this person, and then they lied to the police and told the police they were shot at. So, you know.
Oh, so you see, she's still calling him her cousin, but yet and still he R-worded her. Come on, make it make sense. I think she made up that whole R thing to separate herself from him with indictment. Because she still got in trouble off of conspiracy. Because she brought the cousin around. So how did the person that was with your cousin that night tell you that Angelo and them shot at them and all of this, but that person ain't never been arrested, that person's name ain't never been brought up, just your name and Michael Williams?
It depends on how much information you really want to know, sweetie, because you really got the story wrong. You really got the story wrong.
So y'all about to hear Faith Mom come on and Larry.
So, you know, I mean, girl. And how do you feel about your cousin being in jail right now with all this mess? How did he get involved? Did he really know R. Kelly, or was he just because he had to back?
No, R. Kelly would never let a man around him with me. I tried my hardest, even when I was dealing with BuzzFeed. I tried my hardest. I was talking to production, trying to figure out how to get my cousin in there with me because I didn't necessarily know if I was safe based on everything I was hearing. And, you know, them finding out I was a journalist and everything. And for him, it was like, hell no. If you can't come by yourself, then no. Like, so he's never been around my cousin, never talked to my cousin or anything like that. But Angelo has. You know what I'm saying? So.
Right. So that's pretty much basically why they probably didn't attach your cousin to R. Kelly, because in reality they had evidence that he really didn't know him.
But they attached it in the media. They attached it in the public.
Yep.
Right. I mean, but you know, the ones who are really into this like me knew better. You know, a lot of us know better what's going on. So
yeah, but everybody knew better. But they sat up there and let Azriel and them run with the narrative, because this is when Larry didn't like her. And Larry was over there saying that Cash had something to do with the fire. This is when Larry was, and they said that R. Kelly sent his team to do the fire. All of a sudden, Azriel posted pictures with her behind a car that didn't even work, when initially the fire was to her mom and dad's rental. And the reason that car caught on fire, because the mom said on the phone to the fire department, hurry up, because we can't move the other car. We don't have the key and the battery's dead. But he made it seem like the attack was on that little blue car. And said that R. Kelly sent somebody to do that and put it right on R. Kelly. And he didn't want his wife to know everything he was doing with Cash, so he threw Cash right under the bus.
We figured that it basically had to do with beef between you and Angelo. Is it true?
I believe so.
Okay.
I do. I believe so. And I mean, it's other elements to that.
Right.
It's a lot of stuff that was going on behind the scenes with me and Angelo. So
yeah, because of beef between you and Angelo. I don't believe it. And if that is the case, your ass should be in jail. You should be in jail. You shouldn't feel comfortable to say, oh yeah, I believe it, dude. Like you just this chick that got this moving out, gonna go burn people up, and you ain't, you innocent? Like basically none of this took place if you never introduced your cousin Angelo. Angelo ain't never was trying to be all freaky dealing with you. But it's cool for you to say you think it has something to do with you.
The draggings on YouTube.
Yeah, and you know, I saw that interview you had as well with Toxic Diamond, and you were talking about Tim Savage flirting with you or trying to get with you and things of that nature. Were you being honest then? Like, did it just go as far as just flirtation, or was there more?
No, there wasn't anything more. Like, honestly, Tim could have been trying to. I don't know. Tim said he was trying to get information, but the thing is, you didn't have to flirt to get information.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
so that's
there was no need for that.
Sometimes, you know, we do that too. Women, we like to flirt, bat our eyes, you know, just so we can get that free drink and shit.
No. You don't do that when you in a marriage with a woman over 20, 30 something years. That don't make no sense. You just met Cash. Cash had no connection to Joycelyn. Cash didn't even have connection to Robert. She was trying to use Julius and Don and everybody else to get to Robert. So that was bullcrap. And it's funny how Angelo and Tim used the same line. Oh, I only used her to try to get information for my daughter. She wasn't connected to either one of your daughters. She wasn't even connected to Rkelly. So what was she going to help give y'all? No, y'all were flirting with her because that's what y'all do. And that's what Angelo White said, that she tired of being cheated on. That's what Jonjolin, that wasn't the first time. The guy that worked at the car shop with Tim said that he was messing with some other chick. That wasn't the first time they wouldn't have did it. They don't know Cash. This is a whole stranger. And you mean to tell me that that girl is that bad that they was able to, knowing all this stuff going on with their daughters, that they're gonna flirt with her and all it is just to get information to help them get their daughters? That's bullcrap. And you in a happily marriage? Are you serious? You about to risk it all because of that? Stop it.
You know, you know, just like the conversation that ended up getting leaked. I wasn't flirting with Tim. I was talking about something totally different.
But you didn't stop.
You know what I'm saying?
You didn't stop
him. Comment, but it wasn't that
and
deep.
You laughed.
You know, so I'm not going.
You didn't stop him from flirting.
Go into all that. It wasn't that deep.
And her cousin was on the phone.
And there definitely was nothing that happened between me and Tim.
Okay. I'm about to call Mama Rogers because I gather she wants to speak with you.
Here y'all go.
So I'm gonna call her real quick. Let me get her on the line.
This is when they go back and forth.
Let me go on mute for a moment.
And the same day that Faith Rogers' mom and Cash had this conversation was the day before Don Russell had went to court. So this was all near the New York trial. And when Don Russell was going to court for their case, far as the other case, not the bomb threat, the gun threat. So this was all around that time. Don Russell didn't even go to trial yet. And Faith was on that platform saying that she told Faith Rogers' mom, all that stuff. She was on that platform saying, Larry saying that he was the reason she was out of jail. And Don Russell didn't even go to trial yet. And she was on that platform pointing the finger at Don. That's why I said if Don would have had his attorney listening to these YouTube streets, she stated all this stuff before he went to trial.
Jesus, y'all really believe that somebody would really put their life on the line for Angelo? Okay. It's crazy. I heard the 911 call sound like you was there. Which 911 call are you talking about?
This is people in the comments, y'all, that's coming at her. Because they were taking up the Rogers and the Savages. And I want y'all to listen very closely how this lady that's supposed to be first lady of the church, how she's going to talk to her, how this lady talks, okay? And we wonder why Faith Rogers, where's she getting from? And why Robert said basically that she was mental and had issues. Why Tim Savage said that her parents couldn't control her. Watch how you hear the mother talk, but she's supposed to be a first lady of the church. Always in these YouTube streets, always in the comments, on Twitter, and bloggers. Oh, I wonder is your God gonna save R. Kelly now and all that. This is the mother. But it's supposed to be about your daughter's well-being. But you all up in these YouTube streets in the mess.
My cousin doesn't have federal charges because of me. My cousin has federal charges because of his decisions.
No. Because it is a decision. But you just said you think
Mama Rogers, they're calling you, baby. Pick up the phone.
But she just said she think that her cousin Angelo was fighting over her. But her cousin got charges because of his actions. Now I don't know if y'all remember when Kay
Call me back, Mom.
That her grandmom's bush outside her house got set on fire. Y'all remember that? She said somebody had set her grandma's bush outside her
Sorry
house
about that,
on fire.
Say about Tears. That's your sister, but she's interested.
Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Here we go. So the people that's just coming in, we just reviewing some audio, because Robert was the civil case where him and Faith Rogers was thrown out. Now, when I looked at the documentation, it basically stated because there was no show of an attorney over 3 to 4 times, so it was automatic default judgment thrown out. And like I said, that's when Lee Merritt and that female who I showed y'all the video of, that's when they had got that civil case. I don't know why Gloria Allred didn't pick it up because she is Faith's attorney right now, but probably not because of the lawsuit with the bomb and gun threat is over $150 million. So that's probably why she didn't care about this this other case, which it was thrown out.
Didn't know about Angelo if you didn't tell him then.
And I don't know if I'm right or not, but do y'all remember like 3 months ago when it was stated that Faith Rogers' mom was supposed to be doing a deposition and answering some questions regarding things that was claimed in the lawsuit and about the herpes and stuff? So I thought that the lawsuit also was thrown out because of that. I don't think the mom ever participated in the deposition because their lawsuit was about the herpes, them trying to silence Robert regarding them saying that it was 10 guys that was gonna come forward and speak about their relationships with her. The messages of her sending Robert pictures and hey daddy, I love you, I miss you. And what else was it? It was something else I can't think. Oh, when she traveled to New York to see Robert, they was together then. That's when she came with the sister that's on the screen. This was at the show. And that was one of the charges where they claimed she had sex with Robert in the back of the stage or the VIP room. I think either it was oral sex or regular sex, but they were supposed to be a couple then. So it wasn't like that was the first day she met him or nothing. And like Greenberg said, they want to say enabler as well. Was her sister enabler? She the one that went to the concert with her. She the one that knew whatever her sister was doing, the nasty in the back of the concert. So that was one of the charges of the Mann Act, I believe. It was because of her flying into New York to that show with the sister and her and Robert she claims, had sex in the back of the stage. So y'all can believe that if y'all want, but I don't believe it.
First of all, sweetheart, my cousin met Angelo the same night that I met Angelo at the hotel after the screening. So my cousin met Angelo in person. My cousin had Angelo's phone number. Angelo had my cousin's phone number. They've spoke on the phone. They've met in Orlando outside of me. So they've texted all of this. So I didn't have to tell him about Angelo. He's met Angelo.
Now, don't you think the prosecutors would have said, oh, that's the connection? Angelo and this guy. No. Not only did they not want them on the stand and testify, it was a main connection with him and Michael Williams. No connection with Robert at all. Angelo also was connected with Don Russell, talking behind the scenes. Cash Jones was connected with Don Russell and his mom, not Robert. Robert was in jail when they had the relationships and stuff going on. Don Russell at one point was talking to Angelo and Tim on a three-way. That's what Don told Tim that Johnson had sex with Robert. Tim didn't go off it. He didn't go off until Tasha K put it out. But Angelo and Tim had conversations and was cool with Don. That's why Don told Choke No Joke that he told Robert, man, just go ahead and make him a song. If that's all they want is a song, go ahead and make him a hit. And go ahead and get a parents a song and let them go about their business. And she was like, what? You don't gotta get them nothing. Yeah, now that's extortion for you to say, oh, Robert, just go get them what they want, and you just go get them a hit record or whatever, because you and their daughters are having relationships and they want music, a record, or some way to get money. Go ahead and give it to them to shut them up. And Choke said the same thing. Like, he didn't have to get them nothing. Them daughters was grown. He wanted them, so he don't have to. Now that's extortion. But this is when they were cool with Don. And it got to a point now we know that Don was protecting his investment. So that's why he was telling Robert, go ahead and write the record for him. Go ahead and both of them a hit record. And then whatever they do, his relationship with his daughters. So what does that mean when Robert said, what kind of parent tries to sell their daughter to a man? Look at all these things. Who do all these things? Robert didn't owe them. I mean, what did he owe them? They had to financially take care of Joyce and Azriel, put a roof over their head, buy all personal products, food in their mouth, pay for their medical insurance. They was even working under RSK Enterprise, doing work for the concerts and stuff. That's how they was getting checks from the beginning. They even had accountants. Okay, so what did Robert owe them parents for them to feel like they were obligated to anything? The only thing you could come up with is they felt like Robert owed them in exchange for their daughters. And that is AKA basically selling your daughters to a man. Why did they feel like after Azriel's graduation, they standing outside of the IHOP, you're supposed to be enjoying your daughter and her graduating, but the mother and father is outside begging Robert for jobs. Oh, can I be your driver? Oh, can I do the lighting at your concerts? Oh, do you want to come in business with me with the dildo business? And Azriel looking at them like, damn. If they begging him for money to get a job and everything, how the hell are they gonna take care of her? How the hell is the dad gonna provide for her mother? When he up here asking his so-called daughter's man, boyfriend, whatever you want to call it, because they knew that she was with him, begging this man for a job and his wife a job. How he gonna take care of his daughter? And then it's embarrassing on Azriel's part because it make Robert feel like, well, damn, if your daddy begging me for work and your mama, I know they can't do nothing for you. And they trying to use me to get, and they worried about you getting your own. That's why after the graduation, Ariel cut them off. This is why they start coming out with rap songs and all that in July of 2016. She graduated in May because she seen they're using it in exchange for what? Their daughter.
To Angela. Tears, honestly, I gave you more credit, but you asked.
Same thing with the Rogers. Why did they feel like Robert owed them, and all of a sudden they was trying to get a bigger church? Oh, we had a church since 1990 or whatever. So how's your daughter a victim, or how is Robert preying on your daughter if your daughter and your older daughter was traveling to go to his concerts and stuff? Y'all knew she was in a relationship with him. Y'all knew this. Y'all knew this. But when I think what Faith Rogers' thing was, when that last episode that she did in the parking lot, when Robert said she believed in other people and she was acting crazy, and she said, "Oh, I don't think I, just flipped out. I think I just had a moment." And he said, "Is your mind together yet? Oh, you're going to show me that. You're going to prove to me that your mind is together." And he said, "Even though your mom and dad don't like me, they know what's real." Meaning her. And whatever she does with these just snapping out thing. And who says, "Oh, I don't think I just flipped out. I think I just had a moment." And Robert said, "I was expecting you to be humbled enough to be like, I'm sorry, I'm wrong." What did that tell you? She did something. And she had a best friend named Summer who was sleeping with Cardi B's husband, who was sleeping with NBA Youngboy. And the list goes on. Why would you be friends with somebody like that over decades if you wasn't on the same time? If her dad and mom was doing so much for her, like her mom said, "Oh, Robert didn't pay for our daughter's surgeries, her breasts and her butter. We paid for that." You want a cookie? You think that's great because y'all are pastor, first lady in the church, and you're not teaching your daughter to love herself? That, oh, go get a surgery, go get boobs, go get a fake butt, uh, get your lips fillings and all that. At 20-some years old, you're not teaching your daughter that she's enough, that her natural self is beautiful, because all them things that you claiming and bragging that you bought your daughter is fake. And it shows that she's fake. It's nothing real about her. Everything is fake. Fake hair, fake boobs, fake butt, fake lips. The list goes on. So I'm not understanding how Robert didn't chase her. She was interested in that older man that she tried to see on BBC. Oh, and he was saying these sexual like things like, "Oh, my baby doll," and then, like, she was disgusted. Same thing Harvey Weinstein attorney said. How these women made it seem like they liked him and they loved him and was calling him daddy and baby, but got on the stand at Harvey Weinstein's trial and talked about how ugly he was and how old and unattractive he was. But before then, you made this man seem like you loved him and you were attracted to him, and calling him what she said he was calling him, something Harvey. I forget the name she used, but all of a sudden you get on the stand and say he ugly. You don't like him. He's old. You was never attracted to him, but you was capping this man up before, making it seem like you liked him, making it seem like you were in a genuine relationship with him that you wanted to be in. But now when you get in front of the world, it's ill. He was saying like these sexual things, and like you don't know what that is, like you a virgin. And Robert wouldn't have knew what hotel you was at unless you told him. Oh, he came to my hotel 6 o'clock in the morning. You had to tell him what hotel you were at. You had to tell him what room it was. If you didn't want to be bothered, you didn't have to tell him what hotel you was at, what room you didn't even have to tell him what city you was in. But you did. But you want to kick it to us that it was so nasty at that first time. And it was disgusting, like, ugh. And I just was like, you know what, let me just do it so we can get it over with. If you didn't want to have sex with that man, you should have just said that. Who says, oh, let me just go ahead and hurry up and do it and get it over with? That makes no sense. That means he didn't force you. He didn't beat you. And like Judge Weber said, all of these women, it was no bodily harm. There was no physical threats in far as having sex with him, or he's smacking them right before telling them to give him oral, or he's beating them up right before having sex. It wasn't none of that, because on the scale, when they put the numbers up there to come up with the sentence, you can also get more points if it was like bodily harm, like if it was threats being made for sex, if it was like if he was like gripping them up and choking them and slamming them, and it was like a couple options that they had when you read through the number scale for domestic abuse and domestic violence and physical harm. And that's why Robert didn't get no points for that, because there was none of that. And Judge Weber said he agreed with Jennifer Bonjean that this trial was about the accusers of R. Kelly. It was about, for them, the loss of love and affection from him. But there was no bodily harm. And he said there was no what did he call it? Wait a minute. You know we got for the receipt. I think he said it was no I think it was that he didn't like they kept saying that he was like talking them into doing things. But this stuff was willing, and no matter the age that Robert was, talking about Azriel, Faith, everybody from 2015 and over, they didn't care. And even Azriel, when she got to her mom's house, after she fully left Chicago, and she tried to say like ill, and I can't believe this 50-year-old son man was interested in me and ill, and like tried to like make fun of this man, like as if you wasn't just on Shabazz documentary saying that Robert and your love for him was like a drug, and that you was willing to go through any and everything with him, good or bad, because you were in love with this man. But then you get to your mom's and you saying, ew, this 50-year-old man, like, he's so unattractive and all this, that, and like, are you serious? Like, who lays down with a man and be intimate with them and live with them for all these years and all of this stuff for somebody that you look upon as ill? Okay, here we go. Leonard Weber agrees with Bonjean against the government that R. Kelly's actions towards the young women with whom he was involved constituted enticement, not coercion. The girls feared a loss of affection and attention. Mm. The girls feared a loss of affection and attention, not any kind of bodily harm. Let me repeat that. Lena Weber agrees with Bonjean against the government that R. Kelly's actions toward the young women with whom he was involved with constituted enticement, not coercion. Because remember, they kept saying Robert was coercing them to do this. And, what was it, forced labor? Um, and in the New York case, the appeal, and that prosecutor kept bringing up that forced labor thing. Never was any force. And he says, again, the young women who he was involved constituted enticement, not coercion. The girls feared a loss of affection and attention, not any kind of bodily harm. So, all of the threats and lock them in rooms for this and that many hours. Um, Kitty Jones, oh, I was getting so many beatings. Geronda Pace, who he never even dealt with, made up a whole story, which she listened to everybody else's stories and came up with her own. Azriel, oh, he beat me with a size 12 Air Force, she didn't even know how to say Air Force One. Air Force One, um, who else? Then they're all the accusers. Lizette lying self. He beat her. But it was no proof of none of no bodily harm. None. Now with Diddy, it's proof coming out that it was bodily harm done against. Right now, we only seeing Cassie video. And like I said, it had to be something else that occurred 20, 30, 40 minutes prior to her leaving that hotel room and him running after her. What happened prior to that, I don't think we will never know because I'm pretty sure Diddy's attorneys don't want him to speak on that. They probably already mad about the apology video because I think that he shouldn't have did it. Because if people paid attention to the lawsuit and everything, they would have been knew that this already occurred. But because his attorney said with the lawsuit, it wasn't meaning that he was guilty of anything with him and Cassie's settlement and her claiming the incident in the lawsuit. Now, of course, we see the video, so you see him, you see her. There's no denying that's him, right? So with him admitting and taking accountability for it, it's like, okay, he's in a video, right? But behind the scenes, they stated that him and Cassie dealt with that. Him and his family, her, whatever, they all knew about that already. It's just again the public is in an uproar because they never seen it. But at the same time, what took place prior? Because remember them two other employees, Diddy's drivers, that did the interviews with Vlad and said that Cassie was also abusive and that she used to just smack and sock him and they would be in the back of the truck and the next thing you know they both would be back there fighting, the driver said, and she just will haul off and just sock Diddy, or they'll be out somewhere and they'll be arguing, she'll just come out of nowhere and just smack him in his face. Because the way she walked off was not a person that's walking off that's feared for their life. The way she walked off was not a person that trying to get to the nearest exit or the nearest place so I can go call a cop. No. But if you look at that video, she didn't flinch. She didn't get up and say, please stop hitting me. She didn't try to go to an emergency. It was emergency door right there with the whole emergency handle that she could have pulled. And it would have put emergency through the whole hotel. She didn't run when she was leaving that hotel before he noticed she was going and he ran. If she would have ran when she first ran out that room, he wouldn't have caught her. He had to run just to catch up with her. And then when she picked up that phone, who did she call? She damn sure ain't called the cops. And when she got outside, she could have went to the neighbors, police, whatever. They would have pulled them cameras. He would have been done. All of the video would have been right outside that hotel. Soon as Diddy would have came out there, they would have started snapping them photos. Did you do it, Diddy? Did you beat her? That's it. But she chose to cover up with him. She chose, allegedly, if he did buy the tape off of somebody that worked there, she chose to cooperate with him to get the video. But again, it doesn't give off victim. But with R. Kelly, the judge said there was no bodily harm, even though Rashada, Tracy Sampson, Lisa Van, all these people claim he beat them and he physically abused them. But it was not no proof, nobody seen anything, no police reports, no medical records. They didn't even take a picture of their self with a busted lip, a bruise, none of that. When Cassie eye was black and when her lip was busted when she went, what was it, to Cancun or Puerto Rico, she posted a picture on Instagram. That's the picture that starts surfacing that we all see when she had the black eye and the busted lip. She had the glasses. She posted a picture back then in 2016. You don't see that from R. Kelly accusers. And you mean to tell me if he beat them the way they claiming, they wouldn't have been put out a picture? Azriel got all these videos that she gave the prosecutors of Holly, Dominique, and Joycelyn, and nephew. She got everything on everybody else. But you mean to tell me she ain't have no photos of black eye, busted lip, these so-called bruises that is all over her body? And you mean to tell me none of the light-skinned ones are Kelly accusers? They ain't got one photo, nothing to show of a smack, a busted lip, even a pinch on the arm or something. Like nothing. Nothing. But y'all literally crucified this man. All off of hearsay. But Diddy, and this is not me wishing nothing on him, but he's still out here and he able to be with his family and his kids. His twins just went to their prom last week. He was able to still be involved with all of that. R. Kelly had none of that for 5 years. Because people that don't even know these accusers started a whole hashtag on social media, mute R. Kelly. You had two women that don't know the accusers or R. Kelly that started a whole movement, a LLC, GoFundMe's, and didn't give these women $1. Not $1. But they started a movement, mute R. Kelly. But they didn't give none of the proceeds, none of the money that all these people from different cities and states that were having their own marches, muting R. Kelly, and was donating money. Where's the money? They opened up a whole LLC, a business, and didn't donate $1 to the accusers that they were out there. We love you, Azriel. We love you, Joycelyn. We love you, Faith Rogers. Why they ain't donate nothing to these females? They didn't come to no court dates with them. They didn't show up to none of these trials. But they steady on Surviving R. Kelly documentaries for Lifetime. But nobody's talking about where's that money. But they were able to stop Robert's assets and money when the government can't even do that. and they admitted that they started the movement to stop Robert's money. How can you stop somebody from living, paying their bills, and being able to take care of themselves off of allegations? This man wasn't charged with nothing, but Diddy's able to still generate money. He lost some sponsors. He sold parts of his companies, but he still generate money. Tyrone Blackburn, Little Rod's attorney, they Motown Records and UMG threatened that man. What was it, last month or month and a half ago? That he had 11 days to drop their names out of the claims, or they was gonna sanction him off of Little Rod, and that they was a part of bringing the sex workers, and they was at the party, and they bought the drugs, and they was there, and everything else. He put out that paperwork the day before they dropped that video that they were dropping all charges against Motown Records, UMG, and one of the CEOs and two other people. But Little Rod said that they were involved in all this stuff. Little Rod said that they were a part of the sex trafficking. So what does that tell me? If your attorney was quick to say we dropping all charges and allegations against Motown Records, UMG, and
Incoming
CEOs,
call. Incoming call.
then
Incoming
what
call.
that tell me?
Incoming call.
What about everything else
Incoming
Little
call.
Rod said?
Incoming.
So how can we believe everything Little Rod say? Hey Reba, if at the beginning his attorney said, "Oh, we're not dropping anything." My client said that he seen Motown Records involved. My client said that UMG was involved. And what did they respond in the motion to say? Either your client is delusional or just straight up lying, because we were never at none of the parties that he's claiming he's seen these individuals, and he said that none of them was at Diddy's houses during the time that Little Rod was working on the Love album. So they threatened Tyrone Blackburn to sanction him, meaning start taking some of his assets, houses, cars, whatever, if he didn't drop those claims. And a federal judge came out and spoke in the last motion from UMG and Motown Records, saying that Tyrone Blackburn has a pattern of filing these lawsuits outside of court, hoping that the defense automatically settles. So he puts salacious stuff all in the lawsuit, and it's a proper way that you're supposed to file a amend complaint lawsuit. And they said that he broke two the rules. I think it was A and B. So this is why they were doing the motion C, because he didn't file it correctly. And the judge said, basically, this federal judge said this is his track record. He don't have a record of winning all these cases in court, because he gets individuals to settle where it doesn't go in the court. So you never really find out if these claims are true, because either party doesn't go inside of a courtroom for a trial. So all you do is see all this one-sided stuff in this lawsuit, and the media runs with it, and the defendant it damn near, they ain't charged with nothing, but it damn near breaks them down so bad because people separate themselves. Some businesses want to separate even though they haven't been charged because they don't want to bring that noise or whatever towards them. So it impacts them like as if they've been charged, right? But for you to be so quickly to drop charges against Motown Records and UMG, but your client, you claimed a month ago, y'all wasn't dropping no names because your client stated that everything he said was facts. That's what's telling me Little Rod think this is the game. And I think that his attorney must have told him, oh, it's cool because Diddy gonna wind up settling. He settled 30 million with Cassie. He ain't gonna want this to go in court. So we gonna put as much salacious stuff in here. They ain't got no choice. Well, look at Diddy. He still ain't settled that lawsuit with Lil Rod. And I don't think he's ever gonna do it. I think if anything go further, they gonna have to be in court. And why did the guy G, that Lil Rod claiming that Diddy and his son allegedly out, why he ain't come forward? So that's another thing. We jump and believe these lawsuits, and they don't even, nothing happens in court. Tracy Sampson, she sued R. Kelly for $250,000 in 2002. How the hell did she get that money without proving in court if the thing she said in the lawsuit was true? Full circle. In the Chicago federal trial, lady Jennifer Bonjean brings in because she was supposed to testify for the prosecution on their call will list. They didn't call in Drea, Sparkle, the lady from the Expo Center, one of the detectives from 2002. So the defense can call in these people. They called in the lady from the Expo, and she said R. Kelly didn't even wasn't even there that year that Tracy Sampson claimed. 2 years later, that means she would have been over 19 years old. Secondly, the jury asked for her internship documents. There's none. But you claim you were an intern for Sony at 16. So what were you doing up around Robert in that vicinity? But you have your cousin come and testify to the fact that all these things happened. And yes, Robert was around my cousin. Yes, this happened, that happened. But like Greenberg said, who is the real enablers? Because you claiming you was the older cousin, you knew she was around Robert and everything else. You knew she really didn't work for no intern. What was she doing around her? But she got $250,000 without proving her claims. All because some of these men don't even want to go further because it already be ruining their reputation. So their lawyers tell them to settle. And that's what happened in Robert's case. And that's how Tracy Sampson got the money, but in all reality, she lied. And they had to take all the way to 2023 just to prove she lied. Is Robert going to get his money back? Or how many other lawsuits did his lawyers tell him to settle that are lies? And that damn attorney, Susan Logan, need to be the biggest one to go down. The number one person to go down. Because she never contacted police. Who cashed these checks if these females were minors? That's when you say, where was the parents? So the parents stood quiet instead of contacting the authorities that their minor daughters were being abused? Or was they grown? And they the ones that cashed the check. Because none of these parents came out here to support their daughters and their claims. The only reason Rashonda mom came, because she was subpoenaed. She was immunity. The only reason Faye Rogers' mom showed up, because she was subpoenaed. She was in a case. But you don't see no other parents or family showing up for these females. Wouldn't you show up for your family member if they were abused even when they were younger? That should tell you something. And even if the prosecutors didn't want the Clarys to testify, what parent still ain't gonna show up for their kid. The only reason the Savages came because they was with Lifetime. It was a storyline. And then they had Dennis down there to give them whatever other information they needed. He been giving them information since I seen him in Chicago when he was running up on Joycelyn. Oh, did Rkelly ever R-word you? Do you got any words to say to your father? I'll be in Atlanta in 2 hours. Do you want to say anything to your father? So they been had him going back and forth to get them information. But everybody calls these females victims before you go in court. How you gonna call somebody a victim and you not basically telling the public that the defendant is guilty? The only way you have a victim, that means something took place. How is we being victim shaming by saying you're not a victim? This has not been proven in court. So you're an accuser until further notice. And even with some of these men being found guilty, it's all off the jury believing these women's testimonies. Because again, a accuser's testimony is direct evidence. They don't need physical, they don't need forensics. Look how 2 females in Rkelly's case in New York was claiming the R word. Neither one of them had no proof. That's the only claim that the jury didn't believe. Sonia, claiming she was drugged and R word.
Acting dumb right now because what you're going with, it just isn't true. But I mean, you're entitled to think whatever it is you want to, sweetie. Like, that's crazy.
So this is Faith Rogers' mom coming on. I'm gonna skip it a little bit, y'all, because I do gotta start this food with my kids.
Your other public.
And you're gonna hear Larry coming on too. But the way this lady disrespects her, I felt like this was out of pocket. Cash is grown just as well as Faith Rogers' mom is grown. Ain't no different. Now, do you respect your elders? Yeah. But if you ain't gonna respect me, why I'm gonna respect you?
In regards to what you feel.
Like, you act like can't nobody talk about your daughter or the situation. Y'all public figures.
What would your cousin know about
Then they act like Robert ain't a human being. Like, he don't got family. He don't got friends. He don't got people that love and care about him that ain't supposed to question them or speak on them. Like, ain't nobody supposed to speak on them.
me or Mrs. Rogers?
Mrs. Rogers.
No, hello, Miss Jones. How are you?
Hello, Mrs. Rogers. How are you?
I was doing all right till I get the message that you're on this live discussing me. So,
Now, how do you get a message that she on the live discussing you when they interviewing her and brought you up? But nobody said, oh no, Mrs. Rogers, we brought you up. We were asking her questions about you. We were in the chat asking her questions. We was on the panel asking her questions. But nobody corrects her and say, oh no, we brought you up. They just let her come up. I was doing better until I got a call. You know, you speaking about me and my family. But this is a first lady from a church.
Well, I was asked about you as well as everything else.
Wait, Cash, let her finish her statement, Mama, please.
Whoa.
But here's what I have to say to you. I don't discuss you, Miss Jones.
And I think it's very sad how Azriel never thanked none of the people that supported her and went to the extreme to make threats, attack people for the Clarys. A lot of the other females, Lizette, right after Robert's trial in New York, she posted had got married, right? 2 weeks later, they put out a GoFundMe, another one. Oh, Lizette and her children about to be homeless. She don't have the money for her rent. Please, she's R. Kelly, one of R. Kelly's survivors off of the Lifetime documentary. And I forgot how much the goal was, but I think it was either 10,000 or 5,000, one of the other. And I'm saying to myself, how is this possible? She just got married. I don't know how. I don't know. But far as, how can I say this? You know what? Let me let this finish playing, and then I'm gonna say what I gotta say. So I can get this audio on.
If you have any questions in regards to what you feel I've lied, that you feel, a feeling is just that, a feeling that I've lied about, or I've got a lifetime lied about. You know my number. You've had my number, and that's probably how Mr. Russell got my number. Nevertheless, some of what you're saying is the truth.
Okay.
And some of it is not.
Okay, so not to cut you off, but I just want to say this before you finish. I do have the recording.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Mama.
Don't overtalk me and respect the fact that and since you chose to come out the day after your partner, this is the one time and the last time. You, among others, have trashed my child, my young lady, my young woman, because she was a child.
I've never trashed Faith, but okay.
Over and over. No, I've never heard that tape you and Tim did where we said Faith was lying.
And you heard Tim talking.
Yeah,
you heard Tim talking.
No, yeah.
I said one thing.
You did. You said, I'm not sure about Faith. Whatever that meant.
When I said that, let me explain why I said that. I said that only because Tim had started saying what he said.
Okay, let me say this.
Go ahead.
When you made that statement, I didn't take it in a negative light. I took it that you was unsure of what you heard. That's how I took it. So, in spite of what Tim said that day before, what he's saying now is that he was heated and in the moment, which I know is whatever. And I came in on the live in the middle of it when you said I was mad as well. I don't whatever you said. I don't know, so I can't even speak to that. But yes, when you
Mama, you went on mute.
this has been over 3 years, so sometimes people forget things.
Right.
I came downstairs after all the commotion. You were downstairs. Do you recall me and you asked me to walk over here to the side? And
What I recall is me sitting down on the couch with Jordan because Tim went upstairs to see what was going on with JUSJASSONLY. And also, let's not forget, my colleague from the magazine was also present. And you walked up and you said, "Hey, Cash." And I said, "Hey, Kelly." And you said, "How did you know it was me?" Because we had never met in person. And I said, "Well, I've seen your pictures before." I am telling the truth. I mean, you keep forgetting, Kelly, there were other people present. Summer Bunny was present. My colleague from the magazine was present. There were other people present that can attest to what took place. So I had the utmost respect for you. When you sat down and you talked to me at that table and you put me up on your hand.
Wait. One at a time.
Go ahead.
You had the utmost respect. First of all, you don't know what it is to respect me. The
way you approached the situation initially, I did have respect for you. And I thought that you were good, wholesome people. So I had no reason to not respect you or hold you to a high regard.
For me or my family, we are very good, wholesome people.
Right. So I had no reason to not hold you to a high regard.
What I'm saying to you today, when I originally met you, yes, John Dillon added you to the call and told me you were their publicist. That is true. That's true. The part you're saying where Tim came down and said, whatever, I know he was very abrupt with you, or I know who you are, but you know, as I look back, it was all part of the game. They knew who you were.
Now, I just gotta say something real quick. So you hear the part where she's saying, it was all a part of the game, meaning Tim Savage and them knew who Cash was the whole time, but they lied to her. But at the beginning, if some of y'all don't remember, Jonjolin and Faith's mom were cool and used to talk on the phone a lot. When I played that audio of Ashanti McGee talking about how she took Jonjolin down there to follow Robert at his concerts, and she only went so Jonjolin can meet up with Robert at the meet and greets, she stated that Jonjolin and Faith's mom used to be busting it up on the phone all the time. Now, when I played that audio of Tim and Toxic Diamond, and when I played the audio of LaToya X talking to Keisha T, she said the same thing. LaToya X said when she first met Lizette introduced her to Jonjolin and Faith's mom, but then behind the scenes she told her, don't trust them. But LaToya X said that Jonjolin and Faith's mom used to bust it up on the phone every day. And they all used to be doing that three stuff together. Ashanti McGee said the same thing, that Jonjolin used to be busting it up with Faith's mom in the beginning. Now, I don't know where they probably fell off when that audio came out of them talking about Faith or whatever, but it makes sense of how she said she finds out later that Tim and Jonjolin knew who Cash was, but made it seem like at the premiere that she was a mole for R. Kelly. Why did they do that? I don't know, when they the ones who invited her there to be their publicist. And why would they do that the same night as of this fake bomb / gun threat? Why that same night? Whoever did the bomb gun threat, the guy stated they had a New York accent. I don't know why nobody's paying that no attention. And why didn't the feds provide the audio? If Don did this, they made sure to tell us that they got the star 6-7. He admitted that he did call the police. But did he make a threat? No. That's why they didn't provide the audio. How many trials have we seen recently where they bring the audio from the 911 call? You can get that like that. It's nothing to get. So if he really made a threat, y'all mean to tell me that they wouldn't have bought that in there? And then the guy who received the threat on the phone said the person who made the threat had a New York accent. Tom Russell ain't got nowhere near a New York accent. But I know a few that do. And a few that was also close to Angelo around that time, and others that was down there and around there that premiere, or who could have been in New York around that time. So it's funny how to make Cash a mole that same night, knowing that they were about to run with the storyline that Don Russell made a gun and a bomb threat. Don Russell was cool with Tim and Angelo for a while at the beginning. Even before their Lifetime premiere. He was talking to them. So it's funny how you make Cash into this mold. You try to connect Cash with Don, all right near this bomb gun threat. And certain individuals had beef with Don, but was cool with him. So I'm trying to say stuff without saying it, but you read between the lines. Did Don, she said, oh, and I figured that's how Don got my number from you. Cash didn't say, no, that's not how, so maybe that is how he got it. But Cash is going to admit that she did tell Roger's mom that he put out that stuff on that page, that she was working with him with that channel where they was exposing people and stuff. They had her on that channel too. But she went and told Faith's mom that Don was putting out them pictures of Faith and said that she tried to contact R. Kelly to see if he had something to do with it. Because she said she told Don, oh no, that ain't cool. You can't do that. That's what Ben's for. That ain't cool. And then so she talked to R. Kelly and he told her he don't know nothing about it. Girl, you ain't talking to R. Kelly about that. Because R. Kelly didn't have nothing to do with y'all creating a whatever that page was, exposing page or whatever. The stuff that he showed on Texas Black Diamonds Live was the text messages between Robert and Cash. And it was no photos of her butt naked. Because the first thing Texas Black Diamond said is, wait a minute, Don, let me see what you showing first. I want to make sure we ain't showing nobody's personal stuff or nothing like that. That's the first thing she said. And if it was explicit, they would have been took her live down. Why can you still go over to her channel and see it? And Doug Anton played a big role in that as well for Robert's bond hearing because instead of for him telling R. Kelly supporters, send him stuff that can help R. Kelly, they sending him stuff showing what was it being exposed about Faith, and he used it against Don, which the prosecutors used it against his client and indicted Don. He tried to call himself separate his client from Don, but it didn't help because he went in the courtroom and lied and said Robert don't talk to Don. Robert don't know him. He don't deal with him. He don't have nothing to do with him attacking victims. And they said, oh, your client don't talk to him? So what is? And show communication with Robert, Don, and Robert and Don's mother. Why didn't you talk to your client prior to you coming in a bond hearing talking about your client don't know Don and don't talk to him? How do you come in a bond hearing and say your client didn't have no other attorneys besides yourself? So you got Brian Nix writing these motions and you saying that your client don't know nothing about no other attorneys. Like, what are you talking about, Doug? So that was another main reason why Robert lost that bond hearing. And then they came right back and indicted Don. That was a dumb move on Doug Anton's behalf. A very dumb move. But people want to listen to outsiders and not their client. That's where the problem occurred at.
They know why you were there. We didn't know why you were there.
I was there because I was invited there by the Savages. I would not have been there.
If you let me finish, man, I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead.
I'm going to get to that.
Thank you, Cash.
No, I didn't know after that. I didn't know how you got there. But later on, I found out how you got there. Because you were invited. Yes, you were invited by the people you were representing.
I don't know why the screen won't see it.
your conversation. I
Okay,
don't
well,
trust you. Let me finish, and then I might decide whether I want to hear anything any further.
Wow.
I don't know you. We sat at that table. You said what you said. You said what she had to say, and things got on. This is a joke to y'all because after taking it out there, she's not down for the lost life because you people continually threaten, harm, talk
Kelly, no threats were made at that table. And when this recording comes out on the time it's coming out on YouTube.
But she didn't say table. She didn't say table.
I've never threatened Faith. So when you saying you people, you're addressing me. I've never threatened Faith.
No, you have not. You did not.
When Cash, this recording comes out to show everything that happened at dinner, you forgetting I got a recording. Watch how she gonna say, "Oh, you recorded me illegally," and why would you care if you're saying that these things took place at the dinner? Why would you care if Cash put out the video or audio? You should be able to say, "Oh no, it's gonna say what I'm saying in there. What you're saying is not true." But you can tell that she threw in there, "Oh, you recorded me illegally" thing because Cash said she got the video on there to prove that you're lying. So instead, I'm gonna say you recorded me illegally. Come on, lady. You just stood on the stand and said that the dude had a gun, and they walked up and threatened your daughter, and Cash walked up and told her, "Oh, this is a file. You keep speaking on Rkelly, we're gonna put all this out and everything else." And that's how your daughter had a panic attack or a seizure or whatever, all because of that. But then come to find out your daughter was threatening Cash. Your daughter went in Jonjoline's phone and grabbed Cash's number and called her back down there and all of that. Your daughter was doing all this stuff. But then in the same token, she supposed to have a seizure or an anxiety attack that night. I'm confused.
I said people. I'm talking in general. All this. This is a mess behind a man that only you know. And I could care less about how you knew him, how you met him when you was in the elevator taking pictures for the Savage.
Exactly.
What you were on.
Exactly.
You know, I care less about that. My concern is faith.
Right.
Anything that, and I can recall you telling me how Julius Derrick told you. Do you remember the very first conversation? How you were telling me Julius Derrick called my daughter the whatever he called her. That was me and your first conversation, and me and your last conversation.
Wait a minute, I don't know why this keep doing this. Wait a minute, y'all. I don't understand this. Why do it keep switching over to another device if I'm saying unpair and take the device off all the way? I'm sorry. I'm not understanding why it's doing this.
To put that part of her life.
Now listen what she say. I know you checking for my daughter. Listen to this. This is the
I don't
first
know
lady.
you. We sat at that table. You said what you said. Faith said what she had to say. And Faith got on. See, this is a joke to y'all because after Faith left there, she might down for the lost her life. because you people continually threaten, talk about.
Kelly, no threats were made at that table. And when this recording comes out on the platform, is coming out on you.
Wait, she didn't say the table. She didn't say at the table.
I've never threatened Faith. So when you say you people, you're addressing me. I've never threatened Faith.
No, you have not. You did not.
She said people.
I think people. I'm talking in general. All this. This is a mess. Behind a man that only you know, and I could care less about how you knew him, how you met him.
But you see what I'm saying? But we supposed to take up for these females that people don't know. Make that make sense to me. Don't know them, but we supposed to automatically take up for them, and the people that take up for them don't know them. But the people that supporters of R. Kelly for decades have been supporting this man for years and decades, they not supposed to support him, but they supposed to support these women they don't even know, who won't even give him enough respect to come on a platform and say thank you.
You was in the elevator taking pictures for the savages.
Exactly.
What floor you were on.
Exactly.
You know, I can care less about that. My concern is faith.
Right.
Anything that I can recall telling me how Julius Derrick told you. Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah, that's sad. That's sad. She was even trying to get Julius and some crack. Cash is a mess, man. She told me he was scared to give her information and she was trying to get in the camp to him. So she was even trying to make it seem like she liked him. And I'm glad Julius got away from her. She tried to go through him.
Darrington called my daughter whatever he called her. That was me and your first conversation and me and your last conversation until we met each other at the hotel.
True.
And we ain't had a conversation. But I'm asking you today, keep me out of your conversation, because what goes on with the Rogers, first of all, you ain't being paid for discussing me. Or my child, my daughter.
Right.
She don't deal with you. Nobody that's on YouTube. She doesn't discuss the whole 3 years. Have you seen my daughter? You people post anything in regards to R. Kelly? No, because she's trying to put that part of her life behind her.
Right.
But people in this YouTube world continue to bully and to continue to intimidate her. I'm not concerned. You can say what you want about me because you don't know me. You met me at one time in a situation. And yes, whether you saw it or not, whoever the gentleman, your bodyguard.
My cousin did not have a gun, Miss Rogers. Period. Okay. He did not have a gun. He's not allowed to have a gun. He couldn't get through the airport with a gun. We had no reason.
Maybe it wasn't, but whatever he had in his side on his belt loop, that's what it appeared to be to me. And you did not see it because you were already sitting down at the table with whoever your other publicist friend was, and Summer and Faith. So.
Okay, but I also did not say that if you don't do something, that this is going to happen. When you make comments like that, this is why I'm speaking on you, because you put me in a situation.
You did make the comment. Think back.
I have to record it. I don't have to think back. I can listen to it every day. What is it that you're saying I said?
So what I'm telling you, when you decide, because you recorded me illegally.
No, I didn't. And New York is a one-way state. It's a one-way consent state. There was no illegal recording.
I'm sure you're taking this right now.
It's on YouTube Live. I don't have to record this. It's being recorded.
3-way, 4-way, whatever way. I'm telling you, Mrs. Jones, you know nothing about the Rogers.
I don't want to know anything about you. What I do know about you is you went on national TV.
Okay. Write your books, make your paper, You're a very good writer. Make too much you gotta do to put money in your pocket, but please don't include us. To be a non-factor to you, you're clearly that to me. So stop talking about the Rogers, okay? I can stand up for my family because I know where we are, and I know who we are, and I know whose we are. But some people choose to assume they did, and to make the record clear, for all y'all, whoever you are, talking about we want money, we want this, honey, we work for everything we have, and thank God He has blessed us enough to work. Kelly didn't buy from Facebook, so the world can quit saying that. He has not paid for anything for my child. Her parents take care of her and all their children. And we're not looking for a church. We've been a church since 1995. So that's the other lie people can stop putting out there. I'm in search of peace, but she can't get it because it's people like you and some others that continually choose to have her name or her name in their life. And if the shoes were reversed, if you had some children or a daughter that has gone through everything that you have watched behind the scenes and are very aware of, and you still choose to make money out of it, it says a lot about you as a young lady. A dime representing and talking about Rkelly, I wouldn't want that money in my pocket. But I'm asking you today, Ms. Jones, please keep me out of your conversations. I'm not discussing you, and if you want to be as intelligent as you are, you have my phone number. And if there's something you want to discuss with me, call me. You have my number. Because I don't know you to have something against. I'm not mad at you for what went on in New York.
I'm going to let her speak.
We're upset because of the conversation with Tim and what I said, or then y'all just flat out lied. I mean, it's one or the other because you made it like I blackmailed you. I did not blackmail you. That was never my energy whatsoever at all. That was never my energy.
I may feel that way. I don't know.
No, that's what was said on Lifetime. That's what was said on Lifetime, that an anonymous Rkelly employee approached you and that they tried to lure Faith into this car. All of this stuff was said that wasn't true.
I labeled you, Cash. I didn't label you that way. So be mad at Lifetime. Lifetime said a lot of things that people didn't say. And use verbiage that wasn't said.
Okay, well, I'm going to say this. When they called me, they made it like this came directly from your mouth. When Sudi called me and she was talking to me, that is what was said. They said that you said I had a gun and I blackmailed you. And I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't.
Ms. Jones, and I'm telling you the God honest truth. What I said when you heard whatever came out of my mouth on Lifetime in the segment with me and my husband, that was all that was said at that moment. I had no conversation with anyone in Lifetime in regards to that what you say. And you can believe it or not. That's totally up to you.
Grown little boy, you have something you want to say, puppy?
I'm going to let Ms. Rogers finish.
Okay.
But I'm up to, in 3 years, I chose not to go like that. Today just wasn't the day. Today just wasn't the day that I want to challenge, it's gone yesterday. Totally lying. Then here you are today with your mouth on. Leave the Rogers alone. We aren't in.
Listen, the only reason you were even spoken on, it's not to bash you, Kelly. Definitely not to bash Faith, because that's not the energy I have towards your daughter.
Miss Kelly, Miss Rogers, yes.
I'm Miss Rogers.
Okay, so it's Kelly at Applebee's, now it's Miss Rogers. Okay, well, Mrs. Rogers, Me coming on here wasn't about bashing you. It wasn't about bashing your daughter.
I don't allow people to don't disrespect me because you're being disrespectful as far as I'm concerned. And I'm not being disrespectful towards you. And if you talk to me, you talk to me like the woman you are, as I'm talking to you. All that sarcasm. I'm not 25. I'm not 35. I'm not them chicks on the street, and I'm not them people you write novels about and dreams about. I'm not them, and I don't care how you talk to somebody else. I don't allow my daughters to talk to me any kind of way, and I'm not gonna lie when you're the same age as my daughter. So all the he and all of that, I'm not for it. So, Cass, I'm just asking you, an adult woman to a young woman, please keep the Rogers out of your conversation. I respect that you say what you say, but just if you have questions about what Lifetime or somebody said, I said, you have my number, and I'm telling you personally, when you call me and you record, you can ask me whatever you choose, okay? But I'm done with this.
Thank you, Mama.
You calling me because today's just not a day, but Cass, I wish you the best. And I'm just asking you directly. Just leave the Rogers out the comment. I'm not discussing you. Haven't discussed you since New York. Haven't discussed your name since I said what I said on Lifetime. And whatever Lifetime told you to get a reaction out of you, because that's probably what they got, caused you to tip on into something else. I'm sorry they did that to you, but I didn't sit with you long enough to really place judgment on you. I knew you were there to do a job, whatever you were there for. You didn't get what you wanted. However, the stress of it caused my daughter to have a seizure. She could have died that night. And see, I don't take that lightly.
Right.
I don't take it lightly.
Right.
But you have a good day, and
I love you, Mama. And thank you so much. And I'm glad you wanted to come over and have the opportunity to speak your piece.
No, it's just not a good day. And like I said, nobody knows what these victims go through.
That's right.
Go through in the course of the day.
That's right.
Nobody knows that when they get on they see these lives pop up, and every time they name is mentioned, but one of them tip over, because it's always somebody saying something.
Right.
Let these people live their lives. They're trying, these young ladies.
Yeah.
They made a mistake. We've all have chose the wrong man at some point in our life.
Right. You're absolutely right.
And I don't care about what Tim, Tom, two, and no, because and that's the part I tipped in there when you said I must have been mad at F or whatever you said. Let me tell you something. I'm not moved by what Tim did that night. I'm not moved by Tim's lie when he said Faith was lying. See what's crazy is that's the very family, whether you know it or not. That helped my daughter come to her parents.
Right.
So, well, for somebody to do what he did out of anger and trying to impress you,
right.
and because that's what it was, an impression for you. At that moment, same way he said he was divorcing his wife, and you laughing at he got, but he's with his wife today. And for the record, he did apologize to my husband. Man to man.
Good. I'm glad that happened.
He did apologize. So I can respect that. Yes, you made the mistake. It was a hit. Whatever reason you did what you did I like it? Of course, because it was uncalled for. But
right.
Yet, it's in the internet world, and people still beat up Faith. Oh, he's still saying she was lying. He got 4 cases. It don't matter it don't matter at this point if Sue got a case, Hickory got a case. What is all of this stuff benefiting at the end of the day? What is it benefiting? Thank God. You should be thanking God that you didn't, even though you were in the midst of this, that you didn't get caught up, that you didn't end up in jail, because you were doing some dirty things, and you could have got caught up like the Congress got caught up, and how some other folks have got caught up. So instead of getting on these platforms talking about what's going to come out, how it's going to come, think about what is it going to benefit.
Right.
Put it in your book and make some more money like you did the first filthy book.
Right.
Put it in that. You made money after that.
I didn't get on here to say something was coming out, but the point is, you're acting like I don't have the right to tell my story. My name has been brought up in court, but I was not able to testify. My name has been brought up in court documents, but I have not yet spoke on it, and there have been lies that have been told on me. So the same way you don't like when people speak on your daughter and it's inaccurate.
Okay, whose documents did your stuff show up in? Because it didn't show up on any documents pertaining to fake Rogers. I think all your
No, but you guys were the ones who spoke on me in that trial. That's where my name came up. So when you say in Rkelly's trial.
In the New York trial.
Right, in the New York trial. So that's the only reason I ever speak on you guys. Other than that, I don't have anything to say about Faith. And I don't have anything to say about you.
Diva, seeing her name mentioned when I was in that courtroom. When?
I was reached out to by reporters, all kinds of stuff, half the court transcripts.
I don't, and it said one of the Rogers said his name.
No, that when you were testifying and they were asking you questions about the I think it was the yes, when you were at the restaurant, right?
Right, when I was at the restaurant. Well, I don't think, Cash, I mean, there was no, I don't think when I was asked those questions, that was really a direct for you. It was a direct issue for, they were making a point that harassment happened, but it was steered behind your friend, Mr. Russell. That's what the point they were trying to make.
Right.
Not so much as you did this, that, and the other. No, you and I had a conversation. You paid for my ticket. Thank you. Do I need to, I probably need to send it back. But you were like,
you don't.
But it was like I said, I didn't know you well enough to really say anything derogatory about you other than what happened that night. When I spoke my truth and what happened. But your name, so any other documents lately, that I believe that, you're kind to Mr. Russell.
Right. No, and I get that. I get that totally. Right. And I know what I put myself in. I know.
Yeah.
Right, because you know what, and if you don't mind me interjecting here, because in the documents, they did mention about how Cash was involved with Don Russell and the Surviving Lies Facebook page and things like that. So they were mainly Cash. They were mainly tying you in with Don Russell, not so much Rkelly.
No, I get that, but the thing is, I was used and things were implied that weren't really how they were. Like with the survivingthelies.com. Surviving the Lies was what I was going to call my book. What actually came out on Facebook is Surviving Lies.
Right,
he took my name and he took out the, and he went and he did what he did. You know what I'm saying? They still painted it like it was, oh yeah, well, Cash says she's got the domain for Surviving the Lies. It's a totally different.
I mean, let's be real. The very thing that you had in your phone is what he put on Facebook. Right. So there is some connection with you too.
Right.
He sent that information to me just like he was sending everything else.
Right. Now my thing is, excuse me, I'm sorry guys again. My thing is, why was he sending you that shit? For what? For what? So that you could harass the Rogers?
No.
That's what it sounds like to me. I mean, why would
whatever these were, because honestly they looked ridiculous. But whatever these what do you call it? Not Photoshop, but
they were pictures.
PowerPoint.
Oh,
Whatever these
PowerPoints
was that he was putting together, I guess this was his alleged research that he called himself doing on survivors. Let me tell you something. I had so many of those emails from Don that I hadn't even looked at because I never planned on helping him with what he was trying to do. So they were there, but I never looked at them. When I saw that one with Faith, I was like, okay, wait a minute, what is this? And the only reason that brought me cause for alarm was because, I saw that she was indisposed in them. So you picture me. I'm sitting here, I'm trying to get a story. Yeah, I done told some lies over here. Yeah, I done told some lies over there. But hell, I didn't sign up to commit no damn crimes. So when I'm when Jonjolyn called and said, okay, somebody called in a gun threat or whatever, I never thought in a million years this dude was gonna call in a gun threat. That is the dumbest thing anybody could do, period. Like, what?
But see, they said that, but there was text messages between the two of you talking about delete the messages because you don't want.
And guess what? And I guarantee you, what did they say? And they said she never deleted them. He said delete the messages. First of all, Don used to lie and say that he had a degree in IT. If you got a degree in IT, you're gonna know that the feds can pull up any mess. Once you send anything out, it's in the cloud. There is no deleting anything.
Right, so, like *67 to hide the number.
Yeah, that was just stupid. All of it was stupid. I had no clue that this man was gonna call in a gun threat. Period. I did not know that. Now, did he say something about, he was going to try to get a cease and desist?
Cash, didn't you say something? Right. Was it you or the mom that said something about, we have to get approval from Rkelly first. Don't make no moves.
I don't know nothing about that, so that must have been his mom.
So it was his mom.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. But, I didn't know that he was going to do what he ended up doing. And so when I did get to the hotel.
Oh, wait, Mama. Go ahead. Let Mama say something real quick. Go ahead, Mama.
I said if you didn't know and you weren't aware, you owe my daughter an apology.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You
owe my daughter an apology because evidently you got yourself up in something that you weren't aware of.
No, I wasn't. And that's why when I got to the hotel, that was the whole reason in me showing you. That was the reason, because if he's crazy enough to call in a gun threat, I don't know what he's gonna do.
When y'all were trying to get Faith to get in the truck, I don't know who that was on her phone. And
okay, this is what happened. This is what happened with that. We left because Angelo was just like, listen, it's too much going on, because I didn't understand what was going on. It was so much chaos going on once we got.
Well, let me not cut you off. When I came down those steps, okay, when we got back to the bomb threat, everybody, Faith was very, 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 anxiety was very high. But number one, you think you're going to pick her up in a sprinter that she was held in for hours. So she couldn't get in the sprinter.
No. We didn't try to get her in the sprinter. This is what happened.
No, you weren't in a sprinter. Y'all were in an expedition or something. I'm talking about when it all started. When we got back to the hotel and all of the commotion, everybody was on 12 at that hotel. All I can recall very clearly, everybody was saying, they got tapes on all of y'all. I'm not going to say who was saying it, but that's what was going on all upstairs.
And I remember you told me that. And I was like, okay, so is that why everybody was so?
Yeah, that's why everybody was, it was just a mess. And everybody was like, well, who has, not me, because I know, but the victims, the other victims were, they were saying, they got she got videos of you. She got videos of this. So it was just crazy.
And see, I didn't know any of that was going on. So when Angelo came out the elevator,
I didn't see you till I came down the stairs. That's when Tim came up and he got John Dillon. And I came down the elevator behind them. And that's when I saw you. You spoke to me. Maybe you don't remember that. You spoke to me and I asked you, who are you? Then you said, can you come over here? Because you...
No, now that didn't happen that way, Kelly. I'm sorry. Okay. I was sitting on the couch next to Jory because...
You were looking very startled. Lifetime, I think they had whoever that young lady was with you put out the hotel. Me and you, I don't know if we went over to a phone booth or something like that, and you asked me what was going on. You recall that? You recall me and you going off to the side?
What I recall is me sitting on the couch because, first of all of us were sitting there. John had them went upstairs to where Kitty and all of them and Drea and everybody was at.
That's where I was. Up there with all them.
So all I know is Mike tapped Tim and said, you might want to get John because she looked like something going on up there. So he was like, what? So he went upstairs. Jory was still down there. Jai was still down there. Or Jay, however you say her name. She was still down there. You came up. Now, you said didn't have to
go to their room. It was so much chaos. And I was concerned about those young ladies because they were underage, seeing all these adults and all this going on. And I told them, go to your hotel room. And they went to their room.
Well, beyond that, all I know is me and Kelly barely got to talk in there because Tim came over there with the commotion. Then Angelo came off the elevator like, I wanted to speak to you. I wanted to speak to you. So all of us go upstairs. When Angelo said, leave, I'm going to get a hotel room down the street, whatever he said, and we'll talk there because it's too much going on. When we left, I got a block call from your daughter. And she said, come back here and talk to me because I know that you have something of me. And I was like, wait a minute.
She had John's phone and because all the commotion was going on, John John didn't want to give Faith your phone number, but Faith took John Dillon's phone, and that's when she called you and said, you have something.
Yeah, she was like, come back, talk to me. I know you have something. And I was like, well, wait, calm down. I was like, because she said something about, I got pictures of you here with us and I'll give them to your daddy or something. I said, wait a minute, wait. I said, you don't have to talk to me like that. I said, if you want to talk, I said, I'll come back to talk to you just because that's who I am. Like, you don't have to do all that. But I said, but I'm not coming back to that hotel because I don't know what's going on and it's too much going on. So she was like, well, I could get on an Uber. It doesn't matter. Like, she was just like, it don't matter. But I'm the one who said, I'm not coming back to that hotel because it's too much going on and I didn't know what was going on. So at that point,
I don't even recall. All I know, Faith took off and she was on her phone and y'all was saying, get in this truck over here. And I'm telling her, no, you're not getting in nobody's truck. I don't know who these people are. And that's when I spotted Applebee's.
Well, yeah, because we was trying to figure out where we could talk privately because of what it was about that somebody wouldn't hear. But then I was like, no, I don't want her getting in the car because I don't want nothing to be said. So that's when we decided on Applebee's.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw Applebee's and I said, Faith, tell them to meet us at Applebee's because it was in walking distance.
So a lot of this seems like a lot of miscommunication and...
No, it really is. It really is.
Right.
Because I think they felt like I leaked that audio recording. I did not leak that audio recording. Dawn took that recording. The ones of Tim.
Wait, Miss Jones, Mama says leak to what audio recording?
Those audios of Tim. I didn't put the audio of Tim talking about Faith out.
About Faith.
I'm not worried about that, but and I'm not really, I don't care who says Faith, like this, that, and the other. Faith It happened. It has happened. It's over.
Right.
Yeah.
She's trying to move on. She's not. She is not out here trying to keep her life connected to R. Kelly.
Right.
Even though it will forever be.
Right.
Oh, she got Kelly on her name. She tattooed her mama.
That's her mother's name. That was the dumbest shit I ever heard, Mama Rogers. When I heard that,
Ignorant.
I was like, what a bunch of assholes.
Ignorant. It's just ignorance. It's ignorance. Yeah. As adults, we've got to do better. Because at the end of the day, I don't care how much people say words don't hurt. Words do hurt.
They do.
Words cause people to commit suicide.
Right.
And all of this stuff is a form of bullying. It's a form of harassment.
Exactly.
It's intimidation.
Exactly.
And when does it end? R. Kelly ain't sitting in jail talking about all these stupid actions going on. He did what he did.
Right.
He's been doing it for years. He's been found guilty. If he gets an appeal, so what? I don't care. Every day he sits there, gives him time to get his soul right
And
with the
think.
Lord.
That's right.
And if you admit something, as my husband told him in court, look at me man to man.
Right.
But you couldn't do that.
You could
You're
not.
not a man. You're not a man. You humiliated women for years and boys
Right.
for years. But you weren't man enough to look a real man in the face.
And that, Miss Rogers, that broke my heart. Just listening to Pop say that and knowing that Kels couldn't even look at him, that shit just was like, this man is guilty as sin. And he will never admit his wrong.
Everybody want to say, oh, this is I've never seen, whoever decides to make a movie, they need to have all these actors and actresses in it. That I can do it. This is crazy.
I agree. Grown little boy in tears.
Well, I'm going to say this. I embedded myself in something that was way deeper than me.
Right.
To get next to certain people, I said things, I did things that were not cool. My problem with you, the only reason I ever even spoke on you since we saw each other was that, like I said, it was told to me that you said things that you said you didn't say. So
right. It was the
lifetime
said.
I did not say it. And one thing you know of me and you've seen me in person. But one thing about me, if I have something to say, or if I say something, it's going to be the truth. First of all, I don't know these people. My family is very private.
Right.
So happened that my daughter, instead of bashing her, commend her that all these years this stuff been going on. But it took one little brown skinned girl to say,
he did that shit. You damn right, Mama Rogers.
He did that to me.
Right.
Instead of you as black brown girl standing behind this little girl, being a woman and trying to show this young little girl, you know what, baby, we really got your back.
Right.
We really got your back. But now I want to say she thinks she cute. Yes, she thinks she cute because she
Well,
is.
she's
beautiful.
Like, I'm like, she's cute. That's not.
They just, a lot of these supporters out here are just haters,
You
man.
want to say, oh, you pay for Faith Rogers paid for her first job.
There you go. There you go.
Okay? Kelly didn't buy Faith Rogers' first car. Charles Rogers did.
He only bought the two girls.
What he tried to give her? He tried to give her herpes. That's what he gave.
Yes, he did.
That's what he gave.
Yes, he did.
And no, as I'm saying, she got genital herpes. She does not. But it don't matter. He exposed her. He tried to give it to her. He exposed her. And that was enough for her to say, you know what? Let me step up. I saw all these folks before, little old face Rogers, saw Joy, saw Ann, saw this, saw that. But not one adult stood and tried to come out and but y'all want to ban face Rogers. Oh, she's a whore. Oh, she's a bee. She got her. Who don't wear their breast out? Who don't?
Right. I know I do. Mine's a purchase for a 46.
You know what? We show Cleveland, women show Cleveland have done it for years. Does it make us a prostitute? Does it? And because she's a you know what? At the end of the day, though we have daughters, we have sons, and we make decisions. As we age, we make decisions. But one thing for sure about the Rogers, we are who we say we are. We stand for what we say we stand for. And at the end of the day, I promise you, this is the last time I have been refraining, getting on live and stuff like that.
You should have.
I've listened, but you know what? It comes a time that enough is enough.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, like I said, y'all don't know what goes on behind the scenes.
That's right. True.
You don't know.
Right.
What goes on? The same pain you feel because you're going through something. It may not be this. It's the same pain my child feels.
Right.
And I've been leery of dealing with anybody in this sector. Let them get close to the Rogers.
No, I get that. But for the record, I've never bashed your daughter. So I know you just wanted to get that out, but I've never bashed her.
She was just being general.
Yeah, I know. But I just wanted to make that clear. Like, I've never bashed her because I don't see a reason to bash her. Even when I said at that table, I understand what she went through. Like I said, my only problem was I'm being attacked because people think that I'm blackmailing people at gunpoint, and I'm like, yes, that's not the case. So,
right, so
and then not only that, you tried to discount on the interview that you did with Larry. You said that Faith was lying. She did not have no seizure, blah, blah, blah. How could you say that?
Hold on, let me say this.
Yeah, but I noticed that you did not speak on it just now when Mrs. Rogers spoke on it. You didn't say nothing this time. I know, I'm just saying, you did not say nothing this time. But you did not say that she didn't have no seizure. You did not say that she did not.
Hold on. To my knowledge, she did not have a seizure because to my knowledge that night, her and Summer Bunny went out that night. Now, if she had a seizure some other point through the night, then I don't know about it.
Okay, let me help you, Miss Jones. When Faith, it's in the medical record. It's in the hotel records. I have the record. Why would I lie and say my daughter had? Who does? Well, you
listen.
Somebody who does.
What I'm saying is, I get what you're saying that you don't play about stuff like
Wait, Cash, let her finish, Mama.
I play when it comes to my again. I don't have anything.
Oh, you went out, Miss Rogers.
I said I don't have anything to lie. Why would I make up a lie to my daughter? A seizure.
Listen, at the point where it was brought to me, and
wait, Cash, let her finish saying, Mommy.
You would have seen the ambulance at the hotel. I don't play when it comes to face life. That ain't no joking. Anxiety causes her to have seizures. Why she has seizures is nobody's business. But nevertheless, I don't play when it comes. That's why I keep her quiet. Because you know what? I want her to live. And I want her life to be full.
Right.
And strains on her seizures. And she was highly stressed that night. And so people so worried about her and Summer and what's this and what's that. That Summer ain't none of y'all's business either. Their relationship ain't the world's business either. Call them what you want to call them. I've never raised a whore. I don't have a whore today. She'll never be a whore. She don't have to be a whore.
None of them girls are whores.
None of the girls are whores. But that's what you label. People label them as whores because they go out, they dress a certain way.
Right.
Whatever. And whoever decides to go do whatever they do, whatever, that's on them. That's their business.
That's right.
I'm not concerned. My concern was Faith Rogers. And Faith Rogers' concern when she came out was because she saw joy. And she did the right thing. Right. And I would be a terrible parent not to stand with my child on the decision she made when she made it.
That's right, Mama.
I wouldn't be that mother. But what my mama and her dad and her siblings, we're going to be right there with her.
That's right.
I'm going to ride till I can't ride no more. And that's till death take me out of here. I'm riding for my children.
That's right.
And it don't mean that I can go wrong because I don't. She's 25 now. She was 19. 19.
Right.
19. Not 25. 19. At the beginning stages, because you're not grown at 19. You're not grown at 18.
That's right. And she got a better head on her shoulders now that she's 25.
Yeah,
she can see more.
We really don't reach maturity as women till we 28, 29.
I know you right talk on this subject.
Truth be told. And we're in a whole different generation and era from when I came. Because what I see today, ain't no way I will be about doing it. But let these people live. Like I said, Faith ain't riding on R. Kelly's name. Faith has a future.
Amen.
For 3 years, you don't see nothing she got on her page in relation to R. Kelly.
Right.
Nothing. Why? Because she did her assignment that she felt led to do. And closed out.
Right.
If we were trying to be those, they select, like they say, they just want this, they just want that. You don't see us all up in this. You know what? When I went to New York to the Sinister, that was final for me.
Right.
Yes, I could have got in the cameras and said this, that, and the other. But for what? Right. When I showed up in court, that was my statement. The end.
Right.
I don't need a camera. I'm fine. I don't need all that. I'm not interested. Did I get do it? Yes, I did.
And whoever had, I'm sorry, Mama, whoever had that question saying about Mama Rogers said Faith didn't have herpes. No, what she said was she doesn't have vaginal herpes. That means she has the one in the mouth, not in the throat. Okay?
Exactly.
You crazy people. Whoever said that, I just saw it.
Worried about these women having herpes. Why are they worried about it?
Anyway, it doesn't matter, Miss Rogers. Miss Rogers, it doesn't matter. You want to know why, Miss Rogers? Because R. Kelly admitted he had herpes.
But it's more to this case besides herpes.
Yeah.
Let's look at the real facts. Look at who he is as a person outside of herpes. And stop blaming it on, his childhood. There are many people that have been sexually assaulted that never became an assaulter.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right.
Okay?
That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth.
You are who you are, and you did what you did because that's what you choose to do.
Right.
And you are so prideful, and you have so much pride that you can't humble yourself and apologize.
Are you talking to me now?
No, she's talking about R. Kelly.
You deserve it.
Right.
You don't think you owe none of these women years, even the ones that ain't even came for an apology.
Right.
You don't feel yourself.
Please fasten driver's seatbelt.
Right. He couldn't, and you know, his lawyer did a cop out for him by saying, well, I told him not to speak because he has another case.
And nothing verified.
Right. Grown little boy, you have something to say, baby?
Before he said, can I get to what I was trying to say to Kelly?
But That's how I feel, and I apologize that you got.
Well, before you go, I was trying to apologize. I can't get through the sentence.
When you hear things, that's what you hear, and don't just assume that because you heard it, that it's true.
Right. She was about to apologize, Mother Rogers. Go ahead, Cash.
For what it's worth, anything that you and your family had to go through due to me or anything that I've said, I do apologize. But I still had to speak on that because I don't want people having the notion that I'm this person who came in trying to just like blackmail people and do all of this stuff, because that wasn't the case. That wasn't the case. And when
like you said, you went there for an assignment, but got too deep and they wound up trying to put you in criminal activities, which is messed up. But
it's because
you still were down with the cause. You were still down with the cause, though.
Yeah, it was who I aligned myself with in the conversations I had and different stuff.
Cash, I say this, and this
right, and she kept it going.
Having a choice. When you were in too deep, whether or not to continue in what you were doing or to walk away from it.
Right. And you're right, and I chose to continue.
Right.
You chose that. So you got to take accountability for that. You got to take accountability for some of the backlash, just like these other victims.
Right.
You, because at the end of the day, it was a choice.
Right.
It was
no, for sure. That's true. That's true. And let me say this. Everybody thinks that me saying, well, first of all, they probably think the book is never coming out because I done said it was coming out so many times, but it's not a bashing book. The book is not what people think it is. I'm being 1000% transparent about all the mistakes I made, about, you know, the way things happen, the way people are viewed and why they were viewed that way. Like, I'm being honest about everything. But as for that part with people thinking like, oh, I just came to blackmail these people at gunpoint and I'm doing all this stuff. No, that's not the case. And the only reason that I even showed you what I showed you, once again, it's because I did not know this man was about to call in a gun threat. So if he did something to that degree, and then I know that this was a part of the emails that he sent me, I didn't know what he was going to do with that. You know what I'm saying? And survivingthelies.com was not what he put out, which was survivinglies.com. I just want that cleared up because I didn't have nothing to do with leaking no pictures of Faith. First of all, when it happened, I called Rkelly freaking out like, yo, this is revenge porn. Like, are y'all crazy? He claimed to not know nothing about it. So that is really what I want cleared. Like that's not what I'm on. I'm not on that type of time.
Thank you, Kathy.
So I you know, I'm curious to know, do you think Rkelly's guilty?
Oh, great question.
When it comes down to Rkelly, the God honest truth.
Don't lie, Cash. Don't lie, Cash.
No, at this point, all lying is off.
Do you think he's guilty?
Now, yeah, of course. Of course I do. Of course I do. I'm not going to sit here and act like he's a saint. I'm not delusional.
Right. Okay.
I'm not
okay.
Well, I just wonder.
Yeah, that's fair.
I just wonder.
Now, let me say this. When I got involved and certain people, like you said, Tim said he was just saying it to try to get information or whatever. But when he did say certain things, I started thinking, well, wait, is he doing all of this new stuff that people are, saying that he's doing? I did question that initially, but I only questioned it because, certain people were saying certain things. But no, I don't.
I would think that in your findings, no matter whether it was new or what, morally, people have to have some morals. Whether it was 1992 and we're in 2022,
right? His
pattern hasn't changed.
That's right.
It was just different victims. And it wasn't just young women. He had a variety. had a variety.
Right. As long as he knew he could get away with it, he did.
And it was he chose the younger girls because he knew they were naive
right.
and not as
better.
experienced and not as experienced.
Right. Right.
He knew that.
Right.
We all know how to manipulate people.
Right, but he perfected it over the years. He perfected his craft.
He could manipulate with the fact that, oh, I can buy you a purse. Well, then he couldn't do it to Faith Rogers.
Right.
Faith Rogers was a challenge for him.
Right.
No, you can't have Faith Rogers say her mom and daddy. No, you can't have her letter. She's not a fool.
Right.
And I'm not saying they're fools. You met your match that day.
Right. I mean, this man just was happy and content with people being yes men around him and snapping fingers and people doing what they were told, and he had total control. He's a total narcissist, and he likes women of all ages, women and girls. It doesn't matter as long as he can control your mind.
If he sees any weakness in you, he's gonna try to latch on.
Any weakness, you're right. Any weakness. I could have got got. I would have got got.
And what he does is, oh, let me tell you what happened to me. And he plays that voice
to make you feel sorry for him.
Right.
Something traumatic that has happened in your life, and he held that.
Right.
He plays on that. He plays on that. Oh, yeah, but he's where he needs to be.
Yep.
Like I said, I hope whatever time he's sitting there, that he would read.
Now, let me ask you a question, right? Now, with her being the first lady of the church, and this is no dig, this is not me being disrespectful or nothing. I'm just, speaking off of her actions. They run a church, she says, in the 90s. Her husband is a pastor. Now, again, when you're Christian, and hey, Spitfire, I'm Muslim, but like I said, my mother been, I don't know if it's a difference, because somebody had to tell me that a minute ago. My mom was Baptist. I thought that Christianity and Baptist were the same thing, but I'm just finding out it wasn't. So I apologize about that. But from what I do know from growing up with a father that was Muslim all my life and my mother being Baptist, right? My mom made sure that we knew the Bible and my dad made sure that we knew the Quran. So I'm stuck in the middle of, I thought that Jesus died on the cross for people, to forgive people for their sins, right? And that no sin is bigger than the other, and he forgives everybody for their sins as long as you repent. So where is the exception for Robert? Let's just say she believes that he did these things to her daughter, right? What pastor, first lady of the church, that says, like, oh, he belongs where he at, this and that, and like no type of whatever you want to call it, Christianity, Baptist. I don't know if they Christians, they're Baptists, but I just know that they have a church. And it's like no actions of a first lady. I never seen a first lady act the way this lady acts. And you run a church. Your husband is a pastor. So what makes, if you believe that Robert did these things, aren't you supposed to be the main one that says that God and Jesus Christ is forgives everybody? And that Robert is not, he's no different than that. Aren't you supposed to not judge being a Christian? I'm confused because it's like they pick and choose when they want to be uh put this bar stool of they're pastors, they run a church, but you're not explaining to your daughter to love herself, meaning for her to think that BBLs and uh um fake boobs and all of this is the way to go, which obviously shows your daughter doesn't even love herself. And everything that she's covering up, it ain't helping because she still don't love herself. But you supposed to be this pastor, I'm at this first lady of the church. You on a line talking to Cash like y'all in the street, not like a older woman or like as if you was Cash's example of like her mother or something. She talking like she a young girl. Oh, he couldn't do that to my daughter. How? Your daughter and your oldest daughter went through the concert while your daughter was supposedly, allegedly, behind the stage having sex with Robert. She said on a stand that she gave him oral sex for over 6, 7 hours straight. Who does that? In front of both of y'all. It's a whole video of her twerking on her father, like bending her behind all the way over. But you want to be the main one to send somebody to heaven or hell. Make that make sense. I'm just confused when it comes to these Christians because it's like, even with Diddy, the man come out here and say, I apologize, I'm taking accountability, which I'm pretty sure he took accountability back in 2016 when it happened because she stayed for 2 years. But Diddy supposed to go to hell, he supposed to get crucified, he ain't supposed to be forgiven, but y'all say y'all Christians. Doesn't Jesus even forgive murderers? I'm confused. It's like you damn if you do, you damn if you don't. Nobody gives grace of our people to make mistakes and fix it, get better. Or at least just say, he should work on a problem or support him in getting better. It's like nobody has room to fall or do something wrong or nothing. It's like everybody supposed to be upright, perfect, no wrong. Like, cut it out. And it ain't no reason for your daughter to been chasing Rkelly and following him around here and there if her upbringing was uptight. Period. As much as you claim you and your husband do so much for her, it didn't phase her. Because you said she didn't need Rkelly for money. Well, what did she need it for? DICK? I'm confused. But I would never sit in a courtroom in front of my father and mother and talk about I sucked his penis for 67 hours straight. No respect. And that's why Robert said, you are who you are. Whatever she did in that parking lot that day, when he said to her, did you get your mind right? Because something wrong with your mind. She didn't say nothing about, oh, you gave me herpes. He said, whatever she did in that parking lot, that her mind wasn't right. And that he just accepting her for who she is, because that's who she is. But these parents don't take no accountability. None.
That he would reach the heaven, that he said he's got Christ. When you got Christ, you do some admitting and you do some repenting and ask for some forgiveness.
Right, that's right. That's what he needs to do.
He doesn't serve the Lord.
Right.
He talks about it.
He uses the Lord. Right, exactly. He uses them, but he doesn't. Right.
How you gonna say what this man's personal relationship is with God? I don't understand. Like, y'all act like y'all sitting in the same room with this man and y'all know his personal relationship with God. He can't speak on your personal relationship with God. Like, how do y'all make these type of claims about people We can't speak on your personal relationships with God. Are you serious? How you gonna say his personal relationship with God? But then y'all claim to be holy people. Make that make sense. I just don't understand people. You 1 minute you holy, you Christian, but another person don't have room to make mistakes and repent to God, Jesus, but you just know that they also faking it when they talk about their relationship with God, but your relationship with God is real. Like what? But you sit out here all day, every day, and judge every single person. But the flaws is hidden. Okay.
That's right, Mama.
And no other business took some admission, but you sat there like they were lying. Everybody lying on they're after my money.
Right.
And right. You wore fake jewelry. So how much money did you have? Really?
But you say you wasn't after his money, but you lied. You knew that y'all was going after that lawsuit against him and Don Russell for $150 million. Your daughter and Lee Merritt, the second attorney, that's what they asked for Robert for $3 million. And then she lied in court when Comedic asked her, you knew about that money. Oh, no, I didn't know about that. Yes, you did. When your attorney wrote the paperwork out, your name and stuff was on the document. That's why y'all got mad, because Robert was like, no, $3 million for what? So how is it not about money when you went with Gloria Allred and filed a lawsuit that you and your daughter is emotionally distressed from Don Russell and Robert with the gun and bomb threat, and y'all sued for $150 million? But it wasn't about no money.
The king of R&B. You set your Rolex down.
He wear fake jewelry, but your daughter was willing to pull her drawers down for him. Miss, you sound ridiculous. Your daughter even said on the stand that he never forced her nor threatened her to have sex. That she also takes accountability for her actions. So for you to try to clown him and say he wear fake jewelry, but he the king of R&B, well, your daughter liked it. Your daughter was impressed with that fake jewelry. Sure was. Sure was. She didn't care about giving up her vajayjay to that man with that fake jewelry. So he didn't have to put on no type of big and impressing her, because the fake jewelry got her. Since you wanted to say it was fake jewelry, you sound crazy. But then at the same token, your daughter was flying out to go chase this man down. Like you sound ridiculous, and you doesn't sound like a lady that's a pastor's wife. You talking about this jury, you know? Talk about your daughter healing. Talk about the bigger issues before R. Kelly. When she was running around with Summer, when Summer was having sex with Offset and everything else, your daughter wasn't hanging with Summer for nothing. They were doing the same thing. That's why y'all put a cease and desist on Summer when she said these moms be dressing their daughters up to go see R. Kelly. She didn't say Faith name, but a hit dog a holler. And y'all put a cease and desist on her. Same thing y'all had to do to R. Kelly.
Somebody was gonna take it and they say, so what? And your jury's fake. And you claim you gave them women $5,000.
Right.
Because if you was giving somebody $5,000, somebody smart would have been saying that. So when I do get gone.
So you think that it's his fault that they wasn't spending their money wisely? Like you don't make no sense. It's documentation, it's receipts to show that they were getting that money. Matter of fact, Holly said the reason she went back 10 times for the money, for the allowance. So you make no sense. You just mad because your daughter didn't get as fast as she wanted the money. Because again, if her dad and you were doing everything for her, putting her on the right path, she would have been chasing no R. Kelly. If she had money, everything that y'all gave, she didn't need nothing from R. Kelly. Well, what was she seeking? DICK? I'm confused. Why would she be interested in this man that she didn't have sex with him over a year, and y'all knew that she was dealing with him? This is your daughter on the screen when they went to the concert. Your daughter smiling harder than her sister. Wait a minute, where the picture at? I'm confused how you just sit up here and try to play this man, but when it came to your daughter, she liked it.
Something to go with.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy you say that, Mama Rogers. Like, how is it that these girls were getting $5,000 a month, but what were they spending it on? And where is the money to show that they spent it on something?
Exactly.
What do you mean? Do you know that you can get an installed lace front for over $500? Damn it! I forget the boy name that's doing their hair now. What's the gay one that's doing all the celebrities here? Y'all might know the name. What do you charge? $1,600? And they talk about it the other day on Twitter that's not even expensive, and the hair I think they said ain't even included. So $5,000, $10,000 a month, the lifestyle that they were living, we can see what they were spending it on, trying to keep up with their lifestyle that they wasn't able to really keep up with. And quite frankly, your daughter was doing the same thing, trying to live up to their bar.
She has no cars. Right. Saying that on the road, what? Where's all that? Right. And everybody got the money. Everybody, no, we were after justice. We were after putting a stop to you.
That's
we
right.
were after hoping that you would let Joy and whoever else you had help.
Now you see this? Let Joy and ass out. But it comes out the Clarys knew all along. It comes out the Clarys was complicit. It comes out Joy never said she was a victim, not one freaking time. But you up here talking about let Joy and ass out. You didn't even know these people. You sound dumb. You didn't even know them. And you up here praising the Clarys when they passed their daughter to him. When they was begging Robert for jobs. Right after their daughter graduation, the mother should be praising her daughter and her accomplishments, and they outside begging Robert, can I be your driver? Can I do the lighting for your shows? Can you get in business with us with the porn or dildo business? But these the parents and the females that you shouting out, let Joy go, let Azriel go. They wasn't never held nowhere. Just like your daughter wasn't. And it's the same Tim Savage that called your daughter a liar, a hoe, and said that you wanted to go back and get some more information. This that same man that you talk about, let Joy go. This that father. And the Clarys been exposed. So I'm trying to figure out who are you talking about that was held? What about your daughter? That's the problem. That is the problem. None of y'all knew each other. Y'all always in competition. Who daughter gonna be number one? What parent gonna be number one? Y'all thought y'all was gonna be the next Aaliyah and her parents. So instead, we gonna play victim. We going and not thinking about your daughter's future. That's why your daughter looked it like that on the last Surviving R. Kelly. Skinny, said she don't go to church because your church members looking at her up and down. She was having suicidal thoughts, ready to commit suicide. Because none of y'all parents thought about what's going to go on with these females after this. They done told the whole world they got herpes. You think these other men gonna want to deal with your daughter? You think industry gonna want to deal with Azriel or any of them? Hell no. And you running your mouth like that and talking people business and none of that. No matter if somebody was doing something around them, legal or illegal, nobody's not going to want them around them and their business and none of that. And you telling the world your daughter got herpes. Ain't no man gonna want to deal with them. So y'all wasn't thinking about the future for your daughters and how this was gonna affect them. Y'all was just thinking about the present, but not the future. And now your own church members is looking up and down at your daughter.
I go to work to get my own money. I don't need your money.
But you suing for 150 million.
But I heard you guys. But like I said, moving forward, please, I've explained to you what you thought was done, and that did not take place. I'm done.
Like, Cash, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so
wait, y'all about to hear Larry come on, and Larry's gonna admit that he's the reason Cash is not in jail. He's the reason she wasn't arrested. So when Larry was out here saying that they was beefing with her, when Larry was still cool with Angelo, I guess when Larry fell out with Angelo, he must have got cool with Cash. And some way, somehow, he helped her not go to jail. And you're going to hear her admit to it, and he's going to speak on it.
that's good. I'm glad that you ladies were able to, you know, hash it out and kind of clear some of the misunderstanding. Oh, you can't hear me? Okay. Do you hear me now?
I can hear you, D, but
Yeah, she sounded far away, yeah. I don't know if she might have walked away from her phone. Like, you know,
No,
laying down or something.
I mean, I wasn't saying anything else.
Oh, okay. But I'm glad that you ladies were able to speak about it. And Cash or Miss Rogers, you guys have each other's numbers. I guess after this, if you guys, you know, decide to reach out to one another, that would be great. Grown women shit, that's what's awesome. And that would be great for you. I'm sorry, Mama. And I said that it would be great if you were able to, you know, apologize to Faith for anything that, you know,
it would be great if we
if Cash Jones was able to apologize to Faith, you know, and hash that out. I got you, grown man. You know, and they can, you know, apologize to one another and, you know, just squash the bullshit, you know? Because like Cash Jones was saying, she got too deep. She got too deep. She didn't know what she was really in, you know, and she thought she could handle it. You thought you could handle it, right, Cash Jones? Be honest.
No, listen. Thoughts. But, it just became too much. And it became too much very quickly.
Right. I can imagine.
And it became too much with Dawn. That's where the too much happened.
I can imagine too. So, grown little boy, you got something to say, bro? Come on, man. Speak your piece, man.
Hey, what's going on, Cash?
What's up, Papi?
Hey, Larry.
What's up? What's going on, chat? Where do I begin? Okay. How long did you know about? How long did you know about the text messages? How long did you know about the text messages before it came out? Because you had to know.
You talking about with Angelo?
Yes.
Why are we talking about text messages? I didn't think that was what you was saying.
Here we go. Listen, if we gonna tell the truth,
Larry's got the hard questions. Go ahead, Larry.
the case is over with. All three cases, you were named as a co-conspirator in 3 different cases.
Yeah.
And you did not get indicted. I would like to think that I had a little bit something to do with that.
You did.
So,
You did.
how long did you know about the text messages before we all did? Because I'm thinking, the reason I'm asking you this is because I had conversations with you, and you told me that I didn't know everything that I thought I knew.
About him, yeah.
And when the text messages came out, that's one of the first things I thought about.
Yeah, I really didn't, you know. And
what does that mean? You really didn't?
I really didn't. I really didn't. Like, I knew something was up. But I didn't know that it was that. Like, I didn't know about those texts. So I pretty much found out when everybody else found out about the text messages. And of course, because, you know, me and Angelo, we've talked. You know, he says that, of course, they're not real. This is something that Rkelly orchestrated, which I know that's not true. You know what I'm saying? But you know how Angelo is. So I just agreed with it and just left it at that. But I didn't know. I just knew something wasn't right with their situation. Because initially when I got involved, people think I got involved with Dawn, but I didn't. People think I got involved with Julie, but before that, I was dealing with ISIS. And she disappeared after I started asking a lot of questions about the hotel. Because I started doing my research, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, okay, well, wait a minute, you know. Because, okay, well,
hey, could you explain that? About the hotel.
ISIS.
About what you got confused about.
Everybody know who ISIS is. ISIS is Azrael's sister, right?
Yeah, her older sister.
Yes.
Okay.
And, you know, when I started talking to her, because honestly, I heard the Savages story, but it didn't capture me the way Azriel did. You know, I looked Azriel up, I saw her singing, like I was moved by it. So same page everybody else talk about, the 97 Baby Girl page, that's where I saw ISIS at. So when I saw she was saying stop lying on my sister, I was like, okay, well, let me reach out to her. Initially, I just wanted an interview. When I started talking to her, she said, well, how do I know you're not a troll? So I'm like, well, we can get on video chat, like whatever you need to feel comfortable. We exchanged numbers. We started talking every day. She told me the Clarys handled stuff the street way. So they didn't want to go to the public. Because at first, I was willing to talk. You know, I was trying to get her to do an interview and everything. It was like, well, why isn't your sister's story out here? You know what I'm saying? Like, it should be out here. And I think maybe she was checking with Angelo. Because literally, I had wrote like a press release, everything about what she had told me to come out about Azria. And then that's when I found some stuff, and I found stuff about the letter, the little permission slip and stuff. And I asked her about the hotel. I asked her.
Wait a minute, did I miss it? Did y'all hear the part where Larry said he would like to believe he's the reason that she did not get jail time? Did y'all hear it? I was preparing these hamburgers. Did y'all hear that?
Of course, they're not real. This is something that.
Wait a minute, let me take it back.
Baby,
before he said, can I get what I was trying to say to Kelly?
Wait a minute.
I remember that. Yeah.
And then I remember those.
Of course, they're not real. This is something that Rkelly orchestrated, which I know that's not true. You know what I'm saying? But you know how Angelo is.
Wait, did he say it yet?
Okay. So now she got jumped. When I asked.
Wait a minute. Did y'all hear it yet? Or did they even say it yet?
Yes, after this, you guys.
Of course, they're not real.
I know he said when we first get up there. He asks her about
by her.
Yeah. But so I can get to what Larry asked. I dealt with.
Me is that you dealt with the Clarys before you dealt.
No, hash it out and.
I just want to make sure y'all heard it.
Larry's got the hard questions. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, here we go.
Case is over with. All three cases. You were named as a co-conspirator in 3 different cases.
Told y'all. Now, I don't know the third case. I know she was a co-conspirator in Don Russell case and Michael Williams. He's saying 3 different cases. And she said, yeah. So I don't know, what is he saying? R. Kelly's case, she was a co-conspirator in? What other case was she a co-conspirator in? But he says specifically, I like to believe that I'm the reason why you never been arrested or why you never got charges. But she said in the beginning of this audio, oh, I'm just explaining to y'all the real reason why I ain't in jail, because I kept Don Russell up. And spin fire to your question, I think probably like 2 minutes ago. This interview was this while Robert's trial was going on. If y'all remember, I don't know if y'all seen Surviving R. Kelly, the last one, when they finally released that they were down in New York with us when we was at that trial. And when I told y'all, when I seen Faith Rogers' mom across the courthouse is on the right side. I'm just trying to lay it out for y'all. So just lay the court on the right. She was across the street on the bench where the park was at. And that lady was standing near her, which I knew that lady for a lifetime, but because they didn't have like the big camera equipment and stuff, I think that's how they got the people, where people didn't notice who they were. So the lady just had like a regular iPhone and one of them long pole things, whatever y'all call them, that you put on the phone. And Faith Rogers' mom was talking to Lanita Carter on a FaceTime, and they was pointing at Glenda. Oh yeah, Jocelyn said that that's Joycelyn's handler, and they got Joycelyn. And Glenda was standing across the right in front of the courthouse on the right side because we were out at lunch. But Faith was testifying, but she wasn't in court that day because she had to also go to court for Don Russell. But she wound up not going. She did it on, I guess, the Zoom or over the phone. So when they dropped the Surviving R. Kelly, the last one, they showed a clip of her in a hotel, Faith Rogers' mom, and she was talking to one of the film producer, and she was like, "Oh, I'm on the phone listening to the court hearing for the other guy, for the other case that we got, which was Don Russell's." If y'all listen to the beginning of this audio, she said to Cash, "Oh, it's you today, and yesterday it was your partner. I had to deal with that yesterday," meaning his court hearing. Because remember, they kept pushing Don Russell's court back because they wanted Robert to be convicted first, then bring in Don Russell, because they wanted to take that evidence to Don Russell's trial and say, oh, his co-defendant has been found guilty for this, that, and the third. And Faith Rogers' mom testified in Robert's trial regarding Don Russell, Cash, and that whole bomb/gun threat thing. So with Robert being found guilty, that's why they said they only needed days for Don Russell's trial. They had all the evidence they needed. And when she listened into that court hearing that day, this is when they made this interview the day after. So Don didn't even go to trial, and Cash was out here speaking like this. This is why I said Don Russell's attorney wasn't really doing his job, because he could have used a lot of this for his trial. Even when she admitted, Cash, that she the one who went to Faith's mom and told her that Don Russell did this and that, and she said to him about leaking the photos of Faith and all of that. This is how the mom got this info. They were talking about this at the premiere, and she gave Faith Rogers' mom that info. She still was messing with Don then. And when Larry admitted that he's the reason she's not in jail, this was before Don went to trial. And they were on the platform talking like that. She even said that Robert was guilty, and that she had to call Larry up and get confirmation from him, was Robert really guilty? Because if y'all remember, Larry couldn't stand her when he was cool with Angelo, and when he was saying she was a part of the reason of the fire and everything. But as soon as he fell out with Angelo, I guess he linked up with Cash, and they were talking behind the scenes, because she said she called Larry a few times to find out if Robert really was guilty. We play it back. Now, how Larry got her out of that case, I don't know.
Yeah.
And you did not get indicted. I would like to think that.
Okay, here we go. That's it right there. Wait a minute. Take it back one more time. Y'all back can hear. So don't say I made up the words. He said out his mouth.
Larry's got the hard questions. Go ahead, Larry.
The case is over with. All three cases. You were named as a co-conspirator in 3 different cases.
Yeah.
And you did not get indicted. I would like to think that I had a little bit something to do with that.
You did.
So,
you did.
How long did you know
She
about
said it twice. You did. You did. So that lets us know, without saying anything further, Larry had something to do with why she didn't get arrested or get charges. Whatever took place, y'all can, make up your own assumptions when it comes to that. But my thing is, he didn't deal with her at first. So when he fell out with Angelo, that's when she must have linked and start giving Larry all this information that she had regarding the Clarys. And I guess this was his way of helping her get out her situation. But again, when this live was done, Robert was still in trial, and Don Russell didn't even go to trial yet. He just had went to court, because when Robert was in trial, Don Russell had court. And this is why Faith Mom was on Surviving Rkelly in the hotel, listening in the phone, saying she was listening into the court hearing for Don Russell. This was the court hearing regarding him supposedly making threats and all that to Faith and them. Not the gun/bomb threat case. The other case that he wound up pleading guilty to.
the text messages before we all did? Because I'm thinking, the reason I'm asking you this is because I had conversations with you. And you talk.
And another thing that I know for a fact that she lied about in this. She's going to say, no, Larry's going to say, well, how long was Don Russell dealing with the feds against Rkelly? Now, some of my moderators is probably not here, or they in the bushes, but if they come, I have several witnesses. I damn near attended and listened to almost every freaking court hearings of Don Russell. Okay? And one of them had me so surprised when he fired one of his attorneys and called out corruption and told the judge and Donnelly that his attorney was working with the prosecutors because his attorney told him he definitely was going to have to do jail time. And he was in the middle of that courtroom screaming and hollering that the whole case was corrupt, the prosecutors was dirty. And I mean, I couldn't believe he did that, okay? Several times the prosecutors put a plea on the table. Several times they said that if he cooperated, they had a plea on the table. And every single time he and his attorney denied their offer. So I know for a fact he was not working with no feds, okay? When you're working with a fed, you don't get found guilty and get 24 months. All right. He would have been just like Richard Arline and everybody else. Time served, no time. Don Russell didn't get that because he wasn't working with the Fed. Now at the end, he go do interviews and start talking to Robert and all that. Yeah, but it was too late for that. He already went down the whole line with not working with them. That's how you know he wasn't cooperating with them, because he didn't get no deals. He didn't get no leniency. I read y'all the documents a few months ago where he wrote Judge Ann Donnelly and the warden fear for his life, begging to get out of the jail that he was at, because now he's being targeted by a couple individuals in the jail because they went and watched YouTube videos, and now they're calling him thieves, liars, saying he's a pedophile, and he named a couple bloggers. Y'all remember who I named? Who channels made videos of him saying he was a pedophile and he robbed Robert and stuff like that. So if he was working with the feds, trust to believe he would have been in protective custody. He wouldn't have been in no general population. He wouldn't be begging, can he get into a different facility with people that had less crimes, because he's scared for his life. Because now they start calling him a snitch. Because it happened in the jail where he was in a cell and he told somebody else something, and I guess they found out that he repeated the information. He's saying he didn't, but whatever. But he wasn't working with them. But they put out a narrative on his audio that she said, "Oh yeah, he been working with them." Ha ha. And Larry like, "Yeah, you remember and all that." That's a lie. That's a lie. And I watched how people was putting that narrative out there before he was even found guilty. When I'm sitting up here attending, and when it wasn't, when you couldn't come in the courtroom, and when they just said over the phone and listening to all of his parents, not one time did they take a plea deal or accept any of the government's offer. They were still offering him deals up until the last 3 months of him about to go to trial. They was trying to get him so bad before Robert went to trial. He wouldn't budge. So when everybody kept pushing the narrative, I kept saying to myself, why? Why were they pushing the narrative that Don was working with the Fed? I couldn't understand that. What is the reason to say he cooperated with the Feds? And he did. But then I started to notice why. Because Cash definitely was working with the Fed. Okay? Especially if Larry said, I'm the reason why you were getting charges and being arrested.
that I didn't know everything that I thought I knew.
About him, yeah.
And when the text messages came out, that is one of the first things I thought about.
Yeah, I really didn't, you know. And
what does that mean? You really didn't?
I really didn't. I really didn't. Like, I knew something was up. But I didn't know that it was that. Like, I didn't know about those texts. So I pretty much found out when everybody else found out about the text messages. And of course, because you know, me and Angelo, we've talked. He says that of course they're not real. This is something that Rkelly orchestrated, which I know that's not true. You know what I'm saying? But you know how Angelo is. So I just agreed with it and just left it at that. But I didn't know. I just knew something wasn't right with their situation, because initially when I got involved, people think I got involved with Dawn, but I didn't. People think I got involved with Julius, but before that I was dealing with ISIS. And she disappeared after I started asking a lot of questions about the hotel, because I started doing my research. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, okay, well, wait a minute. Because, okay, well, initially...
Could you explain that? About the hotel.
ISIS.
About what you got confused
about. Everybody know who ISIS is. ISIS is Ashley's sister, right?
Yeah, her older sister.
Yes.
Okay.
And, when I started talking to her, because honestly, I heard the Savages story, but it didn't capture me the way Azriel did. I looked Azriel up, I saw her singing, like I was moved by it. So same page everybody else talk about, the 97 baby girl page, that's where I saw ISIS at. So when I saw she was saying stop lying on my sister, I was like, okay, well, let me reach out to her. Initially, I just wanted an interview. When I started talking to her, she said, well, how do I know you're not a troll? So I'm like, well, we can get on video chat, like whatever you need to feel comfortable. We exchanged numbers. We started talking every day. She told me the Clarys handled stuff the street way. So they didn't want to go to the public. Because at first, ISIS was willing to talk. I was trying to get her to do an interview and everything. Because I'm like, well, why isn't your sister's story out here? You know what I'm saying? Like, it should be out here. And I think maybe she was checking with Angelo, because literally I had wrote a press release, everything about what she had told me to come out about Azriel. And then that's when I found some stuff, and I found the stuff about the letter, the little permission slip and stuff. And I asked her about the hotel. I asked her, what did your parents know? Were your parents allowing this? Because I was like, if that's the case, it kind of changes things a little bit. I found Azriel's old Twitter. I saw it said that she was 18. So I'm like, okay, well, I just started asking these questions. When I started asking those questions, ISIS disappeared. She disappeared for a while. And then when she came back, she told me, she said, well, you know what? We the Clarys, we handle stuff the street way. So she was like, we're not going to the media. We're not going to the public with this or whatever. And, but by that time, she had already called me, and, when Rkelly assistant and all those people quit, and she was like, oh, well, you do some PR work. Like, why don't you go in pretending to be his publicist or whatever? And the first thing I said was, girl, is you fucking crazy? Like, we ain't the FBI. Like, if he really doing all of this shit, what I'm going to do if I get caught? That was the first thing. Go ahead.
Okay, so now I'm confused, because Angelo always told me that the Savages was trying to get you to go in undercover.
Okay. See, I was spreading myself a little bit everywhere. That's the thing. But I had met ISIS months and months before I met the Savages.
Also, it was wait, Cash. Earlier you said the Clary girl. So were you talking about ISIS, or did you mean
ISIS Clary? ISIS Clary.
Oh, so she was talking about ISIS. She didn't mean Azriel, guys. She meant ISIS. She didn't mean to say Az. It was ISIS.
Yeah, ISIS.
Okay. We needed to make that correction.
So this is what I was told, because I can't do nothing because I wasn't there. So I can only go off what I was told.
Told you.
The Savages wanted you to go in undercover, and he pulled you aside and said, that's stupid. I only deal with me. Hold on, listen.
Because he said that was the first time that they had dealt with you because you were only dealing with the Savages. So what you're telling me is that you dealt with the Clarice before you dealt with the Savages.
Yeah, but see, I never had met Angelo or talked to Angelo. I was literally only talking to the daughter.
And when she disappeared, you covered off from the Clarice completely until the premiere came out.
Yeah.
Okay. Now when the premiere comes out, is commotion going on at Surviving R. Kelly? Is it about you going in undercover? What did y'all get into it about? Reason that everybody at the premiere was an issue.
Okay, so this is what happened. Well, first of all, me and Dawn. Okay, see, it's hard to skip around.
I don't want to skip around.
Right,
Let me just tell you.
You ain't gotta tell people's names. Just tell the story. You feel me?
Okay, so when I was dealing with Isis,
you were right. I know you know how to.
The first thing that happened with Isis was Isis told me she had this recording on her phone, but she said her phone was broke. But she said she had a recording of them basically like jumping her at the studio. So see, that was a part of my questioning too. I'm like, so then how did your sister end up still going with these dudes? You know, if all of this happened, and then looking at the dates and the police report, you know,
Okay, stop.
They got video.
Hold on. Diva, stop. Hold on.
Stop.
Now, was that ever mentioned in the trial? Did they ever mention ISIS getting jumped and beat up at the studio by
They did not speak about ISIS at all.
Okay.
So now she got jumped. When I asked her on her live, she said she punched R. Kelly in his face.
Yeah, she did say that. She said that that's how they jumped her, because she said that she was pissed or something and she was looking for ass, and she said that she was freaking out because she couldn't find her nowhere. And she's like, well, where is she? Whatever. So she said that then eventually him and her Azriel came out, and she said that it was about the way she said he was talking to Azriel. And she said she felt the way about it because she know her sister, and she said her sister normally would, like, you know, quick lip, like speak up for herself, and she didn't like the way stuff was looking at how he was talking to her. So she said she grabbed Azriel, like, you know what, like, come on, like, let's go. She said, I guess he tried to, you know, object or get in the way or something. She said she punched him in the face, and that's when the security or whatever it was grabbed her and stuff like that. Now, I didn't hear about her getting put out in no alley and stuff like what was said elsewhere. But she did say that, you know, they roughed her up or whatever, and she had all of it on tape because she was trying to record it. But she said her phone ended up dropping, so her screen got, you know, messed up. So, and to be honest, that's actually the story I used to get close to the camp. When she was like, well, no, or whatever, that's the story I use. I'm like, hey, you know, I work in media. You know, I ain't trying to see Kels go out like that. So this chick came to me trying to, like, you know, get out there with her family, and they got a video, and he instantly responded. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, this and that. What's the video? Like, what's the number? Like, you know, it was fairly easy.
Right.
That video was never put out because I don't believe it ever happened.
Yeah, because she was supposed to send it and all this stuff.
No, y'all go ahead.
It's never.
Yeah, I don't believe that ever happened. It wasn't brought up anywhere. They talk about Armand in the crowd, but they did not speak about ISIS.
Exactly. They said that Azriel wanted to go visit her in the hotel and this, that, and the third. I remember that. Yeah.
And I remember those text messages about the $1,000 that Armani supposedly had got from R. Kelly.
Right, and that he allegedly.
Yeah, as we're looking at her mom, she said she was really worried about how Armani got that $1,000 or some shit.
Hello?
Cass, did you know before you fell in love with hips? Did you know?
Oh my God. Did I know what no, I'm sorry.
He was short and fat and wide.
I've seen Angelo. I know what Angelo looks like. I know exactly what Angelo looks like.
Before you fell in love with
him. I've seen Angelo. Yes, I know what Angelo looks like. But
damn.
No, so what
he wasn't being shallow.
So, from ISIS and when she disappeared, when I started asking too many questions, that's when I, kind of used that story to try to get in. Because when she first said it, I thought it was crazy. But then I started thinking, oh, maybe I could do this. Like, obviously I should not have, but whatever. So moving right along, then that's when I was like, oh, okay. Because I'm not going to sit here in front like I'm like this huge New York Times journalist that like has this huge salary. No, like at that time, I wasn't even editor-in-chief. Like I was just writing. And, I was just like, oh, well, I'm going to need some money if I'm going to be going to Chicago. Because they was instantly trying to get me to come to Chicago. So, I wrote the book or whatever. I mean, it wasn't meant to slander anybody.
If you don't mind me asking, when you wrote this book, is it true that you took stories from different girls? Because when you read Geronda's book and then you read Lisa's book and then you hear Dominique's story and you hear this story,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how my book so closely matches a lot of the things that ended up coming out. I don't know. I just know I did read Geronda's book. I did read her book, but so I really just I won't say so much. I mean, because I read it, and I think I saw the BuzzFeed article. And then I just freestyled it. I mean, it's just like somebody who write a movie. You could tell me your life story. You could tell me one portion of it. And then I could just build around it. That's what I do.
Right.
People line talking about the freedom stories out of
and another thing, my book was not the basis for Lifetime. My book, I wrote that book in 7 days. Like the book dropped in August of 2018. I put 2016 in the copyright area just so people would think like, oh, this didn't just come out. But I wrote it and put it out like as soon as I wrote it. That was it. Like it was no big grand thing behind it. It's not the script for Lifetime. Like they've said all kind of stuff, but that's not the case.
Okay.
But
thank you for clearing that up because that was a mess.
No, I dealt with
Well, since I have to do chapter 12 through 16, when I do it, would you like to come on and we could read the chapters together?
I haven't even seen or read that book since that book came out. That book makes me bashful. Nobody was ever supposed to know I wrote that book. That's why I was so free with it. That was supposed to be an anonymous book. Like,
they thought LaToya wrote it. They thought Geronda wrote it.
They thought LaToya wrote it because LaToya came out saying she wrote that book. She said that was her life.
Oh, LaToya asked what her line is.
She said
that chick is not. I was confused by her.
Yeah, but so I can get to what Larry asked. I dealt with. I used that story to kind of get close to the camp. But see, he was not that kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, he really just wanted to be about the music. He didn't want to be involved because I tried to feed him little stuff like, hey, tell him this, tell him that. Just trying to, like, get in closer. But he didn't want to be, like, involved in that way. So I will give him credit for that. He did not want to be involved in that way. When Julius.
Okay, I understand that.
And then
go ahead. Sorry.
And then what happened after that was I met the Savages in the weirdest way possible. Weirdest way possible. I said I was never gonna say this out loud, and I think Tears has played her video before on her page. There is a lady who does like celebrity psychic readings.
Yes.
Alexis. Yes, her.
Miss Alexis. Yes. With
And I remember
heat-seeking missiles.
Yeah, and I remember I came across a psychic reading she did about R. Kelly.
Right.
And to me, she was pretty spot on. So I was like, So I hit her up. I said, hey, do you do regular readings or do you just do these psychic readings? And she was like, no, I do regular ones too. So when I talked to her, I barely got in the conversation and she was like, oh my God, it's you. And I was like, what? And she was like, it's you, it's you, it's you. She was like, listen to me. She was like, I did a reading for one of the parents involved in the R. Kelly situation. And she was like, I kept seeing a cash in PR. She said, but they kept telling me the only cash they knew was the stylist. She said, it's you. She was like, you have to talk to them.
That's how she...
And I was like, what? Like, and I had seen the bat video and stuff. I was like, listen, I don't know about these people. Like, I'm being honest. That's what I said. I was like, I don't know about these people. And she was like, no, I'm telling you, like, you can help them. You need to talk to them. You need to talk to them. She was like, it's going to happen either way. You need to talk to them. So I wanted, I was hell bent on this undercover idea at this point. So I reached out to the Savages. And I didn't tell them, at that time, I don't think I told them I did tell them I had access. I said that I wanted to go undercover, whatever. I told them that. And I said that I had made contact with the camp already. And like, hell, let's just see what we could do. Like, let's just see. So when the Savages came to me about going undercover, it was the Savages coming to me with the other network that was supposed to be doing a documentary at that time. They called me one day and it was kind of like, Cash, are you willing to wear hidden cameras? And I was like, what? I was like, what are y'all talking about? And John Jalen was like, well, Tim got a proposition for you. Just hold on. So she put Tim on the phone. And Tim was just like, I need you to answer this question first. Like, are you willing to wear hidden cameras? And I was like, listen, as long as this shit don't get me killed, like, I don't care. So they was like, oh, okay, good. So then that's where they come in with the undercover part.
So at what point did Angelo find out about that?
At the screening. Well, I don't know what he talked about with them, because maybe they had talked about me before already. But
I'm trying to figure out why everybody at the screening was upset with you, and this is before you met Ms. Rogers. So why?
Ms. Rogers told me at the Applebee's table, because I couldn't figure out what was going on. She said it was the Savages. She said they went upstairs and told everybody you was R. Kelly's mole. And I said, so that what's going on? Because then it made sense when Tim came and was like, he pointed at Mike and he was like, I know exactly who you are, and Cash, come with me. And I was like, wait a minute, like, what is going on? And me knowing that I actually had started talking to Dawn and was, making Dawn whatever, I'm like, oh shit. Like, I'm looking like, what is going on? So at that point, that's when Angelo came off the elevator, like, hold up. Like, I'm the one who wanted to talk to you. Like, come with me.
Okay. So now that's established. Tim said you was a mole. So now what we all been trying to understand, because we was dealing with Angelo and we went to hell and back for him because of the things he told us. Okay, now we know none of that stuff is true. He was talking to you. He was on the phone with you. Whatever y'all did privately, that's your business. Whatever conversations y'all had, that's your business. What I'm asking is, what was the relation? Because clearly it wasn't going undercover. It wasn't getting his daughter out. It wasn't going to the feds. What was the connection? Because none of us can figure out how you and him is on the phone. I'm online and I'm trying to bring the facts and read documents, and I'm giving this storyline that comes from supposedly the parent that I'm dealing with. Right. But he's on the phone talking to you, talking to me. Then what the hell is he talking to you about? I've always been puzzled by that.
Right. This is what happened. So at that point, when he came off the elevator and he's like, "Come, I'm going to talk to you," I was looking skeptical. My friend from the magazine was like, "Bitch, listen, I'm going outside to smoke." Like, she wasn't for it at all. She left. Like, I'm with you, go ahead. So we get in that elevator, and I'm like literally scolding him because I'm like, what is that performance you just put on? Like, what was that? And he was just like, I just didn't want people to know you was gonna go talk to Angelo. And I'm like, so you had to do all that, but whatever. Now I know what it was. So we go to Angelo's room. It's me, Angelo, my cousin, Tim, Jonjolin, I believe Jory and Jack was in there too. And honestly, I have really bad anxiety, so I'm just like,
I've heard that before. Angelo told me that. He told me you got bad anxiety. He have told me that.
yeah. So I was sitting there freaking out because what y'all have to understand is, which is something that was said in court, and I probably shouldn't say it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. When we hit that corner to go to the screening, Jonjolin called me, and Jonjolin was like, "Cash, I swear to God, you better not have had anything to do with this." And I was like, "What are you talking about? We at the corner, we about to park." And she was like, "It's over, it's over." I was like, "What do you mean it's over? You said they was running late." She was like, "Somebody called in a fucking gun threat, bomb threat, whichever one it was." And I'm just sitting there like, "Wait, what?" And she was like, "Somebody called in a fucking gun threat, just come to the hotel. Everybody's going to the hotel." So I had her on speaker, so I'm looking at Mike like, "Well, just go to the hotel then." Like, and the next thing you know, my phone rings from John. I pick it up on speaker.
Okay.
I said, "Hello." He busts out laughing. And he said, "Oh my God, you gotta tell me what their face was looking like." I looked at Mike, and I looked at my colleague, and I was like, "Oh my God." I said, "Don, you ain't shit." He was like, I had to do something, this and that. I was just like, man, what the fuck? Like, cause to me, that's the moment when shit got real. All that me going back and forth and talking to this, talking to that one, it wasn't real to me then. It wasn't real to me until a motherfucker committed a crime, and now I'm in the middle.
Okay, so now I see the finesse move.
Last minute.
I'm not privy to finessing. So if you're a publicist, I'm not saying you in finessing for money, but you're trying to get a story. You're playing both sides. You're playing all sides. You're giving everybody a little what they want, but you're not giving them enough. And what was you coming up with at the time? What was your thought process? Because I'm not talking about writing. I'm not talking about what you put into a book. I'm talking about you're dealing with the savages. We've heard the recordings of you recording Tim. How much did Doug have to do?
Wait, that didn't happen until after the screening.
Oh, okay. If that happened after the screening, how much did Dunn have to do with that, and where did it take place?
Dunn.
Let me tell you what I've been heard. I heard that it took place at the Trump in Chicago. Is that true? You was with Dunn at a room they sent to Rkelly.
What? No.
That's what I heard.
No. I had not even met Rkelly at this point. There was a.
I know. Hold on. Let me finish. And I heard that Dunn wouldn't let you meet Rkelly, and he said Dunn was a pet. He told you that Rkelly was crazy and he was a pedophile, and he did not want you to meet him.
Okay, now let me say this. Hold on. Now let me say this. Now, shit. Let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so.
Wait, she in the hot seat. Espérate.
Yeah, caliente. Okay, so what happened was there was a couple of times I was supposed to get on the phone with Rob through Don. I had like a lot of missed calls one night because I didn't realize that he functioned nocturnally. So like I'm getting calls at 3 and 4 in the morning and I sleep at that hour. So I was supposed to talk to him, but it didn't happen because I kept missing it. Now, when I was in Chicago, Rob used to have like parties every Friday night at the studio or whatever. And
Jonjolin in the chat, hello.
John's mom wanted me to go to one of these parties.
Hey, mama.
She wanted me to meet. Johnjolyn, I'm not even like disrespecting you or nothing like that. I haven't said nothing bad about you. So.
Stay focused, because I've been wanting the answers to these questions a long time.
Yes, Cash, don't get distracted with the chat.
When you, I got another question, totally random. You can go back to what you was finna ask. Get your thoughts together. Was Don So What's the Tea on Instagram?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. I really do. I don't have the 100% proof on that, but based on the questions that I was asked from that page, I believe so.
That's why I'm asking, because the questions that I was reading from that page, it had to be him or it had to be you. And I
it wasn't me, because I'm going to tell you what happened. The time that you wrote me, because it was one time you wrote me crazy, and you was like, oh, I'm going to do this and do that. You keep playing with me. You think I don't know. And I was like, whoa, like, what is going on? And then Tails Nation wrote me on Twitter, and they sent me screenshots of DMs with you. And they was like, what is he talking about, this and this and that? So when I read the DMs, I'm looking like, is y'all talking to him like y'all me? Like, because you were saying something like, oh, I know where you work. Like, you want to keep playing. And I was like, what? And they was like, okay, we gonna fix it. So whatever they was saying to you, they must have been acting like me or playing like me or something like that. And so I called Angelo, because when I was trying to tell you it wasn't me, you wasn't letting up. So I called Angelo and I was like, Lo, like, what is wrong with your friend? Like, she's accusing me of whatever. And I was like, that's not me. Like, I'm not doing that. The troll pages always used to write me.
Oh, and they used to have this page used to have in-depth conversations with me. So
me too, and they knew too much about the inside. That's what kept me talking to them, because I was curious.
So, okay, now the recording of the Savages.
Okay, now with that situation, no, we was not in no hotel room, we wasn't even in Chicago. And we surely wasn't with no Don or no Rkelly. First of all, I didn't even record it. My cousin recorded it. And honestly, when Tim started talking, I had never heard Tim so mad. So that's why I was laughing, because I'm sorry, Tim sounded kind of funny when he was mad. So that's why I was laughing. And my cousin was literally lipping to me like, wait, are you hearing what he's saying? And I wasn't, because I was so busy laughing because Tim was mad. I wasn't even paying attention to what was said. So,
well, let me stop you right there. Tim was under a lot of pressure.
I'm sure he was.
He was under a lot of pressure. You cannot imagine being married and being the head of the household, and your daughter's gone, and basically your wife is like, do something. Why is she coming home? Why we doing all of this just ain't enough. We only have a certain amount of money. We're doing all this.
Listen,
and now there's recording
day in and day out. I know they were under stress. I know what they were going through. I know how Johnjolyn was about the situation, how she was getting anxiety about the situation, how Tim was.
So I'm leading that up to say, when the recordings were released of Don talking to Tim, that was recorded by your cousin. You didn't have any knowledge of it?
No. That I was on the phone for. And
but Don was talking to him. So you and Don recorded the Savages. Where were you? You was in Florida, or you was in Chicago? Like how did that work?
What, you trying to get me on a illegal recording call?
No, I'm not.
I was in Georgia. I was never with Don for none of that stuff.
Okay. So I listened to Don on Tasha K, and I listened to Don last night on TBD. Mm-hmm. So I know enough to where I know where he's lying. Mm-hmm. When you came in TV chat, because I was watching, mm-hmm.
and you said you're lying, what were you referencing to?
What was I referencing to?
Yeah. You came in there and you said that he was lying.
Everything.
So I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Tell us what he was lying about. Yeah.
Yeah, this is juicy. I'm doing my thing behind the scenes. Go, girl, go.
Listen, I don't know. I felt like, let me say, because I don't know what was going on behind the scenes when I was not present, you know what I'm saying? But I know for a fact that I was told that he was never R. Kelly's manager. That came from R. Kelly's mouth. R. Kelly said he was just a clown who was trying to prove that he could be his manager. And he was running around doing dumb shit. He said he didn't trust Dawn. However, he was close to his mama. So
let me ask you this. I'm glad you said that. And I tried to clear it up on my channel because Dawn said that his mom came in and did R. Kelly taxes. And I know that to be a lie because James Mason's uncle did his taxes. Then James Mason tells R. Kelly, don't do business with my uncle. You shouldn't have did that, but don't do no other business. And R. Kelly gives James Mason's uncle $75,000 and he runs off in R. Kelly money. And in return, R. Kelly fires James Mason. So when Dunn comes into play with his mother, this is what I heard. I heard that since he was on a federal repayment plan for the taxes, he didn't want to receive the money from Sony. He didn't want to receive the money from Sony because they were either going to take the money or fuck up his repayment plan. And when you see Dunn on that lady channel showing those checks, that is the corporation and the checking account that they set up to receive that money from Sony. And how Dunn got fired and R. Kelly didn't fuck with him was that because he got to playing with that $400,000 because he got access to the account.
Well, I'm going to say this. I don't know they ain't going to tell me all that shit. So I don't know all those details. I know Don was trying to say that his mom was fixing all of R. Kelly's tax issues, but I still saw that he had tax issues. So to me, she can't be fixing them if he still owed the IRS. But when it came down to that money, I do believe that was R. Kelly's money. I believe that now. I don't know.
It was R. Kelly money.
And I do remember Dawn crying one Christmas, Christmas season, because R. Kelly didn't pay him. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, oh, we ain't doing nothing for this nigga. We ain't whatever and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Because he ain't give me my money. And
why I set up that Patreon account. Wasn't that around Christmas time when that Patreon account came out with the fake stories?
Oh, no. This is what I'm talking about happened in 2018.
Oh, okay.
And he was upset, because he said that he didn't give him no money and he got to pay his mom and how he's supposed to pay his mom and all of this stuff if he ain't give him no money. So I know that stuff that he on there talking like he had it like that and all of this and, he ain't give me no money. That's not true. It can't be true.
So let me ask you a question.
To me about it.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When did Dunn start cooperating with the government against R. Kelly?
I've been trying to figure out when, but I know it happened. And I'm going to say that because
I say 2018.
And that's probably true. That's probably
So Dunn started cooperating with the government, but he was black. And in the process of that,
I don't know what it was, but I know he done met with them feds at least 5 times.
This is all allegedly.
Allegedly.
Okay, allegedly. Yeah. Okay, allegedly. So he meets up with the feds. What is he telling you at the time? Because at the time, y'all were
What is he telling you?
Me, we wasn't beefing. Yo, man, don't. Okay, back up.
So okay, let me back up. Let me tell you why I'm asking you this.
Okay.
Because he was cooperating. Did he or did he not tell you not to talk to the feds that he'll handle it?
Most definitely did.
Okay, and when you were supposed to meet them the first time, did you not show up?
Now wait a minute. That right there was not because of him. Because I don't think that happened around the same time. I think when he said it to me, that was after the fact. And when he said that to me, I just was thinking like, I wonder why he said that. Because, you know, he literally was talking about he had lunch with them, he laughing and kikiing with them. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, why is you laughing and kikiing with the feds? You know what I'm saying? Like, not that there's anything wrong with them, but I'm just saying, like, I couldn't figure out what his thing was. You know what I'm saying? Because then when we went home, he started saying a lot of things and mentioning names and coming on YouTube and mentioning names and, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was doing a lot of that shit. So I was like, okay,
so,
you ain't...
So let me follow up that with this. Let me ask you a question. Now, I want you to put your telephone number in the private chat because I want something from you.
Okay.
And considering how good of a friend I've been to you, I'm gonna tell you what I want.
What do you want?
I want to aim my recording of the other, and I know you have it. And I don't even want you to argue with me about it. I just want you to give it to me.
You know I got what?
AMI recording. A mother discussing the deal with AMI to money launder $1 million from AMI.
I don't got that. I would have that. You tripping now. I don't got that. I wasn't present for them conversations. They're not going to talk about that in front of me.
Hold on, I gotta go on mute. My kids just got here.
Larry's just trying to implicate me in shit that I ain't involved in.
No, I'm not trying to implicate you. I'm not trying to implicate you.
Stop money.
I see.
Okay, so as you said that hips
Girl said hips.
You said he talked to Michael Films without you. I remember way back when it was an assault that came up that happened to you by one of your cousins. Was that guy? Is that why Angelo? Because I remember Angelo supposed to have called that guy. Was that Michael?
You really asking the tough questions, right?
I want to know.
Yeah, we don't want to know, girl.
Yeah.
Come on, Cash. You on the right page for this shit. Word up.
Oh my gosh, Cash.
So, like I said, that's why I said there was a lot of other things that were going on at that time. So no, I didn't go send nobody like, oh my God, go do this to Angelo. Like, no, that's not how that happened.
I mean, I knowing Angelo, because I know how much shit he talks, I'm sure it was a situation where it was words exchanged over the phone. Angelo talk all that big shit, like, come out here. I know. He done tried it with me.
Yeah, it was just a lot going on. Like, I didn't know he was going to go do that. Like, because first of all, we all in the middle of a federal investigation. Not y'all, but us. You know what I'm saying? So that it wouldn't have been smart. You know what I'm saying? Like, they already looking at all of us. So what will be the point?
Okay. I know you're glad the case is over with.
They're not fully over with, but
well,
sit to them.
Well, it's over with. The part that anything that you could be involved in is over with. Don really tell me some things that Don told you about Rkelly.
You just want that to get out. I skated over there, bitch. No, but you're trying to go back to that one.
No. The reason why I'm asking you that is because I really want the people that support R. Kelly. I really be wanting them to know how much they be getting played by dealing with people like Flower Pot and like Don Russell and the other people that they let, and the enablers and different,
All right, so let's talk about it then. So this is my thing with Don. There is, because I know you read the paperwork. Y'all always read the paperwork. There was a conversation that the feds put together where they actually took text messages from two different conversations, but it's one where I'm saying like, oh, no, Don says, I think I got this wrong. And then I say like, no, somebody who's passionate or something like that can never be wrong.
Okay, that is about when you wrote, they said that you wrote the apology about surviving R. Kelly. So after he calls in the bomb threat, he has a conversation with his mother, like, you better not tell him who that girl is, this and that, and you're writing a letter about the people, this and that, and you're sending it to R. Kelly for approval, and you're having a conversation with Don about what you wrote.
And see, it wasn't that. What it was I was in Chicago and I was at R. Kelly's door at like 4:00 in the morning beating on the door. And I texted Don and I said, yo, open the door. I know you in here. And he was like, oh, what are you doing here? I didn't tell you that you could be here. Because at that point, after this nigga did what he did, I was confused because this shit don't make no sense. So I needed to know, is this nigga moving stupid like this by his fucking self, or are you telling this nigga to do this dumb ass shit? So
hold on, because we confused again. So Don was at R. Kelly's house?
This was at the studio. Before he lost the studio.
Okay. Before he lost the studio, you beating on the studio door.
Because I wanted to talk to R. Kelly myself.
Right.
Because after that incident in New York, that was a problem for me. I'm not a criminal. I don't do crimes. That's not my thing. So that is what that conversation was, because Don was trying to talk me down from being at that door. So he was like, oh, maybe I got this wrong by saying maybe I'm the wrong person to have, how to work with Rob.
Right.
That's what that conversation was.
So what ended up happening? Did you leave from the door?
Yeah, I left. I was like, you know what? I'm all right. I'm gonna let you handle it. I'm gonna go, whatever. Because Mike was like, well, maybe you're doing too much, just, because I was still trying to get to him. Like, Don was literally just supposed to be a stepping stone to try to get closer to him. That's it. So when it comes down to Don, after Don had that first meeting with the feds, he started talking crazy. So when his mama, like I said, wanted me to go to that party that Friday night, she's like, I want you to go ahead, go introduce yourself, this, that, blah, blah, blah. Don calls me 15 minutes later, 20 minutes later when I'm getting ready, and he's like, please don't go. And I was like, what you talking about? He was like, I don't want you to go to the party. And I was like, why not? Like, your mom just said. And he's like, no. He was like, I'm not comfortable with you being alone with him. And I was like, Don, I'm not gonna fuck him. Like, I already told you that I'm not gonna fuck him. And he was like, well, it's not you I'm worried about. And he really sounded nervous. He really sounded scared. And so I was just like, okay. Like, I was like, okay, so I guess I'm not gonna go. Like,
So I heard that you was romantically involved with Don. Is that true or no?
Hell no. The fuck? No.
Did he ever try to be romantically? I mean, I want to make sure that the person that told me this is just not a complete liar.
No, Don never tried. No. I mean, if he had those type of intentions, he never said that to me.
I can't say what your objectives was, but what was his objectives dealing with you and dealing with recording the Savages, whatever was going on?
So that's what I'm trying to get to, these recordings with the Savages.
No. I'm not trying to get to the recordings with the Savages. I'm just trying to understand, like, what was the game plan? Because it had to be one. He
Right.
had to
What
have
was
a
the
game
plot?
plan.
Right.
Oh, what was the plot with Don?
What was the plot, period, that made you and Don a team at the time? What was the plan? Who I'm guessing, who was it come? It couldn't have been, you didn't know because you didn't talk to R. Kelly yet. So obviously Don was talking to R. Kelly.
Okay, so this is what happened. What happened. This is how I even started talking to Don. I'm talking to the Savage. Remember, I told you the other one, he really wasn't, you could tell that was where it was stopping at. He was trying to work with me directly on some music stuff and media stuff. Like, he really wasn't trying. Right. He really wasn't trying to connect that or nothing. So I ended up on the phone with Don by default because this is what happened. I'm talking to the Savages. The Savages always used to like merge me into three-way conversations and stuff like that or whatever. So I guess maybe somebody else has somebody on the inside. I don't know. But they was like, oh, it's this new dude who came around. His name's Don Russell. I don't know if he's supposed to be a manager or this or that. Like, I'm not sure, you know what I'm saying, what he's supposed to be. So meanwhile, I'm still trying to get close over here. So I asked him, I'm like, hey, who is Don? And it's like he got nervous. He was like, where did you get that name from? And I was like, I'm just wondering, like, who is Don? Whatever. So I was like, because somebody mentioned their name. So he literally just calls him. He just called him and put him on the phone. Because I guess they had something going on where it was only them. So I guess he was figuring if I heard that name, I guess the other person that was present must have been.
Well, what allegedly happened is Julius stole R. Kelly's laptop. And Don knew that he stole the laptop, and they both was out in LA trying to do things behind R. Kelly back with his music. And R. Kelly talked about this a little bit, and he was like, people keep doing shit to me, and I keep trusting them. So he let Julius come back around.
Not Julius.
But he gave the laptop, but they still was trying to allegedly do things with his music. That's when you say they was doing things off to the side. That's what it was. Because Julius lived in LA and Don was out in LA. Remember when Don was talking about on Surviving R. Kelly that he was out there making moves and meeting people? The guy from Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles was one of the guys that he met. So
and he told me that was his uncle or something like that.
Yeah, it's not his uncle. I talked to his sister, and his sister said that he met this guy and he came back to Chicago and he fucking ran off on the plug with a motherfucker that wanted to leave from out of LA. He ran off on a drug dealer. And he went out to LA to start his life with $30,000. And in his process of going out networking, he met the guy that owned Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, and he just befriended him. And he told everybody, like the fake R. Kelly sisters, that's what he did to the guy from Chicken and Waffles. So the sister told me that guy is no kin to him, no kind of way.
That makes sense. So I ended up talking to Don by default. Because he called him, and then, once Don got on the phone, he's like, well, who are you? What's your role? How do you know him? And, now Don's curious, and Don asking all these questions. So I'm like, oh, I said, so you didn't tell him? I was like, oh, well, I guess I got to start from the beginning. Whatever my beginning was going to be, because I wasn't sure at this point. But he said, well, hold on. Let me get my charger. My phone's dying. That's what Don said. Julius instantly hangs up the phone. And he tells me, hell no, I don't want you talking to him. I should have listened to Julius, but whatever. So he tells me, hell no, hell no, I don't want you talking to him. So he was trying to call back or something like that, but I guess he must have he told Don whatever he told him, I guess that I got off the phone or whatever. So we didn't actually connect that night.
This man went from the janitor all the way. Okay.
No, I'm going to answer your question. So we ended up having another conversation. Some kind of way, I don't remember what happened. He puts Don on the phone. And Don busts out and said, because I think Don knew Julius didn't want him to talk to me. So he talked real fast. It was like he wanted to get my number, get through the conversation just so he could connect with me. Because he was like, I heard that you was a publicist. This man really needs a publicist. Like, I could sit you down with him, this and that. So in my mind, I'm thinking, jackpot. We finally got a link.
Right. Okay.
Because Julius wasn't moving on shit. So I'm like, okay, let's go with him. So all I know is Julius was acting scared. And he just was like, no. He was like, because I think I told him, well, I'm gonna be in Chicago next week, actually. And he was like, oh, perfect, whatever. And then Julius said, you know what, I'll come back. Because he was in California at the time. He was like, I'll come back and I'll connect the dots. I'll do it. Like, he was like, you sure? He was like, yeah, I'll do it. Don't worry. He really didn't want this to happen. You know what I'm saying?
So what I'm getting from Dunn, and this is my opinion, Dunn wanted to be R. Kelly's managers, but the situation with Mute R. Kelly and the girls was getting in the way. So at this very moment, when he said he'll come back, he started to orchestrate what he was going to do to be able to
he was trying to boot everybody out, and he was trying to make it seem like he was the fixer. This is what I get from it, that he was the fixer, he was the problem solver. I think it's exactly what R. Kelly said. He was trying to prove himself. He was trying to prove that he could do these things. He was trying to prove that he could help him with this situation. But
I can agree with that. You want to know why? Because of the text, call me daddy.
Oh my God.
Okay, so okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that because I asked Azriel when she was at my house. I put Dunn on my TV, and I got an 85-inch screen. I put Dunn's face on the TV, and I paused it, right? And I asked her, have you ever seen him? Do you know him? And she was like, no. So at any point, did you ever hear or know of Dunn being around them girls?
What do you mean? We saw him with them at court.
I'm not talking about at court. That's court. Like that's after R. Kelly got in trouble. I'm talking about before there was any arrest.
You know, he tried to say that, but I don't think he was.
Yeah, remember in that interview that he did with TBD, he did mention that he was around the girls and stuff like that. He did mention that, y'all. He did.
I don't know that he ever was, honestly. Maybe in passing, but I don't think he was.
Strange activity between him and R. Kelly. Did you ever hear him call him daddy or anything?
No, because when they say that R. Kelly separates everybody, that's a fact. When they say that he separates people because he want to tell you one thing and tell you something else.
Right. He's a narcissist. He has to cause chaos. Yes.
So I gotta ask you this question because I gotta get off here for a minute. My wife. I gotta get off here. Okay, let me ask you this. Now, when you came out and said that you was in love with Angelo and you was in love.
Shit. What are we talking about this shit?
Hold on. I'm not gonna talk about that. I'm just trying to create a timeline.
Go ahead.
When you came out and said, gave your undying love for hips. And hold on. And he basically called me and he retaliated with the video. I only played the audio, but the video of you talking to R. Kelly, warning him about Gayle King, Daryl Johnson. Explain to me how you got there, because he told me that he has other recordings, like R. Kelly recorded you a lot, and it happened to be in the phone.
And y'all remember, I showed that recording when Robert was in the house, and he called Azriel over. They were sitting in the living room, and Cash was telling him, don't do the interview with Gayle King, because Angelo was working with Daryl Johnson and Gayle King, and it was all a setup to further ruin him. And Robert was like, ruin me how? And she was like, I don't know the how, but he was like, well, when you find out the how, then you come holler at me and tell me. But, and I wish Robert, I ain't gonna lie, that's the only time that I could say she was right. And I believe the reason why Robert didn't believe her is because she was playing both sides. But I believe Azriel definitely told her dad after that conversation. Like, Dad, the Cash call him because remember, well, not y'all wasn't at the trial, but at the trial, it came out that Azriel had two phones and that they had got into a big argument or something because Azriel had a social media account that she was posting stuff, so like pictures and stuff, and it would have like, for example, like Dominique or somebody in it, and they didn't even know she'd be posting these videos or pictures. And so she had like a social media account they didn't know about and another phone. So I believe she definitely warned Angelo when Cash called Robert that day. And that's how Angelo started the fallout with her. Because other than that, how did Angelo and them know about Robert recording her? Now, when Robert went to jail, yeah, of course, Azriel obtained his phones and stuff because the passed the stuff off to Alexis. Alexis passed everything off to them. But those recordings and stuff was in his phone. But forget that, Azriel was right there. You can actually see her when he's recording it. And he's on another phone with Cash. But while she's talking about Azriel's dad, y'all don't think Azriel told her dad that? Yeah. Everything that Robert was telling her about Don and this and that, she was telling her dad. This is how Larry and them was getting the information about how Don, with the IRS account, when Don was in control of the portal, and when Robert had that he was on a payment plan with the IRS, and that debt, I think it was $4,000 sometime check or 40,000. I'm not sure of the numbers, but I know Don Russell supposed to have stole that money, and that's how Robert and him fell out. And when he did that talking trash about Robert behind his back, when he claimed Robert owed him the money, and it was around Christmas time, and Robert gave him every dollar and cent back. But prior, he went talking trash about Robert to Cash. And I guess Cash told Angelo, and that's how Angelo was out here saying it. You was out here crying when that nigga ain't give you your money, this, that, and the third. And when he was telling everybody he was the reason why Robert had put the money down for his rent and all this, it wasn't that Robert didn't have no money. If you know about royalties, it's not like a regular check, like you get paid every Friday. Okay? Rkelly, hey Sharman, the lawsuit between Rkelly and Faith Rogers was thrown out. That's the win. If y'all just coming in here. Yeah, he beat that lawsuit with him and Faith Rogers. So royalties, you don't get a check every Friday like a regular 9 to 5. You can get royalties every 6 months, every 7 months, sometimes every 8 months, depending on when I tell y'all to support him by listening to his music, the streaming, or the movie soundtracks, anything that he wrote, produced, and get royalties for, that's what he will get for the rest of his life. But the more the numbers go up, the more money he gets. He's going to get royalty money regardless, but because of streaming now, you know, that's what makes the numbers go up. And this is why I always recommend, hey, go and stream the music. So that's what was holding Robert back. He wasn't performing no concerts, so he didn't get the fast money right then and there. So he was waiting around for his royalties. So for Don to go and talk trash like Robert wasn't gonna give him his money, you only put that money up front. Now we know because you was trying to get invest off Robert. This is why you was jumping up. Oh, I'll help fix this. Oh, I'll give you some money towards to help you pay off your rent and stuff for the Trump and all that. Oh, I'll help do this. You offered. You offered. And Robert still paid you back. But y'all know how much Robert loved Christmas. So Robert went and gave all his girlfriends they little 20 grand for Christmas money. went and bought all his family members gifts, and this was like a couple days before Christmas, but it was a Christmas holiday. He went and got his decorations and got into the Christmas spirit, and then he gave Don his money. But he didn't burn them. But y'all know how he is about Christmas. So he gonna put that first and then take care of everything else. But Don offered. And now we know when Don was about to jail and did that interview and talking about Robert Owen, what is it, 300,000, something like that? That's how much the investment was. So now we know why you were so, give the parent, go write the parents a song just to get them out of here. Oh, I paid for the sprinter to get fixed. I did this, because you were trying to invest in Robert. And if you had so many artists, he claimed he worked with Michael Jackson, he worked with this person, that person. So why was you only banking on Robert as an artist? If you worked with all these people for Indie Bill, why was Robert your only focus? Why didn't you go work with other artists and then come back to Robert? Because I think he went in business with other business owners and promised them something out of working with Robert. I don't know, it seemed like it. And this is why he was so hype on trying to invest and get, I guess, the investment money. But he literally sat up there in that interview and said he worked with Michael Jackson, he worked with Prince, he worked, all these people. I'm like, Don Russell, well, why don't these people know you? Why haven't nobody in the industry, spoke on you or nothing? How did you work with all these people? I think the guy who Don Russell claimed he used to be around that was real big in the industry and that he used to sit in meetings with this man while this man used to make these multi-million-dollar investments and everything, and he used to just be teaching Don Russell. I think Don Russell takes that man's life and make it his own experience. That he worked with all these big artists, that he doing this, doing that. The only thing that I have receipts on of Indie Bill was them 13, 14 years ago where he was working with young kids, teaching them about business and industry music. But these kids wasn't even artists yet. They were looking into becoming artists. And he had like a program where he was teaching the kids and everything. That's the only receipts I got, but it wasn't no big time industry people there, no celebrities, none of that. And just like he said, he owned the chicken spot in LA. I got the receipts on that. He was calling the guy that really owns it his uncle, but I guess he just calls him uncle because his sister told me that's not their uncle. But Don was working there. He didn't own that place. He was actually wearing the chicken hat and the chicken bird clothes. I don't mean to laugh because a job is a job, but he was actually wearing the chicken outfit and all that. But he was portraying that he owned that chicken franchise. No, he just was doing business with the guy he called the uncle. But Don was like a regular working behind a register and all of that stuff. So that's another thing. Because sister told me I never had a real job damn near his whole life. Now when he moved to LA, maybe she don't know what other businesses he was working or doing, right? But it just seemed like everything to me is either somebody else's experience or he's speaking on somebody else's life or with the jobs they did, businesses they did, because nobody came out. He had a lot of people write letters for him, but it wasn't no big industry people. He named a lot of artists, big time artists that he said he worked with. And that really shocked me. Like, okay, why are these people not standing up for you in the industry?
Supported you a lot. And it happened to be in the phone that Ashby had when he got locked up. And he also recorded Dunn a lot.
Didn't I tell you?
So explain to me, why were you doing that?
Well, let's be clear. He couldn't have recorded me that many times because we didn't talk on the phone that many times. So let's be clear about that. And yeah, we didn't talk on the phone that many times. So he couldn't have had too many recordings. That's why when he first approached me with that, and I think I talked to you that day, when he first approached me with that, he was saying he had like 20 something recorded. I'm like, that's not possible because I ain't talked to this man all of them times, and I only spoke to him, I believe, one time about him, and that was it.
Okay, so Cash, did you ever call him back when he asked you to give him more information? Because that recording we hear. Right.
No.
Oh, okay.
So let me ask you this right here, because I've been around here for a minute.
I know.
And I only think she told Robert that to get back at Angela. Don't do the interview because they out to get you. And I think she only did that to get back at Angelo because they were beefing. And Robert had found out that she was, playing both sides. But she felt like, okay, now, since I'm coming to tell you stuff, it's not like I'm playing both sides no more. Now I'm getting information for you, Robert, and I'm, bringing it back to you type of thing. But like I said, that's the only one time that I kind of wish Robert would have listened to her because unfortunately she was right regarding the Gayle and Daryl Johnson bullcrap, and that's the part where if he didn't do that interview, I think a lot of things would have been different. Some people probably don't feel that way, but I do. And the $1 million that I talked to Andrew Wyatt about, that overfunded, and this is why it made sense that Daryl Johnson withdraw out of the case, tried to say because his parents were sick, but they were sick for years. Then the way Gayle King went at Daryl Johnson, oh, would you let your daughter be around him? Then Daryl Johnson went on Dr. Oz and switched the story back, saying, Robert's innocent and he was sorry about the remarks he made. But then you see the Savages calling Daryl Johnson out during the press conference. Oh, after this, I will come speak to y'all. And they walk off. He walk off talking to the Savages. So you knew that he was compromised. You knew that he was dealing with some of the behind the scenes because Angelo admitted that when the Savages got what's his name? The man locked up, that they messed up them being able to have connection with their daughter. Because Angelo said because of the manager, Mr. Mason, that's how Angelo was still able to be in contact with Azriel. Because James Mason was working with Angelo. And I showed y'all that BBC interview where the Savages just put James Mason on the phone with the BBC interview guy and didn't tell him, just ambushed them. And I think that's why they fell out. But what the Savages do, they go to the police and say that James Mason threatened them and they family. I think they did that because James Mason cut them off. He was about to have Joycelyn and them have dinner and meet up with each other. But Joycelyn said she just didn't want to talk about Rkelly. What John gonna say? Oh, hang up. All because Joycelyn said, I just don't want to talk about my personal life. And then you ambush James Mason with the BBC guy. Oh, why hasn't Rkelly come forward? This is such and such from BBC. James Mason, like, my name not James Mason. But that wasn't cool. The Savages, you don't do that. So that's why Angelo was riding with James Mason and said that the Savages lied on him and lied to the police and stuff and said that the man threatened them and said it was a lie. Now that case is sealed because James Mason didn't do jail time and came up with some type of agreement, and I guess that's why it's sealed. But James Mason and Daryl Johnson was definitely working with Angelo and the Savages at one point.
Yeah, because I've been around here for a minute.
I know.
And I have to ask you this. I have to.
Yeah.
I never met a woman that Rkelly didn't sleep with.
Oh,
I never every assistant.
You know what
everything,
pisses me off
even this
about
coming
that?
out now.
Because K. Michelle, I let y'all listen to that song that she wrote about Summer. And K. Michelle, I never knew that she loved Robert like that. I thought she just looked at him as a brother. But come to find out, K. Michelle wanted Robert as her man. And he paid her no mind as far as that. He looked at her like a sister and business. That's it. got her brand up there, helped her get her album and everything together, and get herself back on top from pulling her out of a domestic violence situation. But the whole time she was there, she was mad that Robert had a girlfriend, which was Summer. And K. Michelle wrote a song about it. But everybody wants to say every woman that he's around, he had sex with. But if you notice, he doesn't mix business with pleasure. That's why you don't see no industry females, no real artists that's really into their music and really talented. You don't hear them coming forward saying Robert abused them, had sex with them. They paid him and his management money for a song and he didn't give it up. No, he does business with business. And I think this is why you barely see him dealing with any females really in the industry or that's really talented, real artists. He tries to go another route because he doesn't mix business with pleasure in the shows with the whole K. Michelle. So K. Michelle ever later on tries to come out here and say anything about Robert and her sexually, she's lying. Because she basically said the man didn't pay her no mind. And she was living there with him in Summer.
He had sex with Marco. Did you have sex with R. Kelly?
No.
Are you telling the truth?
I am telling 1,000% absolute truth.
What if I told you I had
Did he try?
Hold on, let me finish. What if I told you I had proof that you did? You tell me I'm a liar?
What are you doing right now, Larry? No. First of all, I knew you was already trying to ask certain questions for
No.
because we on live
that's not incriminating. That's not incriminating. That's privacy of two people.
I did not sleep with that man. There's a lot of stuff that happened, but I did not sleep with him.
Is there anyone at R. Kelly camp that you slept with?
No. That's why it's funny to me when they be like, "Oh, you went from this person to that person to well, who fucked?"
So you trying to tell me that you are the only living human that was around R. Kelly that
check this out. There were instances where he tried, and there were even like trolls that tried to get me like, "Oh, you just need to let him fuck," and I'm like, "What? Like, who the fuck is this on this troll page?"
Hold on. Time out. Explain that. Explain that.
Yeah, slow down and start again, girl.
Explain that.
Look, Larry, I'm gonna be honest. I felt like either that was you I was talking to, Angelo I was talking to, or that was actually somebody in his camp. That's how I always felt. I was like, either this is Larry and them playing, or this is them. Like, I don't know.
So
you thought people were scheming. That's why you ain't go with the plan?
Everybody was playing games in this. Everybody was infiltrating, lying, pretending, perpetrating to be big. Like, this is the most convoluted situation.
So look, I know you don't. Okay, this is a side topic. So last night I was on the judge's corner.
Mm-hmm.
Another blogger named Spitfire put me on the judge's corner.
Okay.
And I told her that if she say something else to me, I was gonna release block numbers text messages.
Why?
Huh?
Now here we go. Why?
No. I know you don't. I mean, come on. That man always just another dude. Like I know you don't care. You'll never see that man a day in your life. Explain to the people what's in those text messages so I don't have to release them.
Wait. Larry, you're taking me too many places.
No, I'm not.
Wait a minute. Wait, I still ain't never answered the question about what the
Okay, go ahead. Take your time.
Angela was. No, because you got to get off of here. Your wife, you said that. So
I'm still gonna be listening. Go ahead.
What text are you talking about with block?
Look, give your Diva, get Cash number for me. I gotta get off here. I put it in the private chat.
Put it in the private chat, Cash Jones. I'll send it to him.
I gotta get off here. I'll be back if I can, and we'll figure it out.
Okay, brother.
But I'm gonna be listening.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Larry had all the questions.
He really did, because I don't know half the shit he know, and half the shit I do know, I don't know if it's true or not. Like, Well, you know what? Tears got questions. Go ahead,
Wait,
Tears.
hold on, before I answer Tears' question, let me.
Yeah, finish answering
the
this
chat.
question. Go ahead.
I do see the chat, so let me say this. I saw somebody say, "Am I a journalist or a publicist?"
Right.
Okay. Let me explain this. I'm not a New York Times journalist. I'm not a Washington Post journalist. You got different levels to this nowadays when it comes down to these platforms. Those platforms have lots of guidelines, lots of rules. I work for a hip hop magazine. Something like The Source, Hip Hop Weekly, whatever. We kind of make our own rules. We kind of do what we want to do. So we are not held to the same standards as a New York Times or a Washington Post or something like that. And most people in hip hop media and stuff like that, we write, but we also deal with clients as far as like indie artists, businesses, stuff like that. PR is really like a hustle for people who work in hip hop and entertainment. So you will find a lot of journalists, bloggers, and whatever in the hip hop and entertainment world that have clients that they represent, and we do PR work as well. Now, in this situation, I was a journalist. I was looking for a story. Because once I started seeing all of the moving parts, I'm like, oh my God, there's a story here. Outside of just the victims, outside of just all of this stuff, there is a story. But at the same time, me being able to enter these circles came from what I said. Do you think you could pretend to be a publicist and get close? So that's what that was. And with me being the Savages publicist, I mean, I was barely a publicist. Like, Jonjolin and Tim just pretty much was like, hey, like, you know, right now we between whatever. Like, you think you could help us out with this right now since you do some work like this sometimes? So I was like, cool. And that's all that was.
So how does it feel to play both sides of the fence? Like, consciously, like, how do you feel, man?
That's the problem. If I was a person who didn't have a conscience, I actually probably would have been better at this. Y'all done watch me flip out, go through the motions. I done told probably like 60 million different stories on 60 million different platforms. And it wasn't because I was lying. It was because it was also people infiltrating me. It was, first of all, I got found out so early in the situation. I should have backed out and turned around when I first got found out. But I still kept going and kept going.
You saw the smoke, but you didn't see the fire, girl.
And I'm thinking I'm trying to be slick, but I'm not being slick. You know what I'm saying? Because people got people recording me and people got people, you know, doing this and this and that. So it's just one of those situations where I got in over my head. And then on top of that, I come from trauma. So like I said, when Jonjolin and Tim first brought, you know, the BuzzFeed situation to me, I remember talking to them.
It touched you to the point to where you were willing to work with them, and then all of a sudden...
I'm gonna explain. So when they first brought that BuzzFeed situation to me, I started dealing with the director there. She got to know me. We was talking to each other. When she found out about my personal past and the personal trauma that I've been through, the first thing she said was, Cash, you can't do this. Because she was like, this is a situation with a lot of predators. She was like, and they gonna sift you out quicker than, she was like, you mentally, emotionally, anything, like, I don't think you can handle this. So, you know, when somebody tell you can't do something, you're like, oh no, I could do it. Like, it ain't gonna be one of those issues.
And you're a journalist and you saw this as a challenge.
And I wanted to see what was going on, and I wanted to prove her wrong that I could do it. But when people ask, okay, if you were supposed to be a journalist and you were supposed to just be covering this, how did you end up getting emotionally involved? Like, how the hell did you end up liking Angela? Like, how did all of this stuff happen?
187 in the undercover.
Because of what I went through. Like, it's because of my own trauma. So I did a lot of trauma bonding, you know, and then I found out a lot of stuff about Rkelly too that people don't know. You know, I did talk to a lot of other people in his family. I did talk to people that have never come out and publicly talked about him. So then it's like
right, you got as close as you could to the people, as many people as you could. But you know, it's a shame you didn't tell your story the way you should tell your story. And nothing for nothing, but I think when this is all over, you should tell that story.
Well, that's the story I am gonna tell. That's why I'm like, when everybody think like I'm trying to
correct your wrongs, be honest, and just tell it the way it should be told.
I am.
Because you write a great book. You wrote a great book. Girl, listen, let me tell you something. I was cursing you out. Telling you off, yelling at R. Kelly, laughing at some points, saying, God damn, that nigga got some good dick. Like, you had me all over the place with that book. Okay. So, I am expecting a truthful story and right your wrongs. You know what I'm saying? And let it out, man, and let the people really know what they need to know. Because people out here are so confused because they really see this man as a god. You feel me? And in the narcissistic world, you know, they're known as enablers, right? So these enablers continue. And even with him behind bars, it's still continuing. Maybe you could be the one to stop it.
Honestly, I don't think so. One of the main reasons that I did talk to a lot of his fans and supporters was because I wanted to, first of all, let me be honest. I was an R. Kelly fan. So
we all were, honey. We all were. Everybody. I mean, yeah, that's why we're here.
I was an R. Kelly fan, but I wanted to understand, like, what was the mindset? Because for me, throughout this whole thing, I still know what I saw. Like, there are literally people I talk to who refuse. Like, they like, oh, I don't want to see that tape. And I'm like, and they like, well, you watch child pornography. And I was like, well, first of all, I didn't watch it for the child.
Right.
If I'm a fan of somebody, I watched it to see, is
it was
this really this person? Like,
that's what everybody else in the world did it for, Cash, was to see if it was true. Some people might have got a little perverted, but that's their issue. But most of the world wanted to see it.
It was a child when it came out.
You said people.
Right, that's what we wanted to know. We wanted to know if he was really the man in the video with a child.
Yeah, so for me, I got very emotional at a lot of points throughout this because I felt for, and Larry said he listened, and Larry know this. I called Larry one day and I said, Larry, listen. I said, and it was fucking with me. I don't know if he knew I was crying or not, but I was just like, listen, do you have any proof? Now, I know what I seen back in the day, but all of this stuff about starving girls, this and that, all that stuff, that was still a little bit different from that, even though that was wrong.
Right.
So I was just like, do you have any proof that, like, he doing all of this other stuff? Because I know they said they had videos and, you know, different stuff. So I just was like, because if it's that, like, I can't stand behind that. And I've said that so many times, it didn't make sense. I was like, I can't stand behind it. Like, I can't do that. So, like, and he was like, Cash, are you serious? Are you serious? And I think he was like in the middle of something. So he kind of just like rushed off the phone. But it was really emotional for me at a lot of points. And I think where the problem came in with me, where it seemed like, okay, she went from possible journalist to now she's aligning herself with our Kelly side totally. It came from my issue with the parents. Because Tim says that he said that stuff because, you know,
I wish you guys could squash your shit too with them. Did you guys ever squash that?
We've never talked. And we didn't talk because I was so upset because I'm like, why would you tell them that I'm R. Kelly's mole? Because my thing was, I told them,
I mean, you can't. Can you blame him, girl?
No,
I
but
mean,
listen,
it was back and forth.
But that's the thing. That's what they asked you to do.
You got to look at it from their point of view. They feel like
No, I did. Because once I thought about everything, I was like, okay, I could see why they was mad. That's why I said what I said earlier about Kelly.
You did say that earlier. Yeah, you did mention that.
I was like, maybe she was mad when she heard that, and that's just me trying to put myself in their shoes as to why certain things happen. But with me, I was so upset because I'm like, yo, y'all put me in a situation where I could have been ambushed and you knew I was trying to help you. So that was my situation. But I didn't understand a gun threat just got called in, whatever. But at the same time, they knew I was talking to Don. You know what I'm saying? Like, they knew this. Now, I don't know if they knew I had done went as far as I went, but they knew that I was talking to Don. So I'm like, we've had these conversations, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, now that I've went through more of it, I see how many people infiltrate. I see how many people pretend. So I had to think to myself, okay, I don't know how many times these people have been infiltrated before I came in the picture.
Right.
And that might be why they're so paranoid. You know what I'm saying? But at that time, I'm just upset.
Right.
Like,
who is anybody to trust in the situation? I mean, listen to all the madness.
Right. And then when that audio recording came out, I did not leak that audio recording.
Right, you said that.
But what did happen was Don wanted the audio. Don wanted the audio. And my cousin, he was talking to them too. Don's mom, Don. So he wanted the audio. And I remember talking to my cousin and I was like, okay, I don't know what to do. Because I was like, if I give this to him, I can't control what happens to it after it's out of my hands.
Right.
Don was, I'm going to give it to the lawyers. And see, that was always the thing with Don. I'm giving this to the lawyers.
Right.
I'm giving this to the lawyers. And to be honest, I was shocked at what Tim had said. So if Tim said that just to try to whatever, that was the wrong thing to say, buddy. Like, you don't sit here and say, I got hours of somebody lying, because I'm in the middle of this thing. So now I'm looking at this crazy, like, well, wait a minute. If they lying, then what are we really doing here? Like, what's really going on? That's literally what my mindset was after hearing this. So he's like, okay, well, I want to give it to the lawyer. And he like, listen to what's being said. So I'm talking to my cousin. My cousin like, listen, if you're trying to get close, he was like, if you don't give it to him, he gonna be looking at you like, okay, well, why didn't she give it up? So I gave it to him. And of course, instead of doing what he said he was gonna do it, he did nigga shit with it.
Is that Tim there? I think that's Tim in there. Hi, Tim.
I did say that I contacted
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. She did mention that. She did. Cash pay. Yeah, she said that she did play both sides. She did admit it. She did say, she infiltrated both sides because she wanted to do what she felt she needed to do for her own purposes. And in the middle of that, she got caught up in shit knee deep and didn't know what to do. And now she's in the predicament she's in, and everybody else is in the predicaments that they're in, and everybody hates each other and mad at each other and miscommunication. Everybody wants to fight and kill each other, all because of Rkelly. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck that nigga. Fuck Rkelly. The fuck? I'm glad he's in fucking jail. He ain't never coming out. He is ruining people's lives. People can't see that. I'm confused as to how people do not see that this man ruins lives. He separates people. He isolates them so that one person doesn't know about the other person and their story. Like Cash said, she's exactly right. That's why he does it. He does it for that purpose, so he can have control. And that's exactly what he's doing still to this day while he's in jail. He ain't doing shit, but he got control. Can you not yell on my head?